Welcome to the Revit architecture course. And if you are going to learn Revit, you are in a good place. I am Jawad Hamidi, co-founder of TATBIM, and with more than 7 years of experience with working with Revit, it changed my life and it can change your life too. In this course, we will learn all of the things from scratch, and we will learn how to model a project. At the end, we'll give you the full workflow explanation for the project, and you can achieve something like this at the end of this project and even more. There are some tips to when you are watching the course. Make sure to use time chapters for easy access to each part, and also make sure to choose a plan and exercise it with the video. And also you can ask your questions in the comment section, and also we have a Telegram Q&A group. You can join there and you can ask your questions there. I wish you the best. The next thing that we want to talk about is which version of Revit we are using in this course, we'll use in this course, and what is the system requirements for this course. The version of Revit, you need to use Revit. Don't use Revit LT because it doesn't have most of the feature, and we can say some of the feature that we use in this course. So if you can, make sure to use Revit, full version of Revit. But if you can't, it's not a problem. Just in some parts you won't have the tool, and you can use other tools to replace that tool for yourself. But for the system, and also we are using Revit 2022 for this course. But if you have older or newer version of Revit, it doesn't matter. You can follow along because it's a beginner course. The main tools are same in earlier versions and older versions too. Okay, this is the minimum entry-level configuration for Revit 2022. At least 8 GB of RAM, but you can work even with 4 GB or 6 GB of RAM because you don't want to do any big project. You just want to learn it, so you can work with some laptops or PCs even with 4 or 6 gigabytes of RAM. And if you would have a SSD instead of HDD, it is much better because it will give you a better speed in working with Revit. So make sure if you want to get a new system, set it up on SSD, not HDD. And for the balance price and performance, at least 16 gigabytes of RAM would be great for mid-complex projects, and as I said, SSD. For the graphic, for the Revit parts, you don't need a big or a really high-end graphic. But in future, if you want to use Enscape for rendering to get a great render from your projects, or if you want to export your Revit files to Lumion, you need a much better graphic. But for only Revit and for Revit rendering, you don't need any great graphic because Revit use, as I said, hard and from your RAM of your PC or your laptop. And for bigger project, at least you need to use 64 gigabytes of RAM. After learning of and after finishing of this course, we'll have an exam, and if you will pass that exam, we will give you a certification from TATBIM company that will help you to grow and expand your resume. So, and also at the end of this course, we'll have 2 or 3 sessions to do a complete project in Revit according to the tools that we've learned. So make sure to follow those 2, and also introduce this course to all of your friends. And let's go to the Revit and let's do our first steps, and let's learn how to install Revit. Before doing anything with Revit, of course, we need Revit. So let's get the Revit. To get the Revit software, go to the autodesk.com/products. You can buy it, or if you are not sure, you can get a tutorial really easily from their website. And also, if you are a student, you can get a student license for 2 years for free to learn this software and get experience with it. And if you are working in a company, definitely your company will give the license to you. After getting the tutorial version, you will have this exe file on your desktop or in any place that you have downloaded, and then click on it and you will see this loading. Let's wait until it's finished. When it is finished, you will get this message. Click on yes, and you will have this windows for installing Revit. Because I have the Revit right now, I will get an error in here and I can't install it. But there is two options in here. The first option is to choose the appropriate library for your country, and make sure to install the Revit version and your Revit software on your SSD drive, not in your HDD drive. And also check the options for installing the content library and material library. We will use it later in this course, so make sure to check those too. Sorry again, because I have the Revit right now, I can't install it again, but I thought it is really necessary to learn how to get the tutorial version and how to know some tips about installing it. Before starting any actual thing and any technical stuff, we need to know some concepts to learn Revit efficiently and in a correct way, because if I wouldn't explain these terms to you, you wouldn't understand some of the things I would explain later in this course. The first thing is BIM, or Building Information Modeling, which is a holistic process of creating model and creating a simulation of your virtual world asset. But this is a heavy word and I don't want to explain all of it in this course because it's not the topic of here. But Autodesk has a great short video on it. I'll put the link in the description. Go pause this video and go watch that too first and come back here. Pause it. Okay, now you have seen the video. Now you know what is BIM mean, what does BIM mean, and you know the basics of it. And now you can start learning Revit. But before doing that, I promise this is the last item. You need to know what is Revit. Revit is a BIM-based software which will allow you to create intelligent models instead of some dummy CAD models in this software. For example, in CAD, you create boxes for your walls, but in Revit, you create walls with information. For example, when you select your wall, you will have layers, you will have fire rating, and all of the imaginable data in it. And it is same for other categories like floors, roofs, ramps, railings, and all of those. So it is an intelligent model. And after doing it, and after modeling the basic model, you can create schedules, you can create clash detections, you can create quantity takeoffs, and all of those schedules. And then with this intelligent model, you can export this model to third-party programs like Navisworks, Tekla BIM site, and for example Synchro, to implement other dimensions of BIM like 4D, 5D, and other dimensions of BIM. That was it for the Revit part. But before doing anything, you need to know the data hierarchy in Revit. For example, when we talk about type, instance, and other related words in this portion, in this part, you need to know the basics of data hierarchy in Revit. So let's go and find out about Revit data hierarchy in Revit. This is the data hierarchy, or we can say data tree of Revit. At the top of each project, we have categories which will be something like columns, structural frames, floors, walls, all of the elements that you can name in a building. For example, mechanical equipments, caseworks, and all of those are our categories. But for example, we have different columns, and we have different kind of columns in one project. For example, we have RPE columns, S, those are steel columns, or we have concrete columns, or we have, for example, precast column. Those that level of data is type families. Those are the types of one family. For example, we have different types of IP columns, different types of concrete column. For example, we have a concrete column with width of 80 centimeter and 1 meter of height. And for example, we have another concrete column with width of 90 and height of 1. These are two different types of each column. And also we have multiple instances of each of these uh, type families in our project. For example, we have a column, we have a concrete column with width of 80 and height of 100 centimeter in our level 1, but we have another column with the exact type in another level. So these two columns are from one type, but they are from multiple instances of one type. So that's the reason that you need to know about data hierarchy of Revit to understand. When we say and when we tell we want to change a type parameter, we talk about changing a parameter in this level of area. For example, when you change the width of that type, all of the widths for that type, all of the instances of that type will change at the same time. But for example, if you want to change the height of the first column in the first level, it's an instance parameter. So when you change it, the other one doesn't change. That's the difference between instance and type parameters, and this is the hierarchy or data hierarchy of Revit. Okay, now that's the time to go to Revit. When we open your Revit, especially if it is a earlier version, in really old version, the home screen in here, which we call home screen, it's a little bit different. But in I think it was 2019.2. I can't remember the exact version, but I think that was the version that Autodesk changed the home screen to something like this, which is more user friendly. I think I like this version more in comparison with the old version. When you open Revit, you will have this home screen. You can toggle between home screen and the tabs with this button here, or you can use Control D as a shortcut for it. And you have models and families, and you can create, or you can open each model family or project file, or you can create a new one, and you have those things for families too. But before that, we need to know what is family, what is project, and what is template. The first thing that we need to know is projects. Projects are our main file, something like this, that you would deliver them as a final file to your client or to your other co-workers and colleagues. So that's the main file of Revit. But a project file is divided to families. The families are small elements that will create your project. For example, doors, windows, ramps, walls. All of them are families, but different kind of families. We have. I'm not going to go in detail in this particular topic because it's not a useful topic in here. But we have different kind of families. We have loadable families, which are, for example, door, windows, and those kind of things, or for example, air conditioning units. And we have some other families, system families, which we call them. They are layered families. For example, when we say system families, we mean walls, floors, roofs, ramps, stair, which you can load anything in them, or we can load the exact. We can load them, but in a theoretical word, we can load them in other projects, and they are not loadable. You need to create them in your project. But loadable families are something like doors families and air conditioning unit that you can Yeah, use that family in any project that you want when you created or you have downloaded. And we have some template files which is with the extension of RTE. When you see some file with RTE extension, they are template. When you see some files with RVT extension, they are project files. And when you see some Revit files with extension of RFA, they are Revit families. So that's the thing that you need to know to prevent from any misconception and doing wrong openings and changing some things that you don't want to change. To create a project, you can go in here and click on new. But before that, I want to talk about a little bit about all of the panels that Revit will provide us and what is their job for each of them, and then we will start the modeling. Okay, let's go and click on home in here. Let's review tabs and panels of Revit. But in case if you don't know what does a tab and what does panel mean, these are in here, we call them tabs, and each tab contains multiple panels. For example, in architecture tab, we have select panel, build panel, circulation, model, room and area, and openings and so on. These panels are here to organize the tools. For example, when I want to address you to some tools, I will say go to a structure tab, and for example in a structure panel, choose column. This is the way that you address one tool in Revit. The first tab is architecture, and as its name explain, this is about architectural tools that we have in Revit, something like walls, doors, windows, columns, roofs, ceilings, floors, curtain panels, railings, ramps, stair, and so on. Also, we have rooms, which is one of my favorite tools in Revit. You can use it in space management, and this is great. And in the second tab, we have a structure tab, and it is for structural tools, beam, walls, column, floors, truss, brace, beam systems, and so on. And this third panel is a steel that you can have it if you are using Revit 2019 or earlier version. This is a auxiliary tab for a structural parts, and it will give you more power in a steel project. And we have another tab for a structure part. I think it added in 2021. Yeah, I think it was 2021. This is a great. It was a plugin before that, but Autodesk added this plugin as a main tool to its software. It's great for simulating and creating and modeling the precast concrete projects, and also it is great to create some CAM or industrial exports for your projects. Then we have system tabs, or we can name it MEP. We have tools for modeling HVAC systems, fabricate them, PNID, modeling and mechanical parts, plumbings, and we have also electrical parts. We can model outlets, appliance systems, and all of those. I have another video. I have a video for Revit Electrical Beginner. I will put the link in here. You can go and watch that too to learn the basics for Revit Electrical. Then we have an insert tab which will allow us to import and create a integration between different softwares with Revit, like AutoCAD, SketchUp, Autodesk Civil 3D, laser scan files, and those kind of things. Then we have Annotate tab, which will allow you to annotate your project and move it to another level with annotations, and you can create details with the help of this great tab. Then we have analyze different things. We have structural analysis, and also we have some architectural analysis like shortest path for or we can name it path of travel in Revit. It will give you the speed of that user and the time that it takes to leave that place and those kind of things. We have massing and site for your parametric modelings and so on. And I have some additional tabs like Enscape, like Dairos, like Lumion in here, PyRevit and PyRevit Plus, and these these are not native Revit tabs. They are some plugins that will help you to work more efficient with Revit. But you don't need to worry about them right now. You don't need them right now. After you've learned Revit, you can go and watch another video that I have about my top 5 plugins for Revit, and you can use them to make your work faster. Okay, that's great. That was the reviewing of tabs and panels. The first thing that we need when we want to create a project, we need our templates. If you want to use your local templates, you can download them from Autodesk website according to your country. But if you want to follow along with this tutorial, I am going to use default US metric template, which is a general template, and it will contain most of the file that you need. And this is a general template, not a really customized template, and it is great for starting to learn Revit. So I suggest to use that. But when you click on new and you want to create a new file, it may happen that you wouldn't have any option other than none in here. So right now we want to learn how to locate a template in our Revit. To locate a template for your Revit files, first of all, you need to download the template from Autodesk website, and also I will put the files in the description. You can go there and download it too. And then you need to click on home button in here, and then click on tab, click on file, and then go to the option, and in here in the file locations part, in here we have a plus sign. Click on plus sign and then add the template that you want. For example, I have as a default, it is on program data Autodesk, and then you will have different versions of libraries, for example 2021, and then you need to go to the templates, and if you have multiple country specification, you will have all of the countries listed in here, but I am going to use English, and then I am going to use default metric RTE to be the basis for my project. After adding that in here, when you click on new, you will have all of the templates that you have added to your list. For example, I am going to create a project with the basis of default metric. Click on it and then make sure it is on project. It's when you want to edit those templates just for using it for your or other projects, you can open the template itself. But right now we want to create a project file according to the template. We don't change the template. We just want to create a project file with basis of this template that we are using. Then click on OK. And now we have created our first project successfully. Now we are good to go to know more about the user interface and know everything and know the basics and the fundamentals for Revit. First of all, after creation of first project, you will get something like this. If you don't have these two windows in here, don't panic. You can easily bring them back with right click and then click on project browser and then click on properties. You will have those windows, or you can go to the view tab and in the Windows panel in the user interface, make sure to both of them are checked and you can see them. If you are seeing something like this, don't panic again. These are portable. You can move them anywhere you want. Personally, I will put them something like this. Okay, that's great. Now let me make them bigger to see them. You can make them bigger very easily like this. And then now let's know some basics about here. When we are in this window and we are in architecture tab, we have different options. We have a status bar in here, which will show you the keyword or the buttons that you can press to run different kinds of action. And there is no command line in here, so don't look for it. It's not AutoCAD. And then we have some options in here that you can we have some options in here that you will see the buttons that and the options that you can change the visual style, for example, between hidden line, wireframe, and those kind of things. You can turn on and turn off the shadows and those kind of things that we'll learn them gradually in this course. And then we have selection toggles that will help you in selection. For example, you can select items by face and those kind of things. We will learn them too. And then we have a quick access toolbar in here. By default, this is in here, but you can bring it down easily by clicking on this arrow, and then you can click on it and you can switch between these two parts in here. And then when you activate a tool in Revit, you will see something like this. This is option bar in here that will give you some instance options and instance settings for the tool that you are using it. So it's not a fix for every tool that you see. So that's the thing that in here. And then we have these two great windows in our project, which is properties and project browser. These are heart and mind of the Revit. When you don't have them, we can simply say that you can work with Revit without them. The properties part is the part that you will see, obviously, the properties and information about the tool or the thing that you use, for example. And this is dynamic. This is not the same for every thing that you use. For example, when we are in a view, we are in plan, you will see the options of this view or this plan. But when you, for example, activate and you don't need to learn it, we will learn the walls. But when you, for example, create a wall and select it, you will get completely different properties for this in comparison with the other tools. So it's unique for any object that you have or any family and any element you have in model. But we have another thing in here. I'm not going to make it really complex. We will learn it step by step in this course. And then we have our project browser, which is a data tree of your project. For example, in each project you have different views. You have floor plans, ceiling plans, elevations. After that we will have sections, we will have legends, schedules, and sheets, and all of them are categorized in this project browser, and you can switch between different views. For example, I go to the north part and north elevation of this project very easily, and I have all of the views in tab mode in here. If you don't want to in tab mode and you want tile views, you easily can go to the view tab, and then in here we have tab views and tile views. Very easily you can divide your working session and working bench to these great tile views. And the shortcuts for these two options are TW and WT. WT for tile views and TW for tile views. After learning the basic concepts of user interface of Revit, now I want to teach you how to navigate in Revit. For navigating between views, obviously you can use project browser, and if you have that open, if you have that view open, you can switch between them in your tab-based views in here. And then, for example, let's go to 3D. To go to 3D for the first time, you don't find it in here. You need to click on this home button in here. Click on this 3D icon of home in here. Or you need to go to the view tab and in here click on 3D view. And it will give you a default 3D view. and we'll discuss about other aspects of this 3D view. For example, let me put it on, it is on hidden line right now, but if you would put it on wireframe, you can see through the objects, or you can put it on shaded. It will give it a color according to the material of it. But if you would put it on realistic, it will show the actual texture of the material to you for kind of a draft render. But let me put it on shaded. I work in shaded more often than other kind of methods, or in hidden line. Those are the styles that I use a lot. And then in Revit, for example, let's go to the level 1, level 2 maybe. I haven't drawn anything in level 2. I want to select the elements. To select your elements, click, you need to drag with your left mouse button. For example, you need to drag. This is not like AutoCAD. You don't need to press once in here and press second time in here. You need to hold down the left button of your mouse to select. And we have two kind of selection, the right to left box and the left to right box. The line style of this box is different too, to understand it. For example, when you go from left to right, you need to, the region need to cover all of the parts of one element to be selected. But when you go right to left, the smallest intersection between this box and that element will allow you to select that element. If you want to select multiple elements, for example, you want this element and this wall in here at the same time, you can select the first one and you need to hold down the control key, and then you will have a plus sign besides of your cursor, and then you can click on the second one and the third item you want to select. If you would accidentally, for example, select this one, if you want to unselect that one, you need to hold down the shift key, and then you can unselect those, or you can, for example, unselect those with boxes 2, with selection boxes 2. These are a kind of navigation in 2D, but in 3D, for panning, you can use from the mouse wheel button, and you can pan in your views, and then you have zoom in and zoom out. These are really easy navigations. You can do it with zoom in with your wheel again. And for rotating and rotating around, you need to hold down the shift and use the wheel button to rotate around the objects. As you can see, the pivot point of rotation right now is here, something like in here. When you rotate, it will rotate around it. But if you want to change the pivot point, you just need to select one element, and then the new pivot point will be here. Now I am rotating around the object that I've selected, not the whole model. It is really essential for bigger projects to be able to select different items and different parts of your elements, and to be able to navigate. And then we have view cube in here that will allow you to, for example, see your model from different angles. It will be really helpful for working in 3D view. For example, you go to back and you go to elevations of it to create some, for example, sweeps and some other kind of elements on these walls, or those kind of things for facade designs and those kind of work. The next thing that we want to talk is in Revit, when you select everything, it's not it will be more obvious for you when we learned wall. But before that, I need to tell you what are these dimensions that we have in here. When you have each element in Revit, when you select it, it will automatically show you some dimensions to different references. These are temporary dimension that we call them in Revit. For example, from the center of this wall to center of this wall to face of this wall is something like this. You can change the reference of this temporary dimension line very easily with selecting these points, and then you can place it in any face that you want. And then the good thing is here that you can change the dimensions. For example, let me put it on, this is on millimeters, so let me put it on 5000. This is the thing that we do. But another thing that we need to know before doing anything is how to specify our unit. To specify your unit, you can use shortcut UN, or you can go to the Manage tab, and in here you have Project Unit. In Project Unit, let me press UN again. In here, you don't need to specify all of them right now. The only thing that I need right now is length. You can go to the length bar and you can put it on anything that you like. Personally, I use meter and with 2 decimal places, and I want to see the symbol of M for it after the dimensions, and also I want to separate the tailing zeros, the zeros that doesn't help. I want to delete them too. But before that, let's see the results without these options, and we'll go back in here too. Let's go to the north elevation, for example. Now we are on meter, but there is no symbol of it, or the zeros after 4 doesn't help. So I want to show the M symbol in here, and also I want to delete the zeros that doesn't help. Let's go to the length again, put the symbol on M and separate tailing zeros, and now you are good to go, and you can work with it very easily. And this is the unit that we are going to use. But for example, when it is something like 420, it will show it, or it is when it is 425, it will show it. It doesn't run the number, but when the zeros doesn't help, it will delete them. And this is really helpful for having a more clean project and clean views. And the next thing that we want to know after assigning and set the unit, now we can create some new elements in Revit. Before doing anything in Revit, you need to create levels in Revit. In any building, we have levels. For example, we have basement, we have ground floor, we have first floor, second floor, and so on, and we have roof and parapet. To create those kind of elements in Revit, first of all, you need to create your levels, and you need to specify the levels of your buildings to Revit to be able to create your walls according to them, place your objects according to them. So the first step in Revit to create your project is you need to go to one of your elevations. For example, let's go to the north elevation. It doesn't matter, you can go in any of them, it doesn't make any difference. For example, let's go to the north part, and we have 2 default elevation in here. Let's assume that we have these elevations, but we want to change them. First of all, now we want to learn how to change the elevations and to change the elevation of each level. For example, the first level that I have is basement, and this is gonna be something like, let's rename it to basement. To rename it, just double click in here and you can rename it. Let's call it, for example, basement. But the name convention need to be something like this: 0, for example, 1 dash basement. And I want to click on yes to change the name in project browser. And in here, if you would click on no, it just change the name in here. But this is not the thing that we want, because the management of the project will be very hard in that way. Click on yes every time, and then let's put the 0 on something like minus 3.2 meter. And for the second one, let's call it, for example, ground level or ground floor, or anything that you name it. Click on yes. But let me put the minus of 0.2 in here. This is for having a name convention, and it will sort them correctly in here from the lowest elevation, from the lowest level to the highest level of your building. For example, let me put it on 0. Now we've learned how to modify these levels, but how we can create new levels. To create new levels in your building, you need to go to the architecture tab, and in datum panel you have level, or you can use shortcut double L or LL to create new levels. Let's click on level in here. This is the reminder for saving your project. You can save your project very easily. For example, let me save it on desktop. You can specify the name in here, and then in options you can specify the number of backups that you want Revit to create. For example, let me put it on 1. The 1 is great because it's the Revit backups are really annoying. It will create, for example, 20 main file or 20 for example project file with extension of 001, 002, 00. Never open them. You can only you need to only open them when you need backups, but other than that, don't open them. And personally, I put the backup numbers on 1. I don't need more, and click on OK. And now your project is saved. Then you will see the name of your project in here after the first time that you save. Let's go again and let's activate the level. And then after activating any tool and any thing in Revit, you will have a new panel, or it's not a new panel, but it's not a new tab, but the color will change, and we will have a slash in here and place, for example, level, place file. And this part is gonna be light green. This is the indication that will show you that you are in a tool. When you press escape, you will go, you can exit from that tool. So let's click on level again, and then we have draw panel in here. All of the creation and all of the things that will happen in here. The first mode of for level creation, but before that, the tip here that you need to be in elevations. You can create level in floor plan. That's the important tip in here. Then you can use line mode creation and pick line. Let's create, for example, with line mode. For example, the first click should be in here, and then we can change the dimension after that. So I'm not going to use temporary dimension in here. Let me put it on something like 3.3 meter or 3.2 meter, and then click the first time in here, and then bring it in here. When you will see the lock in here, click the second time, and then you can change the elevation again, or you can change the name of it very easily. For example, let me put it on first floor, and then you are good to go. This is the first way that you can create your levels, but this is not that efficient. We have more efficient way in Revit to create levels. The second way is to click on pick line in here, and then you need to specify the distance with the level that you want to select, and then you will have another level with the distance that you specified. For example, I want a level in elevation of 6.4. So I want to put the 6.4 in the offset in here, and then I hover over my mouse, my cursor on the level, on the ground level, and you can see the preview of the new level that's Revit gonna create in here. And also, if you would change a little bit of your cursor, you can create that level in the minus levels, or in the below of the level that you are going to select. To create the new level, you only need to do is to select and click once on your level, and then you will have the new level, and you can create it very easily. For example, the next level that I want to create is 3.3 meter higher than the level 4 that I have in here. So let's change the offset to 3, and let's hover over the cursor in here, and then we have the next level that we need. For example, let's name it to 0.4, and then second floor. Click on yes, and let's name the last one to 05-roof. Very easily. And for example, if you want, you can create another level or for your parapet and those kind of things. And you can change the let me create a wall in here to show it better to you. The elevation of wall is not really important, but let's go to the north elevation again. For example, this is your model, and you don't want need to have these long elevations. You can go in here, and we have a grip in here. Click on it and grab it. For example, in here, you can do it. You can do the same thing with the tail of it. And if you want to just modify this one, unlock it from here, and then you can change the length of it manually only for this one. You can place it in here, and then it will be locked again. And when you change it, all of them will change automatically by Revit. And then we have some circumstances like this. Let me create a level, for example, with the offset of something like 30 centimeter to this. This is not the thing that we want to see. We can break these symbols in here very easily. For example, let me select this level 6 in here. Zoom in, and you will have this button in here. Click on it, and it will give you an elbow for your level. Then you can control this symbol placement very easily with these two control points that you get after doing it. And then, for example, let me bring it a little bit upper, and then we have a clean level in here. The next thing that I want to mention is, for example, in some countries we don't use these symbols as a default symbols, or the symbols that we want to provide our elevations and our drawings to our clients. So let's change our level symbols, and let's learn how to change the settings of these elevations. Before changing the setting for your level symbols, you need the symbol family to load it into your project. To do that, you have two ways. The first one is to go to the Insert tab and click on Load Family, and the default path for your families is in C drive, in Program Data, in Autodesk, and then in your Revit version, for example, and then in the libraries part, in English, in Annotation, and in here we have some level heads. Let me see it. We have some level head symbols. You can select all of them, and you can click on open, and it will import all of them into your project. This is the first way, but we have a second way too for this one. If it is override, click on override. I will explain the circumstances in here. This was the first way that you can import your family. But the second way, and one of my favorite way, you can go in that path in your computer, and then the only thing that you need to do is to just drag and drop your families in here. You just need to drag your family in the in the Revit environment, and it will load the family to your project. After loading our symbols, we need to create a new type for our levels and for our level types to be able to change their symbol. Click one of them, and in project browser, in the properties window, this is the type selector. We only have one type of these levels in here, but we can easily create a new type. To do that, click on edit type in here, and then in here we have a edit type window in here. Don't panic, it is really simple. We want to create a new type for it, so click on duplicate, and for example, let's name it TAT for TAT and test, or for example, triangle symbol. Click on OK, but it's not a magic. With just changing the name, it doesn't change to a triangle. We have a symbol parameter in here. Change it to the new families that you have uploaded. For example, we have a triangle spot in here. Let me switch this from circle to triangle spot, and then click on OK, and it will change. But why the other ones didn't change? Because we created a duplicate and we created a new type of it. If you want to change the types of these levels too, you need to select them, and then you need to change the type of them to triangle. Or if you are creating a new level, make sure to put the type selector on triangle, and then the new levels that you create will be created in the new type of level that you created. And then we have some other options in level. Let's click on edit type. We have some other options. We have the line weights in here. In Revit, we don't have the exact line weight numbers in here. We have line weight classes. For example, we have different classes between 1 to 16, and each from 1, which is the tiniest one, and from to 16, which is a bigger or thickest line that you have. For example, let me change this to something like 4. Click on, or something like 3. Click on OK. Because why you can see the line thickness? Because we have a tool in here that you can turn it on and turn it off with TL, or you can click on here. When it is turned off, you can see the real thickness of each line. Now it is much thicker in comparison with this first or with the one number in here. Let me put it on something like 6, which is thicker, and then you can see the difference in here. But let me put it on something like 2. That will be okay for me. And then we have some other options we have in here. We have the color of it. For example, we can change it to something like red. Click on apply and you can see the change in here. You can change the line pattern of it to something like solid. It will be a solid line. Or you can change it to center, and all of the line patterns that we have in Revit. And for this, for the last option that we have in here, we have symbol 1 and symbol 2. As you can see in here, in level appearance, we only have our level symbols in the right parts of our levels. If you would check this one, you will have the symbols in both directions, but I only want the symbols in one direction. So that was the full explanations of our levels. And also when you create your levels, it will automatically create your views in project browser, and now you have all of the floor plans, all of the ceiling plans for each level that you created. But if you don't want, for example, if you don't need any views for level 6 and it's just a reference, you can delete them in here. It doesn't affect in actual level in here, so you can delete them in here, but don't delete them in here. When you delete them in here, it will delete all of the associated views and all of the associated elements with it. So make sure to don't delete them in here. After learning the level tool, the next thing, then the next tool, and the next item that you need to create your building on it is our grids. You can really be careful about grids, because it is better to make them precisely, because we assign our walls and those kind of things and we use them as a reference. So make sure the dimensions on grids are accurate to have an accurate project too. To create your grids in despite of levels, we need to create them in levels. We can create them in elevations, and we need to create them in floor plans, not elevations. So go to a level, to a floor plan. It doesn't make any difference, but it is better to go the lowest floor plan you have, and then create your grids on it. To create grids, you can use shortcut GR, or you can go to the architectural tab, and in datum panel, you have grid in here. Click on it, and again you have the draw panel in here, and you can create your grids very easily. For grids, you need to click twice. The first click will be the tail of your grid, and the second click will be your head of your grid. For example, let's create our first grid in here, and we want to create our next grids according to this one. I'm not going to create them by line because we have pick line in here too, like the levels. For example, the next grid is gonna be 5 meter after the first one. So click on pick line, put the offset on 5, and then just hover over your mouse in here, and then you have second grid, or the second grid. The third grid will be about 3 meter after the second one. So let's put the offset on 3, and let's create the third grid. And you can continue this process as much as you want. Click on 5. But for example, now you want to change the dimensions between the second grid and the first grid. You can select it, and with the temporary dimensions you can change it very easily. For example, let me put it on 3, and then it will add the 2 meter to this one. If you want the second one be 2, the second and the third one be 3 meter, you need to change it again, and then you need to change it for the third one too. I want to put it on 5 meter, and then you can change the dimensions with temporary dimensions line very easily too. Let's create our horizontal grid. It's the same for the horizontal lines too. Just for example, click once in here and click the second one. The second click needs to be here. For example, this is a little bit off axis loaded. Let's create it again, something like this. And then for naming them, you need to double click on them, and then you can rename them. But for the horizontal line, for example, let's put it on A. Let me turn on the caps lock, and let's press A for it, and let's create our other horizontal line according to the first horizontal grid that we've created. Let me put on something like 5, and let's create multiple grids. You can see Revit will understand the naive convention, and it will create the other grids according to the first one that you've created. It's really great. And then, for example, let's say that we just want these grids, and these parts are additional, and this is ugly. So let's adjust the length of our grids very easily with this. It's same as levels, so you can apply those kind of things in here too. And you can, for example, select all of them and bring them, drag them in here to bring them at the middle of your working session. That's for the grid part. And in grids, you have different other options in draw panel too. You have a start and radius arc, and you have center ends arc. With the start and radius arc, you need to click on it, and then you will specify the start, you will specify the end, and then you can specify the radius of this grid that you want to create. And you can make them bigger too, or you can make them full circle too. This was the for start and radius. We have other one, which is center and radius. Center radius. You just need to click on the center part of this one, and then you will specify the radius of it, and then you can specify how much of this arc that you want. If you want a full circle, just create a half circle and then select it and drag it at the end. Now you have a full circle grid line. The next option that we have in grid lines, which is a multi-segment grid line. It's for advanced or very rare grid lines. You can create some grid line like this very easily with this tool, and just click on finish, and then you have this kind of grids that it's not really common, but it's a rare option that you have. For grids, we have other options too, and you have all of the options for grids too. For example, the symbol is great, so I'm not going to change the symbol, but let's select one of them, and let's create a duplicate from it. For example, let's name it tot grid. Click on OK, and when we have a symbol, we have the center part. The center part, let me explain it to you. In grids, we have three parts or three segments. We have a center part in here, and we have two parts for our end and for our start of our grid. You can control the line style and the color of them separately for your grids. So this, when I'm talking about the center part of the grid, my point is here, and for the start and end is here. Okay, let's go back to the settings, and let's make them very easily in here. Let's change the settings in here. Click on edit type, and then here we have a center segment. For example, from continuous, you can put it on custom, and then you will have custom settings for the start and for the end of these grids very easily. But I don't want to make them complex right here. Just put it on continuous, and then you have the weights of these lines. For example, you can put it on 3. Click on apply, and then we have the patterns of them, and we have the color of them too. For example, let me put it on red again, and when I zoom in, you can see the weights of them, and you can see the red line of them too. But the color of these grid heads are it's controlled by the family of them. For example, you need to load a grid head family with the red line, so it's not gonna the color setting in here is just gonna change the color of the grid line, not the grid head in here. That was for the grid parts, and the only tip that I need to say in here is, for example, sometimes this is something like this, and when you go to, for example, second floor, you can see any grid, or you can see part of your grid. The reason of it, because when you go to the elevation, you can see how your grids are below it, below the level that you've selected. So you need to select your grids and bring them up, and bring them upper than your highest level, and then you are good to go, and you can see all of your grids in all of your levels in here too. And I have another tip for here. For example, we've done the elbow thing in north elevation, and when we go, for example, to south elevation, this is not really pleasant, and we need to do all of those things in here too. But let me close these ones, and let's press WT to have a tile view. We have a setting in here to apply these changes to other appropriate views. To do that, you need to select your levels, and then in the modify panel, you have a propagate extents. Click on it, and it will tell you that you can apply the exact settings to the south elevation too. Click on it, and it will make them same, and it will apply this change to the south elevation too. And for the east and west, you need to do the same. For example, in east, it's not great, and you need to adjust these levels, and you need to give it a elbow in here, for example, something like this. And then let's open the west too. Let me bring the west in here, and then I want to propagate these elements and these settings in the west part too. This option is same for grids too. For example, if you have a elbow grids in here, if you want to apply these settings in here, you need to select your grids and propagate the extents of these grids in other elevations too. And it is same for your floor plans too. For example, if you have done something like in floor plans, you need to propagate it in other floor plans that you have. You can select all of them. To select all of them, select the first one and scroll down and hold on the shift and click another time, and then click on it, and it will select all of them, and it will propagate all of those shapes in all of the appropriate plans that we have. But let's check another one. For example, if I would change this, change the 4 again, let's go to the ground floor. As you can see, the 4 is not changed, so you need to do the propagate option any time that you change something. But the point in here, make sure you have finalized the first floor and then do the propagate to prevent from doing propagation multiple times. After creation of our levels and grids, to have some reference for our wall creation, now we want to create walls in Revit. Walls are a great element and important element in our buildings, and these elements will give our building a unique shape for our project, and will divide our spaces with them. Okay, now I have created some grids in here, and we have different levels too. For example, we have ground, base floor, first floor, and parapet and roof, and also we have all of those. Now let's create our walls. First of all, we have different kinds of things in walls. We have walls, the shape of walls in plan. Then we have the height of walls, and then we have the shape of walls in elevations, and then we have the wall layers. We will talk about them step by step in this video. First of all, let's talk about the plan view of our walls and how to control them. To access to wall, an architectural wall, you have two ways. The first way is to go to the architecture tab and in here, or you can press WA for getting access to wall tool, and then you will have these new properties, and you can see your modify slash place wall tab has been activated for you, and now you can create your wall. And also when you are creating a wall, you will see this option bar in here that you can change the height of it and those kind of things, but I'm not going to talk about all of them right now. We want to talk about the plan view of our walls. Now I have activated our wall tool in here. We have draw panel in here. We can create different kinds of, well, the first one is line. You just need to click once. Let me turn on the thin line in here to see the things better. Now, for example, click once, and now you can create your wall, and you can also type. You can specify the direction that your wall is gonna go, and then you can type to, for example, I want to create a wall in this direction, and I can press, for example, 3, and I will have a wall with 3-meter line. And I can create some other walls. This is a chain right now. When you click once, and the second click will be the continuous the wall that will complete the previous one. This option is oriented and originated from in here. If you would turn off the chain right now, when you click and when you draw your wall, you don't see any chain and any connection between the first wall and the second wall and the third and so on. You don't see any connection between those walls that you are creating. But let me turn on the chain again, and now let's create a wall in here. You just need to click on in here, and in here. You can create your walls very easily in here. Now we've created our walls with line tool. We have some other tools like rectangular and polygons and all of those. We have a rectangular. For rectangular, you just need to select it, and then you need to click twice. The first click is gonna be, for example, in here. The second click, for example, will be here or in here. You can specify wherever you want. And also, let me, for example, click on in here. I don't want to create it on grids, but I know I want, for example, 4-meter rectangular in width, and for example 4-meter in height. To change the height and width of the rectangle wall, you need to, for example, if you want to change the height of the wall, you need to select one of these two horizontal walls, for example, this one, and then you can change the temporary dimension line very easily. For example, let me put it on 4, and now we have a 4-meter height rectangle, and that's great. And also for changing the width of your rectangle, you can select one of these vertical walls in here, and then you have the dimension in here. But the important tip in here, if you want to create a wall from here to here, you need to select this one and change the dimension. But if this one is gonna be fixed and this one is gonna change, you need to select this one. For example, let me select it and press on 4. This is same for any shape that you select. So this is the rule that we have in Revit, and for these two. For example, this one is going to be fixed in here, so the dimension is gonna reduce from this way. So let me put it on 3. Now you can see the change in here. Let's go for other options for creating walls. Then we have our polygons. We have two kind of polygons. But before that, to understand the polygons better, let's create two circles in here. Let me press on circle, and then you need to specify the center of the circle, and then you need to specify the radius, for example, something like 3 meters, and then you will have your circle in here. And let's create another circle in here. Press WA, and let's create another circle in here with 3 meters. Let me select this one and drag it a little bit in here. These are the circles, and this is really easy. And after creating them, you can select one of these half circles, and you can change the dimension, for example, to 2 to any dimension that you want. These are two different circles that we've created. I've created two circles to show you the exact difference between two kind of polygons that we have. Let's go to the walls again, wall tool again, and then let's select the first one, and let's create a polygon from this center. You can change the numbers of sides in here. Important tip is that you need to specify the size before creating it. After creating your polygon, you can't change the size at all. So make sure to change it, to specify it first in here. For example, something like 8. And then let's go to the circle of this circle that we have. And then let's press 2. You can see this is inscribed polygon, and it shows us that this dimension in here will be surrounded by this circle. But let's test the second one, the second type of polygon in here, and let's see the difference. For example, something like this, and let's press 2. You can see right now the circle is inside the polygon, and it is really different. That's the example that you can understand this kind of polygons better, and you can increase the numbers of polygons as much as you want. And if you want, for example, a triangle, just put it on 3. Now you have a triangle. You can create a triangle very easily with this tool. And also if you want a rectangle, put it on 4. And now you have a rectangle that you can create, or any kind of shapes that you need. That was the polygon part. Let's go to the next one, and this is a start and radius. We had these draw panels and options in grids too, so they are familiar for you. Okay, for example, let's create a wall in here, and let's create another wall in here, and let's put the distance between them about 5 meters. And let's create an arc in here. To do that, let's go to the wall, and in here we have a start and radius arc. Let's select in here. The second click is gonna be in here, and then we have to specify the radius of it, or you can go up and you can lock it in here, or you can even create bigger arcs in here. But let me create something like this, and let's create another one for here too, to practice the arc creation. We have another kind of arcs in here, which is center and radius. For example, we have something like this, and then let's select this one, center and arc. Then we need to specify the center of it, and then we need to specify the radius, and then we need to specify the length of this circle in here. And then, for example, you don't need to learn trim in here, but after we've learned trim, we can trim these two and we can achieve our shape that we need. That was the next one. And also then we have some additional tools in here. We have tangent and arc, which is going to create a free tangent from the end of any wall you select. It's not going to work without anything. For example, I can create something like this. You need to have a base wall and you need to select the end of it, and then you can create this kind of free models for you. It is useful for some kind of design methods and designing methods. And let's go to the next one, that we have fillet arc. In Revit, to create a fillet, for example, for your triangles, you need to use the second tool, which is you need to activate your wall, and then in here you have fillet arc. Then click on it, and we have fillet arc in here, and then you have two ways to specify the fillet arc in here. For example, when I select two elements in here, I can specify the fillet number manually. For example, I can put it like this, and then I can select it in here and put it on something like 19 centimeter. To create, let's practice again. We have a fillet arc, click on it, and then select the first one and select the second element, and then you can hover over and you can specify the dimension that you want, and even you can change it afterward very easily. But if you want to create an equal fillet for all of these corners, you can do a better thing. Click on wall and go to the fillet arc, and in here make sure the radius option is turned on, and let's put it on something like 2. And now when you select two elements, it will create a fillet with the exact number you've specified for them. But the 2 meter is too high for this, so let's assign a lower number, something like 1, and then let's put it on 1 again. And now we have the fillets that we want. Okay, that was the fillet arc, and now we have another tool, which is ellipse. You may don't see this because it was, I don't know the exact version, but it has you only have ellipse walls, I think in 2022 or 2021, and you don't have ellipse walls before that. It's not really that helpful too. Okay, let's create some ellipse walls. You need to specify the center of it, and then you can select the first radius, and then you can specify the second radius, and then you have your ellipse ready for you. Okay, that's great. That was the ellipse. Let's go to the next one. And then we have partial ellipse too. You can specify the first part and the second part, and then you can specify the radius of it to create a partial ellipse for yourself. After learning all of these tools, we have another tool, which is my most favorite tool, and we have it involved in all of the tools that we have in Revit. We have this kind of drawing method, and that's peak line. I love it. And to use it involved, you can use it very easily too, and it is really helpful, especially if you have CAD files. You can really pick the CAD lines, and you can create your model very fast. Okay, let's go to the walls and let's go to the pick line again. And now you can easily create some walls according to the lines that you have or according to the walls that you have in here. Let's specify, for example, 5 meter. You don't need it to specify it in here. You need to specify it in here in the offset part. And then click on this one, for example. And now you have a wall with dimension of 5 meter between this and this. I will talk about the location line of the wall that will specify these dimensions, and we will talk about it later in this video. So don't really think about it right now. It is really simple. We will talk about it, or we can, for example, put it on 2, and now we have a wall in here, and you can, for example, click on these grids too and use these grids to create walls. And then when you've learned trims, you can create these kind of walls really fast. That was the way that you can create your walls in plan. But now let's go to the second part, which we will specify the height of our walls in Revit. After creating your levels in Revit, you can use them as a reference to create your walls and to create your height of your walls. Okay, when you select your walls and when you're, for example, in base floor, the base floor of that wall will be on the floor that you are in. For example, if we are in base floor, the base of this wall will be base floor. If we were on, for example, second floor, the base of this wall would be second floor. And now we are on base floor, so the base of this wall, as you can see in here, base constraint, is default on base floor. You can change it from here to, this is the bottom of your wall, or what you can change it in from here because it is specified as a default by Revit. And then make sure to put it on height. I'm not going to talk about the depths in here. And then you know the base of your wall. Now you can specify the top of your wall. For example, this is base floor. I want to create a wall between base floor and the second floor. So in here, you need to select the second floor for yourself, for example, like this. And then you can create your wall like the previous ways that we've learned. And let's go to one of the elevations that we have in here. And now you can see our walls are between our base floor. Let me give it an elbow to this. Our walls are between, let me put it on shaded to see it better. Our walls are between the base floor and the second floor. Let's go to the level again and let's create another wall between the first floor and second floor. To do that, select the wall again and let's create an rectangle wall and let's put it on the base. Let's put the base constraint. You can change them from here too. Let's put the base constraint on first floor and let's put the second. Let's put the top constraint on something like second floor. And let's draw this. You can see them in here because we are in base floor, but I will talk about the underlay and I will talk about the view range later. But just click twice in here and in here. Let's go to the elevation and now you can see we have a wall between first floor and second floor. These are the exact numbers, but sometimes you have some sort of walls that are, for example, between base floor and the top of those walls, for example, in here, for example, 30 centimeter or 40 centimeter under the second floor. Or you have some walls that the base of them are a little bit lower than the first floor. You can specify them very easily in Revit too. Just let's go to the, for example, let's go to the first floor to select these walls and let's go to the north. And then we have in properties, you can change them even after the creation. For example, let's put the base constraint on base floor. You can see the change in here. And let's put the top constraint on maybe first floor. And then I want to say that the base of the start of the wall is gonna be 30 centimeter above the base floor. To specify that, in base offset and top offset, you can specify that. In base offset, let's put that on something like 30 centimeter, and you can see this is a 30 centimeter offset between base floor and the base of your wall. If you will put it on minus numbers, the wall will extend below the level that you've specified. For example, let me put it on minus 30 centimeter. Now you can see the base of the wall is 30 centimeter below the level that you've assigned. We have the exact thing for top offset too. Let's put it on 30 centimeter. This is vice versa of the base. When you put plus numbers, it will go up. When you put minus numbers, it will go down. Let's select the walls again, and let's put the top offset on minus 30 centimeter, and now we have the walls in here. That was for the base offset and top offset for our walls. Another option that we want to learn, let's put it on shaded. The another option that we want to learn is the edit profile. Sometimes, for example, we have, let me delete these three, and let's learn how to create some openings in here. Some walls are not rectangular, and we have some walls with different shapes. But in Revit, you can edit the profile of this wall very easily in elevation or in 3D. For example, select this wall, and in here, click on Edit Profile. Then you will go to a new environment, which have this cross sign, and in this tick sign, which is I will name this one Finish, and I will name this one Close in this tutorial. You can create some holes in this wall very easily, and you can change the top shape of the wall to very easily with this tool, and it's gonna give you more freedom to create more complex walls in Revit. So you can create really great walls with this shape in here. You can go even further and create some more complex shapes, but don't play too much with it because you don't know anything about the modifier tools. I will talk about them later, but keep this in your mind and test it later. This is the edit profile that we learned. Now let's go and let's learn about the wall layers and the materials that we want to assign to our walls, and let's learn about the wall composition in height. For example, we want to have some strips or those kind of things. When you are using default metric or any template that you have, the template will contain different kinds of and different types of wall, but in any Revit template, you will have three main category of walls: basic walls, curtain walls, and stack walls. And we want to talk about all of them, and each of these walls has different layers and different kind of structures and different materials in them, and the layers are really customizable, and you can create any kind of walls that you want very easily in Revit. And when you want to create your walls, you will see all of the types that you have. We have a stack wall in here, curtain wall, and we have basic walls in here. And you will see, you may see different names, but it doesn't matter because we want to learn how to create any custom wall that we need for ourselves, and these are not really important for us, but they can be a good place to start to customize them. And another thing, that you can select any wall that you have created, and you can change the wall type of it. And also, when you're creating a wall, you can specify the type of the wall that you want to create. And another tip in here, that you can create walls in 3D too very easily in Revit. And this was the layers. But before going to layers, I'm going to show you another thing that we need to know. Let's go to the level 1, and let's click on WA again for creating walls. We have an option in here which is location line. When I am creating a wall in here, look at the cursor. This is in the center. This is at the center of the wall that I am creating. And when I am rotating my walls, you can see my cursor is at the center of my wall. But how we can create some walls from this face or this face? You only need to change your wall center line to finish face exterior or finish face interior. They're not really important for us right now because we can change it very easily without changing it in here. Click on finish face exterior and let's draw the wall again. As you can see, my cursor is at the top of it. But if you want to, for example, mirror your walls right now, for example, right now the thickness of the wall is inside this wall. I want to place the thickness of the wall at the right of the line that I'm creating. So just press space and it will change the place that you are creating your walls very easily. And this is the thing that you can do very easily, and you can even do it after placing your walls, but be careful, it will mirror it from here. So if you are doing this, you need to move it a little bit down to have the exact dimension that you are looking for. Okay, let's go to the 3D and let's talk about the layers again. The walls that I've created in here are basic walls, and the first category of wall that we want to learn about it. How to create a new wall with the custom layers that we need. To see the layers of walls, you need to put the detail level of your level on fine. So make sure it is on fine, and now you can see the layers of it. And to see them in color, let's put it on shaded, and now you have the color too, and all of them are visible with their layers. Let's create a new wall with the exact layers that we need. Click on wall and let's create a new wall. To start, I'm going to use generics because they are in one layer and we can customize them much easier. Click on edit type. The first thing you need to do is to create a duplicate, and let's name it, for example, TAT or TAT test 1, and click on OK. And then after renaming or duplicating your wall, you need to go to the structure part, and then in here we can see, if you are not seeing this, please make sure to click on preview, and now you can see the preview of these layers that you want to create. Don't overwhelm with this window. It is really easy. At the top of this window you can see different information about this wall, the type of the wall, the total thickness of all of the layers that you have created, and resistance and thermal mass that they are in result of the materials that you select. But I'm not going to dive into them. It's not really important in this stage. And in here we have different columns. We have function, we have material, we have thickness, and we have wrap, structural material, and variable. We will talk about all of them because all of them are important to achieve to the wall that you want, that you need. So, and we have the two core boundaries. These are not really important, but the rule of thumb is that place the structural part in the middle of your core, and place the finishing part and substrate part out of these core boundaries. And now I have the first layer that I need. The function will specify the function, as it says, the function of your layers, and it is really useful in wall joints. After seeing this tutorial, make sure to go and check another video that I will put in here and learn about the wall joint in Revit, and the functions are really helpful in there, and also they are really helpful in line management and plan creation. So make sure to place them on the appropriate thing. This is gonna be the structural part. Let's go to the material part. Click on this three dot in here, and it's gonna open the Revit material editor. I will talk about this window in detail, but just now click on the new material in here, and let's name it to something that we can search for it. After that, let's put it concrete, and let's use ready material from Enscape library. For example, I want this one, and to see it by color in shaded mode, you need to go to the graphic tab in here and click on use render appearance. We will talk about all of these later in this course, so make sure to, so don't worry, and we will talk about all of them. This was the first layer, and we can assign the thickness of it very easily too. Let me put it, for example, on 10 centimeter, and now you can see our thickness has changed. And now let's create our second and other layers of this wall. Now let's add more layers to this wall. To create a new layer, just click on insert in here, and then you will have a new layer with 0 thickness. Let's put it, for example, I want this one to be a cement, so let me put it on something like 2 centimeter, and let's change the material, and let's create a new material for it. Let's rename it, and let's call it TAT cement. Let's use, it's just for the shape, so I'm just going to use a concrete instead, but the name of it will be cement. And let's click on this one and click on OK, and we will have this a layer here. If you want to move this layer to here or to lower layers, you just need to select the layer, and in here you will have up and down options that you can change the order of the layers very easily, and make sure to put it on outside of the core boundary. And for the function, it's gonna be a substrate, so let me put it on substrate. Let's create a new another one. Let's put it on substrate, and let's bring it down. It's gonna be the exact layer in this side too. And then for the material, you don't need to select this one and select the material again. Just copy the name of the material and paste the name of the material in here, and it will assign the material automatically and intelligently to another layer too. Let's create another layer, and let's bring it at the end, and then let's select the finish function. You can select finish 1 or finish 2, but it is better to select finish 1 for the lower layer and finish 2 for the upper layer. Well, it's not really that different. It's just usable in inline weight management. Okay, let's select the finish 4 or finish 1, and let's put it on something like 1.5 centimeter or 1.5 centimeter, and let's put it on a tile that we have in here. Let's create a new material, and let's call it tile, and let's use a tile material in appearance library, in ceramics, in here, and in tile part. Let's select this part in here, let's select this tile in here, and let's put the graphic in. Use render appearance and click on OK, and OK. And in here it's gonna be, maybe let me delete this one, and let's create a wood layer in this part. Let me put it on finish, and let's put it on something like 2 centimeter, and let's change the material to wood, for example. And let's check this option in here, click on OK, and now we have our walls. And also you can see it in the vertical section too, and you can change the sample height of this section in here, in this part too. It doesn't affect the real project. It's just a symbolic thing to show you the layers in here, and when you select the layer, it will be highlighted in here too. And also we have another function here, which is member layer. This is the only function that will allow you to create some 0 thickness layers. It is usable to bring them in a schedules, but they are really narrow in thickness, so that you don't want to see them in your plans and in your sections. That's the usage of a member layer. And then click on OK. And now you have your wall and you can create it same as other walls that we had in Revit very easily, and you can see the layers in here and you can go back and modify it however you want very easily. And that was the first wall that we've created together. As you can see on the screen, sometimes our walls are not that simple and we need some additional details for sweeps, for revels, and the things that we are seeing here. First of all, in Revit, we have two ways to create more complex walls. We have a stack wall right here. As you can see, we have a wall that is combined with two wall or three wall or more. But we have some tools and advanced tools in basic walls too to create more complex walls. We have some advanced tools in basic walls like Revit that will we can say cut the wall. We have wall sweep that we can use for cornice, and we have split layers to be able to create different kind of materials in vertical placement too. Okay, that was it, and let's learn all of these in this session. Let's go to the level 1 and let's create a new wall with the things that we saw in this here. Let's select the wall tool in here and let's go to the edit type. Let me bring a basic wall first and let's create a advanced basic wall first, and then we will go and talk about the stack walls too. Let's go to the edit type, and in here let me zoom in and let's go to the edit structure, and in here let me make it a little bit smaller, and the sample height is just for here, so let me make the sample height a little bit shorter, something like 1 meter or 2 meter. That's great, and we have the layers in here too. I want a concrete casting site for the core part of my wall. I want to put it on 15 centimeter, and I want another layer at the top of it to be a substrate layer, and it's gonna be for example, cement. Let me create a new material and let's put it on cement or mortar, whatever you name it, and let me select appropriate appearance for it. It doesn't really matter, and let's put the graphic part on shaded too. I don't want to talk about the patterns here. Click on OK, and the thickness is gonna be about 2 centimeter. At the top of this mortar we have for example stone or tile. Let's click on insert and let's put it on finish, and let's create a material for it. Let's call it stone. That's great, and let's select stone from material library, something like this. Click on graphic and put it on graphic appearance too, and let's put the thickness of it on 2.5 centimeter. And at the interior part I'm going to create a wall for example for my wet places like kitchen, like bathroom, and those places. So I have to put some waterproofing layers. Let's click on insert and let's bring it down. In here let me put it on substrate and let's put it on 2 centimeter, and this is gonna be cement, but it will we need to split this to height of for example 60 centimeter and make it waterproofing material. To do that, click on insert and create a new layer with 0 thickness right now. Let's put it on a substrate and let me bring it down, And to be able to split this, let me change the color of cement and let me make it a little bit lighter and shaded to be able to work better. And now I want to split this wall in two parts. First 60 centimeters is gonna be waterproofing material and the other part's gonna be cement. So to do that, click on in here, you have to have these options. If you don't have them and or it is grayed out, make sure to put the view on the second part, not the second mode. Put it on section mode. If put on the first part or floor plan, you can't see it. You can use these tools, but when it is on section, you can all of the tools that we have here. Then in here, make sure to say goodbye to escape key on your keyboard, because when you press escape once, it will cancel all of the things that you have done. To create a new layer or to split this layer, in here click on a split region and then hover over the pen tool on the layer that you want to split. For example, I want to split this one. Click once and you will have this additional line that we have in here. Then click on modify and then select the line in here, and then you can specify the exact fixed distance and length that you want. For example, let me put it on 60 centimeter and then let me assign a waterproofing material to this. Let me search. Or let me search for proofing. This is, I'm gonna use this one. I'm not going to go in detail for materials in this video. Click on OK. And let me, okay, we have created new layer. Select the new layer with 0 thickness and then click on assign layer and then click on here. And then as you can see, this part is different with this part right now. But let me make the damp proofing a little bit darker to be different from the cement part. And now you can see the difference in here. And now I need another 1 centimeter mortar or cement at the top of this layer. So let's create a new layer. Let's bring it down. Let me put it on substrate. Let's copy this name and paste it here. Revit will recognize the material name and let's put it on 1 centimeter. And now we have another layer in here. But the problem is here that we don't need any line between these two because they are same materials. To get rid of this line in here, click on merge regions and click on this line in here. And now we can see exact thing and exact detail that we need in our wall. And then even you can delete this layer and you don't need it anymore and the walls will stay same. And then you can insert another layer and let me put it on finish. And now we can assign a tile at the top of this one. Let's create a new material. Let's name it tile. And let's assign a ready to use tile from Autodesk library to be able to make a finish for this one. Go to ceramic and in here click on tile and let's select this one for example. And let's go to the graphic tab and check the user render appearance. Click on OK. And let's put the thickness on 1.5 centimeter. Even you can type the centimeter unit and then you need to specify the unit after it, and then Revit will convert it to meter, that is your default unit. Click on OK. And now we have our first wall that we had in this picture. As you can see, we can see this detail in here. Let me create this wall in our floor plan. For example, in here, let me put it on level 1 to level 2, and let's put the base of it on 0. Let's create this wall. We will adjust it in 3D. I will talk about the section box. Just turn it off. And in here, we have the new wall that we've created for ourselves. We can't see any layer in here. To see it, you need to go in section, or you need to create a section for this wall that we have in here. To create a section for this wall in here, we can use section box tool. To use section box tool, you can activate it from properties, and in here, and you have to activate the section box, and then you have the section box in here when you turn it on, and you need to adjust the region of it manually and to see the details of wall that you have. But this is really hard and time consuming. To prevent from this, let me turn off the section box. Choose the element that you want to use section box on it, and then go to the modify tab, and in here we have a tool section box, or you can use SX for it. Click on it, and then the section box will adjust itself to the region that you have selected. And now in 2D we can see the details that we provided to our model really easily. Let me put it on realistic, and you can see it much better in here too. We have the tiles, we have the mortar or cement, we have the proofing, damp proofing or waterproofing, and then we have our core and other layers. That was the first thing that we can do in basic walls. But we have other options too. We can create sweeps and reveals too, to add or subtract a profile from your wall section. To do that, let's go to this is okay. Let's select this one and let's go to 3D, and let's go to the edit structure of this wall. Let's go to the edit again, and let me make it a little bit smaller. In here we have two other tools that are really important for us. We have sweeps, we have reveals. To understand these tools better, I've prepared a picture for you. You can see the additional part that we can add to our walls or wall sweeps. It can be any profile that you need. For example, you can use manufacturer profiles for corners of your walls, or any shape that you want to create on your walls, or even you can use that profiles to subtract them from your walls, so they are reveal. They are different with wall sweeps, so make sure to don't confuse between them, and they are really helpful to create better walls and walls with better details. To create a sweep and to add a sweep to your wall, click on sweep in here, and you will have this new window in here. You will see the list of sweeps in here. You can add multiple sweeps in just to one wall. For example, in some walls you need to use 3 or 4 sweeps to achieve the exact shape that you want to have in your walls. To add a new sweep, click on add, and in here you will have a new option in here. Click on apply to see it. This is the default profile that we have. The shape that will create your sweep is our profile. It is a default profile in here. I will create a new profile in this episode too to show you the power of sweeps. And then we have the material of this sweep. For example, we can assign gypsum to it. Let me click on gypsum and click on OK. And now then you have the distance. We can specify the distance from the bottom of the wall or from the top of the wall. The sweep that I want to create is at the base of the wall, and the distance gonna be 0. But if you have a wall, for example, and you want to create a sweep at, for example, 20 centimeter from the base of the wall, you need to specify 20 centimeter in here and click on apply, and you will see this in here. But let me put it on 0 and click on apply. If I would put the base on top, let me click on OK. It will put the sweep at the top of the wall, or you need to specify, for example, about 10 centimeter. in here to have it at the top of the wall, or you can use minus numbers to bring it down to put it in here, or even lower, something like minus 50 centimeter. It depends on you, but right now I want to put it on base and I want to put it on 0 and click on apply. And then we have orientation that you can use parallel to ground or parallel to face. It's not really useful right now. It's just useful for a slanted walls, not for here. And for the side, it is on exterior. If you would put it on interior, definitely it will put the sweep in this way, in this side, and even you can use offsets to bring it in or bring it out. For example, in this example that we have, a sweep, our sweep is a little bit inner in our wall. This is the right detail for the thing that I was looking for, but you can work on your details for yourself too. For example, let me click on OK and let me zoom in a little bit in here, and let's go to sweeps again, and I can create an offset in here, for example minus 2 centimeter. As you can see, it will go in your walls. But if you want to your sweeps subtract the parts that they are intersecting each other, make sure to check the, let me make it a little bit bigger. Make sure to check the cut wall option in here. Let me make it, I can make it bigger in here. Cut wall, make sure to check the cut wall in here to have a right detail in here. And I'm not put it on cuttable. I will talk about it later. You don't need it right now. We will talk about it in walls and those kind of parts, but most of the time we need it to be cuttable. And then we are good to go. Click on OK and we are good to go. But click on OK and let's see preview from it. We can see this in here, but I don't like the profile. I want a more maybe more beautiful profile. To create a profile and to load it in here, or you can download the families from internet, or you can create one for yourself. To create one for yourself, you need to go to the file menu and from here click on new, click on family, and in Revit, for example 2021, go to the or 2022, it depends on your version. Go to the family templates, select the country that you are in, and I am going to use English. And in here we have a environment which is metric generic profile or metric profile. This is the one that we need, metric profile. Click on open and we are good to go, and we will go to another environment, and this is completely different, but don't confuse, it's not really that hard. Just use the line in here and create the profile that you want, for example. But make sure to create your profile in this quarter, not here, not here, or not here, just here. I will show you why. Just for example, let's create about 3 centimeter line and about maybe 10 centimeter high, and let's create a cornice for ourselves, something like this. As I said, you can download the manufacturer profiles too very easily. This is a simple cornice that I'm going to create and load it into your project. But if you would do that, you can't receive any profile in wall sweep option. You need to go to the family again, and in here, make sure in properties, put the profile usage on wall sweep. And that's great. And load it again into your project and overwrite it. And now let's go to 3D and let's select our wall. Let's go to the edit type. And in here, let's go to the sweeps again. And in here, in profile part, change it to the family that you have created and click on apply. As you can see, we have the we have our sweeps in here, but let's get rid of this offset right now. Click on apply, and that's great. And maybe a little bit in, something like -1 would be okay, and click on OK, click on OK, and now we will have our new cornice and our new sweep in our walls. That was it, and now we can do the same for revels and to subtract from our walls too. Let's go to the walls edit type again. Let's go to the edit. Let me make this one a little bit smaller, and let's zoom in, and let's go to revels this time. The profiles are in revels and sweeps are the same, so if you have one profile in sweep, you can use it in revels too. Click on add, and in here, as you can see, we have too many profiles in here too, but let me put it on default. Click on apply. This is the profile, but you need to bring it a little bit upper, maybe about 10 centimeter. I want to create a small bond in here and a small subtract in here, so I'm going to put it on 10 centimeter from the base, and all of the options are same fit wall sweep. Click on OK. As you can see, click on OK, click on OK, and now I have a big big reveal on my wall, but I want to create a new one for it. So let's go to let me close this one, and let's go to the file menu, new again, click on file menu, new family, and let's find the metric profile again. Let's open it, and let's create our profile in here. I want a simple rectangle in here, and the dimensions are gonna be about 1 centimeter to about 1 centimeter. And in here, make sure to put the generic on reveal in here. Sorry, I said that they are same, but they are not same. And then load it into your project. And then let's go to 3D, and let's select the wall. Let's go to the edit type, and let's go to edit the structure again, and reveal part. We can change the profile of it to family 1. It is on sweeps. Let's go to reveal, sorry. And in here, let me put it on family 2. And now we have the things that we are looking for in here. Oh, that's great for me. And let me put the sweeps to the exact place that it was. And now I want something like this. Click on OK, click on OK. And now we have this detail in our wall very easily. Even you can create some sweeps, for example, in here very easily with these exact tools, and there is no limitation in them, and we can create two complex walls with this method. Before diving into stack walls, make sure to like and subscribe us, and make sure to share this course with your friends and colleagues. It will help me to create more tutorials like this. As I said, stack walls are a combination between two basic walls. So in here, in this part that you can see in this part, this is the fixed part and first basic wall, and this part is the second basic wall, and this is at the top of the first wall. So in the first basic wall, this layer, this layer, this layer, this layer are same in both walls, but after them, for the first wall and for the fixed part, we have two different layers with the layers that we have in the top one. I mostly use basic walls and modified basic walls, but sometimes in rare cases, or in some cases we can say, we have to use stack walls, and it is much faster in comparison with the using all of the tools that we have in modified walls. To create a stack wall, first of all, you need to create your two basic walls. Let's go to the wall tool or press WA and click on edit type. And in here, let me make it a little bit smaller. Let me change it to a generic wall. Let me duplicate it and let's rename it part 1. Click on OK. And then you have you need to create your layers. Let me assign it to concrete. After creating your part 1 wall, let's create the second wall. To do that, click on OK. Let's create a duplicate from this one and let's name it part 2. Click on OK and let's go to the edit wall again. And in here, I want to delete the tile part and I want to create another tile with more thickness, or we can say I want to create another material in here. We can say it in that way too. Let me put it on finish and let's put it on, I don't know, just a different material, it doesn't matter. And let me put the thickness on maybe 2 centimeter and click on OK and OK. That's great. And now after creating your 2 walls, you need to go to the walls again and in the stack walls, click on stack walls, click on edit. As you can see, this is a completely different edit type. Let's click on duplicate and let's name it test to create a new stack wall. Let's click on edit. Let me put the sample height on 2 meter. In here you can see this is 2 walls and you can't you don't edit the layers here. You just specify the basic wall types in here to create your complex walls. For example, for the first part, let me put it on part 1 that we created. And you can see in here. And for the second part, let me put it on part 2. And this is the second one. But let me make them reverse. I want part 1 in here and part 2 in here. And now, for the variable part, which is gonna be in here, it's gonna be variable. For example, if your wall is 4 meter, you have a fixed part, something like 1 meter for fixed part of your walls, and then the other part is variable. So for the first one, or for this part or variable part, you only can change the offset of it. For example, when you put it on 10 centimeter, it will go forward, or you can send it backward. This is not that hard. Let me put it on 0, and even you can flip the wall and it will flip the layers, as you can see in here, but I don't want to use them right now. And for this fixed part that we have here, you can specify the fixed part of your fixed part. Let me put it on 1 meter or maybe 70 centimeter, and I don't want any offset. Let's click on OK, click on OK, and let's create our wall in here. Let me press a space once. As you can see, we have our wall in here. Let me bring it in section box and let me create a section from it. You can see these layers are same, but the last layer are different in 2 basic walls. So it will give you this kind of walls, and you can work with it, and you can create more complex shapes too very easily. And now, after we've learned complex walls in Revit, I want to teach you how to use sections and modify tabs. Let's learn modify tools in Revit. After learning walls in Revit in the previous session, and also learning how to modify them, right now we want to learn how to move them, how to rotate them, scale them, and all of those things that we have in other software too, like AutoCAD and Vectorworks and all of them. We have all of them in Revit, and even they are more advanced in Revit in comparison with other software. So let's go in plan 1, and in here let's create some, and also let's go to 3D and see them in 3D too. Let me put it on shaded, and here let's go to modify tab, and in here we want to talk about the modify panel that we have in here. The first one and the easiest one is move and or MV for the shortcut. You can use whatever you want, but the tip and the point here that you need to select, it is not a must, but it is better to select your elements before activating the modify tools in comparison with other software. So for example, if I want to move this one, I can select it, and then the modify tab will automatically will be activated, and now I can select the tool that I need. For example, I selected move or MV, and then in the option bar we have two options. The first one is constraint, or it will work like ortho or F8 in AutoCAD, and also it will when it is active, it will contain the 90-degree angles. But if we have a disjoint too, but before explaining it, let's move this one. After activating the move tool, you need to specify the base point for movement, for example in here, and then in any direction that you like, you can specify the direction in here. You don't need to click anywhere, just specify the direction, and then you can just click and use temporary dimensions, or you can input your specific dimension and measurement that you need. For example, let me put it on 5, click on OK, and you can see it in here. But this move was in disjoint mode. But if I would activate the move again, and if I would turn off the disjoint option in here, let's move it again in here by 5 meters, you can see all of the connected walls will move too. So when the disjoint is off, the Revit will try to contain the connection between elements. But sometimes if you just want to move the specific element, you need to turn on the disjoint. So that was the point for disjoint move. And let's try once with the constraint option on too. When you turn on the constraint, and let's put the disjoint on off, and let's move it again. You can see I only can move this element in 4 major angles, in 0 angles and 90 and 180 angles. So that's the point with constraint. And also, if you don't want to use constraint when you are moving, you can press shift and hold shift, and it will activate constraint temporarily for you to, for example, when I hold shift, it will bring it in constraint. So that's another option that you can use. That was for the move option, or even you can just select your element and drag it wherever you want. It is another way to move. And also you can select your elements and use arrow keys on your keyboard to move it slightly in any direction that you like. So that's two other points, that's two other way that you can move your elements in Revit. Let's go to the second tool that we have in modify panel, and that is copy. For example, I want to create a copy from this wall in here. So let's select the wall in here, click on copy, or use CO for shortcut, and then specify the base point, for example the center point in here, and then again you can hold shift for constraint. You can click wherever you want your copy. Also, even you can specify the exact dimension. You can type it, something like this. But let's select this file again, press CO for shortcut, select the base point, and let's bring it in here. And now we have another wall from this type in here. Sometimes you want to create some multiple copies. When I do the copying in a traditional or in a basic way, without multiple option on, let me select this option and let's click on copy. When the constraint is the same with move, so I'm not going to explain it again, but with the multiple option, when it is turned off and when you create a copy, for example in 2 meter in here, it will exit from the copy move, and if you want to create another copy, you need to do the same process again. But sometimes we want to create some multiple copies. So when you click on copy and when you activate the copy tool, make sure to turn on the multiple tool for yourself. For example, let's click on multiple, and in here when I press 2, the copy tool will be remain activated for the second one too. For example, let's create another copy with 1. Let's create another copy with 0.5 meter in here. So that's the way to use copy for your project. The next option that we want to use, let me create a wall in here. The next option that I want to use is rotate. To rotate, select your elements again and click on rotate, or you can use RO for the shortcut. And then first of all, in any software, you can specify the pivot point for the rotate. By default, it is the center of the object, but if you want to change the pivot of the rotation, for example, to this corner, you can click on place, and then you can specify the point that you want to be the pivot point for rotation. For example, this point is great, and then you need to click once for the base place of your rotation, for example in here, and this second input is gonna be or angle, or just clicking again to specify the place that you want to have your rotated object. For example, I wanted to be in here, so click in here and it will be rotated in here. But it just rotated and didn't make any copy. If you want to do the copy and rotate at the same time, it is really easy. Select your element, click on rotate, place your pivot point, for example, in here, and make sure the copy is activated. This one will do the same thing here, so I'm not going to explain it again. Make sure to activate the copy and click on in here, and let's for example put it on 45 degree in this direction and click on enter, and now you will have a wall in 45 degree with this wall that you have in here. So that was a way that you can do the copy and rotate at the same time. The next tool is trim or extend. The trim and extend tool is combined in Revit, so you need to use them in combine, and it has a logic, and we want to learn the logic in here. I will pause the video, I will create some conditions, and we will continue. Okay, I made some different scenarios that you may encounter in your projects, and we will solve all of them. You can use trim and extend tool in here, or the shortcut is TR, but in here you don't need to select anything beforehand. So just click on trim, and for example, let's select this part and this part. You can see at the same time it will trim, and it also will extend this one to here. It will trim this part and it will extend this one to here. So it is much more smarter in comparison with the AutoCAD trim and other software trims. For example, if I would select this part of this wall and this, it will delete this part. So that's the logic in here. Let me trim these two together, and in here we have two options. The first way that, for example, the first intention would be to keep here and extend this one to here. So you need to use trim tool in here. It will do the same thing for you. The second intention would be keep this part and extend this part to here. So you can do it too. But the third intentions would be to just extend this wall to here. You can select the wall and you can drag this point in here, or in a more smart way, you can use another tool that we have here, just extend tool. It is just extend, it doesn't do any trim for you. The extend tool, you need to activate the extend tool in here, and then you need to specify the base reference, and you can specify the element that you want to extend it to there, and it will just extend this one to here, and it doesn't do any trim for you. And after that, even you can use trim to clear this part of your work. And in here, we have the exact things. We want to delete this part, and we want to create a clear space between these two rectangles. Just click in here, and in here, you will have the same thing that you want. In here, I want to clear this part, so I will select this and this. It will clear this part. In here, I want to make this, I just want to make this wall shorter to bring it in here. So I can use extend tool, and I can use this, and I can select this one. It will extend this wall to just here. Sometimes it is not that easy. I want to extend multiple walls, for example, in here. They are in different lengths. I want to extend all of them to here. So I can use another option that I have in here, multiple extend. You need to activate it, and then you will specify the base reference, and then you can drag all of the elements that you want to extend them to the point that you like. So that is much easier in comparison with selecting them one by one. But let's assume that we want to delete this part of the horizontal wall from here. When you use trim, default trim, when you do it, it will delete all of these parts. But I just want to delete this part. What's the solution? To do it, we have another tool in here, which is a split element. You need to click on a split element, and when you hover over this pen on any wall, you can split the wall in two parts. For example, when I split it, you will see a line in here, and then I can use trim, and I can create the situation that I like to have, and also I can, for example, select these two and create a copy from them in here, and then I can use trim again, TR, and create this kind of situation that I like. So that was a situation that you can encounter. You can solve it with a combination of trim and split tool in here. The next thing that we want to have is align tool. Let me place just a furniture. We will talk about the furniture later. Just let me place some tables or desks in here, and I want to align these with the wall. You can select them and move them, but it is not that intuitive. But you can use align tool, or the basic shortcut is AL for it. You can use align tool, and you need to specify the base line, and then you can click on the line that you want to be aligned with that. So just click on it, and it will be aligned. And also we can do it multiple times very easily. And for example, let's align this part with this part. It is aligned in vertical, and let's align this line with this line. It will align it in here, or even you can align them center by center. So that's the way that you can align. And also we can use aligns in 3D too. For example, let's assume that we have walls with different height. We want to make them at the same height. That's really easy to use aligns with it. So let me create some walls in here. For example, let's convert these two heights to this one. To do that, click on align and zoom in and choose this face in here, and then select the faces that you want to align it with it. And even we have a lock option in here. Let's lock it, and let's align the third one too. And also you have the multiple alignment tool in here too, so you can align multiple faces at the same time. And let's lock this one too. But what does lock will serve us? What does it? When you change the height of any one of these three wall, it will because they are locked, they will change them. They will change by each other, and they are locked with each other. So that's the point in here. And you can use aligns in 3D too. For example, you can align. Let me place some other furnitures in here. You can see that orientation is different, but when you do the alignment with this face, I'm using AL for it. And when I choose this face, it will rotate the object too, and you can see the orientation is same. So this is really helpful, and align is one of my favorite tool in Revit. So use it, and you will see that it will enhance your processes. After learning align, let's learn offset in Revit. So that maybe you're looking for offset. But personally, I don't use offset a lot because we have peak line in any tool that we have in Revit. We can use peak line as an offset. For example, let me put it on 2 meter, and you can use peak line as an offset very easily. But sometimes for creating multiple offsets at the same time, it is useful. Click on offset, and then you can specify the numerical number of it. For example, let me put it on 5 meter, and then you can hover over on the element that you want to create an offset, and then you will see a preview from down or above. The switch between them is not really that hard. You only need to hover over your cursor on it, and it will give you multiple options above of it or bottom of it. So that's not very hard, and just you only need to click once, and then you will have the offset. But why did the whole design changed? Because there was no copy, and it will contain the connection too. So if you want to create another copy in here, you need to make sure the copy option is on, and then let's create another offset in here, and you can create multiple offsets at the same time. But the cool thing here that I love is that you need to, for example, you can put it on 3 meter, and you can hover over on just one of your walls in here, and you can press tab, and then you can create a whole new area for your design. For example, you can create a 5 meter offset from your basic plan shape or any other shape that you have. You can even use it in interior parts. For example, let's create a 2 meter. Let's put it on 2 meter, and let's press tab again. And sometimes it doesn't work, and it doesn't work all the time. So it just works most of the time, but sometimes it doesn't work. In here, you can see with 2 meter it doesn't work, but it works. Sorry, but for the interior part it didn't work. Let me put it on 2 meter, and let's press tab once, and you can see I've made another offset in here. Let me delete this one. It's not that functional, but sometimes it is useful. When we go in floors and roofs, you can see they are useful. All of them are not that functional in walls, but some of these tools will be more functional in other tools like roof, floors, and those things. And the next tool that we want to use is mirror. In Revit, we have two kind of mirrors, or two different tools for mirrors. Both of them do mirror, obviously, but they are a little bit different. This is, for example, our axis that we want to mirror our walls against it. And let's create another axis in here. And sometimes you don't have this kind of references in your model, and you need to draw your axis. In that situation, you need to use draw axis mirror. But sometimes you have the wall that you want to mirror things against it, and you don't need to draw your axis, and you just want to pick an element as an axis. So in that time, you need to use mirror pick axis. So that's the difference. Let's use them. For example, let's select this unit, and let's click on mirror draw axis, or DM, and let's draw our axis, for example, in here, and it will mirror it at the axis that we draw. But sometimes, for example, we want to mirror these against this wall or at the axis of this wall. So we need to click on mirror pick axis, and we can select the center of this file, and it will mirror these things in here with usage of this wall as an axis. And also we can use we can mirror these with this wall too. So again, put it on mirror axis and select this one, and you have the mirrors. So that's not really hard, and that is really easy and intuitive to work with mirrors in Revit. The next tool that we want to learn is array. For example, we have array is not really helpful in walls. As I said, it will be more functional in other tools. For example, we want to create WC unit in here, and we want to have multiple of it. So we can use arrays. For example, let's select these two and let's click on array, or you can use AR as a shortcut. And then we have two different kind of arrays. We have linear array and radial array. And in each of them, we have two different methods, second and last. I will talk about all of them, so don't worry, and we will learn it, and we will learn them, and they are really easy. For example, in linear mode, we have two different methods. The first method is is second, that you will specify the distance between the first one and the second one. For example, let me select the baseline, and I want the next unit be in here. And then it will be something like this, and then you can specify the number of them. For example, 5. It is on last, sorry, let me put it on second. Let's select them again. Let's put it on linear and second, and let's do the same thing again, and then specify the number of them. For example, 5, and it will copy them after each other. And for example, you can understand how many units that you can fit in here. That was the second linear and second mode. Let's use last mode too. For example, in last mode, you will create the last wall, or you have the last wall, and let's create a horizontal line in here. And let's select the first wall. We have the first wall, just let's split them in here. Or maybe, that's great. And let's split them another time in here. And let's select this wall, and let's select array again, and let's put it on last this time. And let's say the last place of our place is here. Let's select this one, click on it, click in here once, and then you can specify the number of walls that you need to have in the middle of them. We will delete the last one after our work is done because they are overlapping. But for example, you can change it on 10. Don't care about it right now. You can put it on 15. Let me delete these ones. And let's see it again. Even after creating your array, you can select one of them and you can change the number of them. It is really great because it will give you more potential to use array. But the downside is that it will make them as groups, and when you ungroup them, you won't have the array option anymore. So that's the point that you need to know in here. But we will talk about the groups later, so don't worry about it. And that was for the linear and last option for our arrays. But we have some linear options too. That's not functional in walls, but it is functional in some of designs, and especially it is functional in placing seats and those kind of things in stadiums and those places. But let's create a wall in here, and let's select it, and let's activate the array tool, and then we will have linear and radial, and let's put it on radial in here, and we will have last and second option. They will do the same thing in here too. And another option that you have in here is place for the rotation of this array. Let me put it on here, and let's use last in this option. For example, select your base, select your array start, and you can specify the end of your radial zone of your array. For example, let's put it on 180, and then you can specify the numbers between these two. For example, let's put it on 8, 9, and if you want a full circle array, select it and drag this line in here and make it by yourself, and this is manual in here. And then you can select one of them and you can change the number very easily in here. So that's not really hard. But in the second mode, which is second in linear, Again, let's select this one, select array and activate it, place your base rotation in here, and in the second mode it is exactly like a linear array. You need to specify the start of your array and the angle between each of them. For example, you want an angle about 20 degrees between each of your elements, and then you can specify the number of elements that you want with this angle in order of each other. For example, let's put it on 10, and when I put it, for example, on 20, it will create a full circle, or you can use 19 in here. It doesn't make more because it will be more than 360. The minimum number is need to be lower than 360. For example, like put it on 50, 60, and maybe 70 will be the last number, or 80. You can see it will both of them are at the as same, but it depends on your needs and the way that you want to achieve this goal, and it is the different option that Revit will give you in arrays for you. We have a scale option, but we don't use it in here. It's not that similar to AutoCAD scale or 3ds Max scale, but if you are a pro user, if you are a beginner user, you don't need to learn it right now. We will learn it after in later sessions. But if you are a pro session, I have a video about scaling Revit families. I will put the link in here. Go and watch that too. You will learn how to scale Revit families and also imported families. That was the modify part of this session, and now let's learn about sections in Revit and also snap settings in Revit. After creating your walls and your buildings, it is nice to have a section. To create a section, you only need to go to the View tab, and in here we have a section. You can create section with just two click, the first click and the second click. And now you have your section. You can specify the region or the depth of your section, and also you can change the section place very easily. And let's click on it, and the magic happens, and you have your section in 1 minute. And let's press WT for view tiles, and let's change the section part. For example, in here, let's put it on in here. You can see the difference in live view. This is amazing. You will forget about the nightmare of section in AutoCAD. And also you can also create some split sections that I have uploaded another video about a split section. I will put the link in here. You can go and watch that too, and you can learn the split sections in Revit too. And you can change the direction of your section very easily with this tool you have in here. You can change the direction of your section very easily with this option. And also another thing that we have in here is that you can make your section view smaller. For example, let's press WT again. Let's go in view plan. Let's select it, and when I make it smaller in here, you will see the section will be smaller too. But the symbols are separate, so you need to adjust the symbols separately in here. So that's the reason that you have to adjust them manually. And that was it for the section part. And this is a beginner part for section, so I'm not going to go in details. And you will have some options in edit type for section, the tag of it and the shape of the section tag, and the other options are not that functional, so I'm not going to go in detail in here. Let's press TW in here to go to the full screen mode. Let's delete this one, or we can let's put it be in here. The next option that we need and the next tool that we need to learn in this course is snap options. By default, all of the snaps are activated in Revit, and when you go, for example, in here, it will have intersection. When you go in the middle, you will have the middle snaps, and also you will have the end snaps too. But sometimes, for example, I want to create a wall from the center of this circle, and it is not activated by default. To use these sections and to activate the exact snap that you want to use, we have some shortcuts. For example, I want to create a wall from the center of it. I will activate the wall tool, and then I press SC for center of this wall, and when I hover over the perimeter of this circle, I will have the center of the circle, and then you need to click once, and then the start point of your wall will be the center of this circle. Let's do it again. Activate the wall and hover over it in here and press SC for the center of the circle and click again, and you will have the wall from the center of this wall. And if you want to access to the settings of snaps and to see all of the shortcuts for each snap that you have in Revit, go to the Manage tab, and in here we have a snap, and you can see we have all of the shortcuts for endpoint, midpoint, nearest, intersection, and all of those in Revit, and you can deactivate any of them that are irritating you in your design. Some of them are not that useful in some designs. So for example, in some design I don't use parallel, and I turn it off, so that will help me to work faster. So that's your preference, and you can adjust it by your preference at any time that you like. So that's not about a specific role. I've modeled a sample unit, a small unit, and we want to place doors and windows in here. But before that, I've imported the image. Let's pin it and make sure that you don't select pins in here from this part, and it doesn't select anymore, and it is better to work. To place doors and windows, to place doors, you need to go to the Architecture tab and Build panel, click on Doors, or you can use DR for shortcut, and then you will have the door families and their types in here. But because this is a default project, I just have a one door, but we will learn how to bring new doors too. For example, let's select this one and let's place it in here, or let's select a bigger one, maybe bigger, this one. When you are hovering over in free space, you don't see anything, because the doors and windows are host-based families. What does it mean? It means that you need to place them on walls or other hosts. But so you need to hover over your family on walls to be able to see the preview of it. So you need to have a wall first, and then you can place your doors and windows. To place it, just hover over the mouse on walls, and then you can see the preview of it. To bring it outside or inside, just change the location of your cursor, and to change the hinge direction, just press space to change the hinge direction too. And then, for example, let's place it in here, click it, and then you are good to go. And even after placement, you can select the door, and then you have two grip in here. The first one will change the direction of hinge, and the second one will change the outside and inside part of the door. So let's change the hinge direction to this part, and let's place another door for this part. To do it, press the R or select the door again. Let's choose a smaller one for this place, maybe this one, and let's place it in here. That's great. This was our doors. But there are some options, and there is a note that you need to know how to bring new doors, for example double doors and those kind of doors. To do that, let's go to 3D to see the preview, and let's put it on shaded to see it better. These are the doors that we've placed. There are some options that you can choose in doors. For example, because I was in level 1, it placed the walls on level 1. But sometimes you need to have a threshold, or we can say we need to have a seal height. To adjust it in properties, you can adjust it, for example, to 10 centimeter, and this distance between the level 1 and the bottom of this door is 10 centimeter, right? Well, let's put it on 0, and also you can change the level of it easily, and that's not hard. That's another option that you need to know about the walls. And even after placement, you can change the position of it with move, and you can create copy from it, and you can do any modification that you've learned in the previous video on the wall, on the doors too. And let's bring some new doors, because this is really limited and we don't only have single doors and doors with the solid panel in our building. First resource for new doors is Revit library, Revit default library. To bring new doors, go to the Insert tab and click on Load Family, and go to the library or Revit, for example, RVT 2020. Then go to the library and let's check. Let's select the English part, and let's go to the doors family. There is a tip here. In this video, I'm not going to cover curtain wall doors. We will talk about the curtain walls and their doors in another video, so don't use these doors you can see in here, but the other doors you can use it in any part you want. For example, let's bring this one and this one, and also you have some commercial door in here, and also some residential door in this part. For example, let's bring this one, and let's bring this one and this one, and a double door too, for example this one. Click on open, and the window that you are seeing in here, this is the family type catalog. Don't confuse yourself, just select the types that you want from each door. But from the first, let's select these, from the second one, 2, and let's select some types from each of them, and let's click on OK to load all of them. After bringing new types of door, if you want to change the existing door selected and just change it from the type selector, you can see the new doors that we have in here with different types. You can change it very easily. Let's go to 3D to see the change. Let's select a bigger type. You can see this is the new door that we've brought to our project, or even let's choose a bigger one. Let's place it on a right place in level, and also we can change them in 3D, or when you are placing your doors, you can change the type from here to, for example, let's bring this one, and let's choose the biggest one, and let's place it, for example, here. And let's go to 3D. You can see the door in here too, and make sure your details are in high and in fine mode, because some of the details are not showing in medium and those kind of places, so make sure to put it on fine to see all of the details. I have another tip for you. Sometimes the families that you bring in are not the exact size that you need. It's not really a big problem. If the family is parametric, you can change it very easily. Let's go to 3D to see it better. For example, let's select this one, and let's go to the edit type of this door. You can see this is a parametric family, and in here we have width and height parameter. Just click on duplicate to create a new type. For example, let's call it 1 to 22 meter, 1 multiple 2 meter. And then let's put the width on 1 meter, and let's put the height on 2 meter. Click on OK, and now you have a new door with new size with the exact design that you've liked before. So that's not really hard to create a new door if the condition is here, if the family is parametric. So make sure the families are parametric. But maybe you are asking what we can do if all of these doors are not useful for us, and we can't create new families and create new objects. That's not a big problem, because Revit has a great community, and we have millions of objects, ready objects that you can download for free and you can use them. I have another video about the websites that you can download Revit family for free, but I will introduce some of them in here too. I will put the link for another video in here. You can go and watch that too after this video, but let's review some of them too. We have Revit City, we have Beam Object, we have this one too, we have CAD Forum, we have Modular, we have Arcad. We have all of these websites are great, but personally I use NBS and Beam Object the most in comparison with others, but other ones are good for some specifics too that I've explained all of them in my other videos, so make sure to check that too. Okay, that was the placement of doors, and there are some options in here. Identification, for example, you can mark them, and in scheduling the marks are really useful. You can schedule them by mark, but I will explain the doors and windows schedules in another video too. But we have some other options in here that are not really useful, and we have also some parameters for the materials in here, but when you've learned the materials, you can change the materials in here too. That was the door part, and that wasn't hard at all. And let's learn about the windows. For windows, this is the same, and there is no additional parameter in here. Just click on window in here, or WN for the shortcut, and by default in here I have three kind of windows. For example, let's select this one, and then we can place it wherever you want, and then you need to specify OKB or still height 2. For example, let's put it on 70 centimeter, and let's put it on a smaller type, and let's bring it in here. For the windows, we have two placement options too. For example, inner side or outer side of the window. For example, let's put this one in a inner side, and let's place another one in outer side to see the difference. Let's go to 3D and let's see the results. You can see the result is different, and the placement of the panel are different in two different methods. So make sure that you're placing your family according to the intent that you have in your mind. And in the windows, you can change the parameters too, and even you can bring some new families. For example, let's bring this one. For the families, you can drag the families into your Revit session, and you don't need to go to the insert tab too. You can do it in that method too. Even you can place your doors and windows in the 3D too, and then you can adjust the placement of them. For example, let's place this one in here. Let's put the sill height on 70 centimeter, and you can change the placement in plans too. So that's the way that you can bring new windows too. So that wasn't hard, was it? And if this video has been helpful so far, please don't forget to like this video and share it with your friends and colleagues. It will help us a lot to create more videos like this. So that was the doors and windows placement part. Let's learn about the columns. Now let's learn about the columns in Revit. In Revit, we have two kind of columns: the structural columns and architectural columns. As their names explain, when we are doing architectural works, we use architectural columns, or we can say in decorative way we use architectural columns. But for structural works and structural elements, we need to use a structural column. By default, in our architectural tab, when you click on column, it will create a structural column. To use architectural columns, you need to click on drop down, and you can see the column architectural, and then you are good to go to use anything you want. But there are some differences between these two categories of columns, so let's learn about them. But before that, let's use a structural column, and then we will talk about the architectural column and their behavior. Let's click on column, and then in option bar we have again two parameter, height and depth. I'm gonna height guy. I height all the time. So let's put the height on height mode, and let's put it on level 2. It will create a column between level 1 and level 2. Right now we just use vertical column. I'm not going to talk about the slanted column right now. And then in here, click on the family column you want to bring in. For example, if you have concrete columns and we have still columns. You can click on load family and you can bring new columns, but make sure when you are in a Revit library folder, for structural columns you need to go in here and click on a structural column, not the columns. Columns are for architectural columns. Click on a structural columns and then specify the material that you are going to work with. For example, I'm going to work with the steel right now, and then select the profile that you need. For example, this one, click on open, and then again you will have the different types of each column. Click on these and bring them in, and then you will have the new type of columns in here too. You can bring concrete columns and wood columns too. For example, let's put it on wood columns and this one, and let's bring it in here. When you want to place columns, it is much better to have grids. It will give you more freedom and better placement for grids. I will talk about the features right now. When you hover over your mouse to the intersection of each grid, you will see both of them will go blue, and you can understand the center of your column are in center of intersection. And you can use a space bar to rotate your column in different directions, and then you need to press once and your column will be placed. And you can do it manually for all of these by yourself and place them very easily. But there is a problem, and the manual placement is a little bit time consuming. So when you have grids, the only thing you need to do is to click on add grid in here, and then select the grids that you want to place your columns. You can see the preview and the magic of Revit, and then click on finish, and you will see all of the columns are placed for you in a second. And we can see the columns and grids in here too. Let's put it on shaded, and you can see the columns in here. Even you can do it for steel columns too. Let's test it for steel columns. Let's click on column, and then let's select a steel column in here, maybe this one. Let's place it in here. Let's select a bigger one. Let's place it in here. But before that, click on add grid and select all of the grids, or even you can unselect one of them and it will ignore the intersection between those grids. Let's select it again and click on finish. And then, for example, sometimes you don't have some columns in some intersections, you can easily delete them. It is much faster in comparison with manual placement for each of them. So this is the recommended way. This is my recommended way. Okay, that's great. And let's place some structural columns in walls to see the difference. First of all, let's select this one, click on create similar, and let's place a steel column in here, and let's place a structural concrete column in here. Let's choose a bigger one and let's place it in here. What's the difference in here? The difference is in steel columns you don't have to do anything, and they are in here, and you can go on and you can put it on here. But in the concrete columns, as you can see, the wall and the concrete column are overlapping. To prevent from this, go to the modify tab and click on join, and you need to join these two manually to prevent from doing it. And now when I select the wall, you can see there are no overlapping between these two elements in here. So that's the difference between concrete columns and steel columns in a structure. There are not really other options, but we have the width and height in here too. It's B and H in here. You can click on duplicate and you can create a new type of columns for yourself. So that's not a big problem too. So in that way you can place your columns. But we have some columns that are decorative. For example, this one and this one. Let's go to 3D and let's see these columns. For example, we have some decorative or classical columns, and we can place it in our projects. To do it, to bring them in and to use them, let's go to level 1, click on drop down column and click on column architectural. To bring new families for this category, you need to click on load family, go to the Revit library and make sure that you are choosing column folder in here, and choose the appropriate column that you want. I've loaded some of them, so I'm not going to load them again. So then let's place this one, for example, in here. You can see there is a big difference in here, because this is a architectural column. Revit will try to adapt the wall and according to the column, and it will give the column the exact materials that our walls have. But if it is okay and it is great for you, use it. But if it's not okay for you, click on unjoin in here and click on in here. As you can see, they are unjoined and they are overlapping. This is not a good place to start, but when you join them again, it will happen again. So if you want to have a completely different material for columns, you need to use structural columns. And if you want to do if you want to have something like this, make sure to use architectural columns instead. So that's another difference that we have, and we have some decorative and, for example, classical columns in here. But again, you can see the behavior is not that great, so we need to click on unjoin. And if you want to have this, you need to split your walls from the sides to prevent from having a awkward material, or you need to bring it, for example, in here in front of your walls. So that's the difference. We have another option in here that, for example, we have placed our architectural columns and our decorative columns. Then we can place our structural columns at top of and inside of the architectural columns. To do it, you need to go to the architecture tab and then click on columns again, and in here we have add columns. Click on add columns and select the column, select the type of the structural columns that you want to place it, for example this one, and select the architectural columns, and you can see the preview. Click on finish, and now in the inside of the architectural columns we have our structural columns too, and this is a detail that in most of the case happens, so that's a great way to achieve that detail too. First of all, let's learn floors, and then we will talk about the roofs too. In floors, again, we have two kind of floors: structural floors and architectural floors. But right now I want to talk about the architectural floors. For example, in here we want to create floors for this plan that I have here. To do that, you need to go to the architectural tab and build panel, and then floor. Then again, like wall, you have different types of floor with different layers. But let's choose a generic one and let's learn how to create new ones. If you don't have any walls, you can use lines, you can use rectangles and all of those tools like walls to create floors. And then you need to click on finish, and then you have your floor. And even you can after creating of your floor, you can select it, and you can change the boundary of your floor very easily with move and all of the modification tool that we've learned. And that's the way that you can create floor. But it's not the easiest way and most optimized way to create floors. If you have created your walls, you can easily create your floors according to the walls. But how we can do it? We have two different tools in addition to all of the other tools that we've learned. We have two addition tools in here. We have pick line that we had in other tools too. We can pick the, for example, wall edges like this, and then click on finish to have our floor in here. This is the way that you can use from pick line. Or for example, right now I can change the placement of these to the outer edge. To do that, I can use offset, turn off the copy, and for example, let's test 20 or maybe 50. press tab, or if it didn't work, you need to do it manually to have the floor for the outer edges. It was a way, but we have a better way too, even better than this. That is peak wall. When you are creating floors, you have peak wall option too. The peak wall tool, as the name explains, you need to peak the walls. But before that, don't make sure to uncheck the extend to wall course and select the walls very easily. You can press tab to select the whole area, and like this. And if you want to have a floor for inner edge, you need to click on this arrow in here, and it will change the direction of the floor from the outer edge to inner edge. And then let me place it again in here, and then you can create your floor very easily. But usually we have a main floor for all of the parts of the building, for example our concrete floor, and then for each area we have architectural floors or architectural finishes. To do it, you need to create a floor at the top of the base floor. For example, click on a pick line in here, and let's pick these edges, interior edges in here. This one, speed up. This one, and let's click on TR and trim, and let's trim these areas. And let's go to the edit type, and let's duplicate, and let's call it, for example, ceramic or parquet or anything you want to use for your finishes. And then before doing it, let's learn about the layers too. To create layers for floors, it is exactly like walls. So if you are familiar with wall, it will be much easier. Click on edit and then preview. You will see the layers in here. Again, as walls, we have functions, materials, and thicknesses. For example, for the function, let me put it on substrate, and let's put the material on something like concrete, maybe this one. Click on OK, and let's put the thickness on something like 2 centimeters. It's gonna be the mortar of our ceramic. Let's create another layer, and let's put it on finish, and let's move it to the outer side of core, and let's put the material on ceramic. For example, it can be okay, or you can use ready to use materials too. Let me see the material. It's not that suitable, so let's choose a right ceramic or tile from here, maybe this one, and click on OK and OK, and the thickness should be 1 centimeter, for example. Let me change the material a little bit, and let's put the graphic on user render appearance. Click on OK and OK, and let's trim this part too, and then click on finish, and Revit will tell you that these floors are overlapping. To prevent from this, you need to check the thickness in here. This is 3 centimeters, so you need to give an offset about 3 centimeters to the finish floor to have the floors easily in here. Let's see it in section or 3D section to understand it much better. As you can see right now, we have our walls in here, our main floor and a structural floor in here, and then we have our finish floors in here, and we need to create finish floors or finish layers for each room separately. For example, if you want to use parquets in here, you need to create the second type of floor for your parquets and use it in here. So that's the way that you can create floors in your buildings. But sometimes there is a tip that I'm going to show you in here, and that is the finished floors in, for example, bathroom that you want to place a item for sloping to it to, for example, gather the water. So to do it, you need to create another floor in here, and this time let's use peak line again. In here, let's assign a 3 centimeter offset. Click on TR for trim, and we are good to go. Click on finish, and in here we need to trim it in here too. Click on finish and assign a 3 centimeter offset again to have the floor in here. And now we want to place our slope and a sloping point in here. To edit it like that, you need to use these shape editing tool that we have in here. For the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to drag it outside to see it better. And we have some tools to change the slope of our floor very intuitive. To do that, you have points and a split line. But before that, click on modify, and you can see we have different edges in here, and we have different points. And when you click on them, for example this point, you can change the height of that specific point, and all of the other points will change their slope in according to the specified point that you've achieved. It's okay for it's useful for kind of concept modeling, but it's more useful for sloping your floors and sloping your sides and roofs. But there is a problem, and so in construction, the mortar will fill the slope, and the mortar is the part that will create the slope. To simulate those kind of situations, you need to go to the edit type of this floor, and then in edit you need to make sure that you have checked on the variable option in here. And let's edit this floor again to see the difference. Let me bring it in 3D section to see the layers, something like this. And then select the floor and modify this edge, for example, to something like 10 centimeter. Now you can see, let me bring the section in here. You can see the variable layer will be, as the name explains, is variable, and the other layer is fixed, and it will be very variable, and it will calculate the volume of the mortar very precisely too. But sometimes we don't want to give a slope to an edge or to a corner. We want to create a slope, for example, to the middle of somewhere or to the middle of bathroom. For example, to do that, you need to select your floor, and you can add a point at the middle of this. But this is not that precise, so we have some split line. Let's use a split line. And click in here, press SE for snap to end, and then again select in here, select this one, press SE for a snap, and put it in here. And now at the intersection of these tiles and these split lines, it will give you another point that you can modify it very intuitive or very easily. For example, I can adjust it to something like -2 centimeter, and all of the points and all of the parts will be adjusted, and the slope will be adjusted according to this point. For example, let's go to the section, and you can see the section in here very right in here. But let's reset the shape and achieve to the basic form that we had. Another tip that we want to cover in the beginner part of floors is how you can create a void inside of this one. This is really easy. You need to click on edit boundary, and then create another closed loops inside of the first loop, and then you have the void that you want to achieve to it. We have some more advanced opening tools that we will talk about them in the future, but right now this is the tips that enough for you that you want to start your beginner journey in Revit. This was the floor part. If this video has been helpful, please don't forget to like this video to help me and this video to reach to more people. Let's talk about the roofs right now, and let's talk about the slope roofs and gable roof and all of the roofs that we have in most of the time in residential homes and residential houses and residential architecture. To draw and model roofs, we have a specific tool in Revit about roofs, and there are two ways to create roofs. The first way is roof by footprint, and we have roof by extrusion. Most of the time we use roof by footprint, but sometimes for some more complex shapes or more maybe we can say extravagant and awkward shapes, we use roof by extrusion. But there are some tips and tricks about the roof by footprint that you need to know, and there are some we can say different ways to model each roof, so it's not a fixed way for each roof. But in this video I'm gonna talk about some about 3 or 4 samples, but we will cover about all of the shapes that you can create with roof tool in future videos. But in here, click on roof and roof by footprint, and then specify the exact level that you want to create your roof on. Click on yes, and then you have the tools that we had in floor 2. For the layers, it's same with floors that we covered earlier in this video, so I'm not going to cover the layers again. And then you can specify the place that you want to create your roof. For example, let's choose this rectangle in here, and let's assign a 1 meter offset in here, and let's create our roof boundary in here. You can see there are some rectangles, triangle symbols in here. These are the symbol for a slope roof. If you want a flat roof, select all of them and turn off the define slope. But if you want a slope roof, in each side you can specify the slope by degree or any unit that you want. You need to change the slope unit in project units to anything that you want. For example, but let's accept the defaults and click on finish. Now you can see we have a really great and beautiful roof. And then you need to choose your walls and attach it to the roof, and your walls will adapt themselves to the shape of the roof. Let's choose a thinner roof, and now this is the hip roof, and then you can change the slopes even with edit footprint and selecting, for example, these two, and let's put it on something smaller, maybe 15, and you will see the change in the shape as soon as possible. Or you can change it manually with this script that we have in here, for example, this kind of hip roof. But there are some more options. We have some industrial shapes too for roofs that has slopes just by 2 sides of them. To create those kind of roofs, click on edit footprint and select these 2 edges and click on and uncheck the define slope, and then you will have these kind of roofs too. So that's 2 ways of these roofs. But for these shapes, the Revit will create the most optimized, most of the time we can say most optimized roofs too. For example, click on let's create similar from this roof. Click on yes, and let's click on peak wall and put the offset on maybe 15 centimeter, and pick your walls and click on finish, and now you will see the new roof that you have in here. And you can change the height of each part manually too to achieve the exact shape that you want to achieve. We've created gable roof in here, But sometimes we have clip gable. To create clip gable, choose these ones, and let's select them, and let's check the define slope, and then you need to give them an offset from here. Here something like, let's put it on 1 meter, and let's click on finish, and then you will have clipped gable, and you can change the slope of these two parts too, or even their offset to have this kind of roofs. But we've covered some of the roof shapes. As I said, this is a beginner part. This is the part of a beginner course, so I'm not going to go into detail, and we will cover all shapes of roof in another video in this channel, so make sure to subscribe us. But we have some other behavior too. For example, in polygons and in circles, we have different behavior. Let's check them too. Let's click on roof by footprint, put it on level 2, and let's pick this one and this one, and let's click on finish. You can see this is a cone, we can say. And in polygons, we have a different behavior again. Click on yes, and pick wall again. And click on finish. You can see, you will see this shape in walls. Again, you need to attach your walls to the roof to achieve a right detail. And that's it for roof by footprint. Second way of roof creation is roof by extrusion. In roof by extrusion mode, you need to click on roof by extrusion in here, and then you need to pick a plane that will host your extrusion or profile of your roof. To do it, click on pick a plane and click on here, for example, and select the level, but it's not really important. In this one, click on front, and let's create a, for example, gable roof in here. Let's create a middle line, and let's bring a hang in here, and let's create our gable roof, or maybe I am pronouncing it wrong. And let's create a mirror at the middle of this one, and click on in here, and let's maybe do something like this. Click on trim. I'm going to show you that every kind of profile is possible with this method. Click on finish, and the length is too tall, so let's put it on something like maybe 5 meter, or you can adjust it by align and exact numbers. And then select your walls, attach them to the roof, and you will see we can achieve this kind of roofs very easily too. Let's create another one. In here, click on roof and roof by extrusion, pick a plane. Let's pick this one this time, and let's click on OK. And in here, let's create a maybe curve shape by spline to see the potential of this roof. Let me make this one a little bit bigger, and this side too, and let's put the length on something like 7 meter. Select your walls and attach it again, and then you will see we have this great and beautiful shape of roof in here too. I said that we are not going to talk about the layers in here, and we've learned the roof by extrusion and roof by footprint in here. The next thing that I'm going to teach you in here is dormers, and how to create dormers in roof. For example, if you want to create a dormer in this part, how you can do it. Let's create these beautiful dormers in this side. I've created one in here to see the preview of it. To create another one in here, the first option and first thing you need to do is to assign the work plane and specify the work plane you want to work with. For example, maybe this side, and then click on roof, click on roof by extrusion, specify the level. Let's create a dormer maybe in this place, and let's create a mirror from this side to this side, and maybe bring it a little bit upper to have a wall under it, and click on finish. And this is too long, so select it and bring it in here, or you can choose it in here and change the length of it. Maybe you can't, and you need to change it from here -2 meter, and bring it outside, and bring it a little bit outside from this place too, from this part too. Let's place it in here. To join the dormer, select the dormer roof, and then we have a tool in modification, modify panel, and that is join roof. Then select the edge of this one, and then click on the main roof, and now you have the wall join. I want some walls under it. To do that, go to the top view, and maybe let's bring it a little bit inner side. Let's create some walls under it. To do that, go to the top view, click on pick wall, and put it on maybe -10 centimeter or 20 centimeter, and pick the edge of this wall, maybe 10 centimeter would be better. In this part, in this part, and this part, we have our walls right now. Select them and attach them to the top and to this roof. Click on attach and make sure it is on top, and attach them in here. And we need to attach the base of them too, so then again click on attach, click on base, and attach the base of them to here. After creating the walls, we need to make sure that this part will subtract from the main roof. To do that, we have a tool which is called dormer in architectural tab and opening panel. Click on dormer and make sure to specify the inner edge of your walls. To do that, you need to go to the wireframe mode and click on dormer again, and choose the main roof first, and then pick the inner edge of your walls and also the dormer edge. And if they are not maybe this edge too, and if they are not aligned properly, make sure to trim them and click on finish. Let's go back to the shaded mode, and now let's locate from the bottom, and now we have our dormer in here. And the good thing is, here, you can place windows in here too very easily with the window tool. First of all, let's talk about the different elements in one curtain wall. In curtain wall, we have 3 different elements. We have panels, we have grids, and we have mullions. Each curtain system or curtain wall has different elements, and those that I mentioned are the elements that we have in curtain. By default, in Revit template, you have 3 different types of curtain walls. You have curtain wall, you have exterior glazing, and you have a storefront. In the first one, we only have a panel and we only have the border grids. In the second one, we have some interior grids too. And the third one, we have panels, we have grids underneath the mullions, and we have mullions and our profiles too. And also in Revit, we have 2 ways to create our curtain walls. We have a manual way and manual gridding of and placing mullions on our curtain walls, and we have an automatic way. Let's do a manual way, and we will talk about the automatic way too. For example, let's click on wall and let's go to the curtain wall, which is a default and empty place in here, and let's do some modification in here. To do that, you have 2 tools in here, curtain grid and mullion in here. Click on curtain grid and you can place your grid very easily, horizontal grids and vertical grids very easily. Just click once and you have your grids, for example this one and this one. And for example in here I just want to place one grid between this one and this one, so I need to change the placement in here, for example to this, and I can have something like this. Or you can select the whole intersections, and you can specify except this one, for example, and then you will have something like this. But I am okay with this. Let me select this one and let's change the placement of this one. 2 meter and 2 meter. The tip is here, if you can select your grids and panels, make sure to activate the select peel elements in here, and you need to press tab to switch between different selection of your curtain walls too. After placement of your grids, now you can place your mullions on them. To do that, click on mullion in here, select the type of mullion that you want to use, for example this one, and let's assign them one by one. Or you can use other kind of placements like this, or you can place all of them at the same time. But for the interior part, let's place, for example, a square and square profiles in here, and you can see there are different profiles in here. Now let's create an automatic curtain wall. To do that, create a simple curtain wall in here and click on edit type, make sure to create a duplicate from it. And then in the layout part, you have different kinds of layouts: fixed number, fixed distance, minimum and maximum spacing. Let's put it on, for example, minimum spacing in both vertical grid and horizontal grid. And let's put it on, for example, something like 0.5 and 0.5. Click on OK. And now you will have your grids in here, and also you can change the justification in here. Let me put it on a bigger number, maybe 1. That would be better in here. And we can have our justification in here. For example, you want to have the decimals at the end or at the beginnings. For example, let's put both of them at the beginning, and that's great. And then you can go to the edit type again, and in here we have the exact same thing for our mullions too. We have vertical and horizontal mullions. Vertical mullions are the vertical mullions and horizontal mullions are horizontal mullions, but we have 3 different mullions for each one. We have interior type. Let's put the interior part on a square. And now we have our border. Border 1. Let's put the border 1 on something else. Let's select this one. Let's click on edit type and select the border 1 on something like maybe rectangle mullion, and let's place it in border 1 too. Click on apply. You can see border 1 is for the bottom and left, and border 2 is for right and top. So make sure to adjust them and assign them correctly. And also, if you want to delete one mullion, for example, in here, or one grid in here, you can press tab in here. If you can select it, make sure to select pin elements are on in here, and then select it, and then unpin it, and then you can delete it very easy. But the grid doesn't delete, so you need to select the grid again, click on add remove, and click in here again, and now you have this kind of panel in this part. So it is a automatic curtain wall with some modification inside of it. By default, when you are creating curtain walls inside another wall, for example, let's put it on level 2, it will embed the curtain wall inside the basic wall or a stack wall that you have like this. But if it didn't work, make sure to go to the edit type and see that automatically embed is checked on or it is off. When it is off, it doesn't embed the curtain wall inside other walls in Revit. You have some settings about the panels, and you can import some panel family too. To change the panels, if you just want to change one panel, press tab twice or 3 times to select the panel, and then you can change the panel from here. You can place some walls inside it, or even you can place some other curtain wall inside it. So that's a really good thing to do. And you can place some walls in here, or I have some additional panels in here, and you can place some panels in here. Placing doors and windows are same, so you need to select the panel and assign some curtain doors and curtain windows to the panel to place new things. And if you want to assign a panel to all of the panels in one type, you need to select the curtain wall and go to the edit type, and in here change the panel, for example, to maybe solid. And now with some modification you can have these solid panels and solid walls for dry walls, or those kind of things very easily. Sometimes if you need to change your mullion placement and you need to move it, when you select them and you are trying to move them, it doesn't work. So make sure to select one mullion, click on select mullion, put on grid, and then hide them with HH, and then you need to select the grid instead, and you can move it right now, and then click on reset, and now you have your mullions in another placement. If this video has been helpful so far, please don't forget to like this video to help YouTube reach this video to more people. Okay, let's go back to the tutorial. When you have some corners in curtain walls, it doesn't work great and the way that you expect. There are some way to fix it. Just go to the plan view and select one of these mullions in here, right click, and then select mullion and put it on grid. Let's go to 3D, and all of them are pinned, so unpin them and delete them. Let's go to the level 1 again, right click on one of these mullions, go to the select mullion, select all of the mullions on grid and unpin them, but this time change the type of them, for example, to one of these corner mullions. Let's put it on L mullion, and now you fix the corner of this L shape wall with L corner mullion. Advanced tip in here that you can create spider glasses very easily too. For example, I have a family. I will put the family in the description. You can download it, and you just need to select your curtain wall, and let me make this one a little bit bigger, and go to the edit type. Let's create a duplicate from it, and you need to put the curtain panel on the spider panel and click on OK, and now you have your wall with the spider grips in here. You can press space and see the details in here too. First of all, let's talk about the DWG files. Most of the times in our project we receive DWG files or CAD files. To bring CAD files in, you have two different ways, link CAD and import CAD. Let's talk about the link CAD first. You need to click on link CAD and you select the link, the DWG file that you want to link. For example, I want to bring this modern house, but before that, let's take a look on modern house project, and there are some things that you need to know before linking it. Before it, make sure to assign the unit correctly. For example, I am using meter unit in my project, so make sure to put it on meter, and also check that if the unit is correct in your project. For example, let's take a dimension in here, and this is 300 millimeter or 30 centimeters, so it is right for me. So another tip that you need to do is make sure to purge your file and also overkill the DWG file to make it a little bit lighter. And another thing, for example, you need to bring your plans separately. For example, you need to select this part and press Ctrl C, and you need to bring it in another file and Ctrl V in here, and you need to save this file as, for example, as a separate file, for example P1 or level 1, and you need to import each level in the exact plan view of Revit. For example, this is plan 1, so I need to go to the level 1 in here, and in here, let me bring this one in here, and in here click on link CAD and select the CAD that you want to link in here. For example, I don't want this one, I want the separate file for plan 1, this file. And we have some options in here. We have the color option, we have preserve that will import the bring the exact colors of the CAD layers. It will invert it, or you can bring it in black and white. Let's put it on black and white. And in here we have two different ways. If this option is checked on, it will bring the CAD file only in this view and you can see it in other views. But if you would put it on uncheck, it will bring the CAD files in all of the views. Because the management is too hard, I always bring the CAD files in only that view that I'm working on it. So make sure to put it on that. Make sure to check it. And also in the import unit, you can put it on auto detect, and or Revit will recognize the unit most of the time. But sometimes maybe you would need to assign the exact unit to. And in here, I'm not going to talk about the origins right now. Just put it on, for example, manual, and click on open. And now let's place our project here. If in any case your project came with a bad scale or with the wrong scale, it's not really that hard. Just select it, and in here click on a scale, and let's, for example, click once in here and once in here, and let's say this is gonna be 30 centimeter, and it will be scaled for us. So that's a easy way to scale your projects. And now you can start to work with drawing and those kind of things. But before that, make sure to half-tone your imported files. To do that, press VG on your keyboard, and in the imported part, put the imported categories, put the half-tone option checked, and now it will be a little bit grayer and you can work with it much easier. And also you can change the settings of half-tone from the manage tab, additional setting, and half-tone you can make it lighter or darker. It depends on you. I usually work with 80, so let's put it on 80, or maybe a little bit lighter. Okay, that's great. And now you're good to go to work, and you have link. And if you would change the exact file, and you would change the CAD files after that, for example, let's go to the P1 and let's delete something. For example, let's delete this door and let's save it again. And in Revit, if you would reload it, to reload and reload your links, you need to go to the insert tab, and in here you have manage link. Click on manage link and go to the CAD part and select this one and reload it. Click on OK, and now you can see our CAD files is updated right now, and this is the most useful feature in link files. So that was the link CAD, and then we want to link Revit files too. As I said, the only way that you can bring Revit files in other Revit files is linking, so you don't have any import option for Revit files. Sometimes it is really necessary in BIM project to link other disciplines files on our project to work with them, and also coordinate our files according to their files. To do that, you need to go to the insert tab again, click on link Revit and select the Revit files. For example, I have this file in here. You need to select it, and you need to specify the positioning, and then click on open, and you need to wait a little bit. And now you have your imported files in here, and then, for example, you can position it in wherever you want. You can put it on half-tone, again press VG and go to the Revit links this time, and you can put it on half-tone. And now, for example, I can start to design my architectural parts on this, and in levels you have the level floors too, and for example you can draw walls on them and all of the things that you need to do. Another option that we have and another files that we would receive in industry is IFC files or industry foundation class. They are a typical files that you can export from all kinds of BIM softwares. So you may receive IFC files, and you have two ways to bring them in your project. In here I have brought one IFC file in two ways. The first way is link IFC. You need to click on link IFC and select the IFC file, and you will receive the file in this method, and you can update the IFC files too. But another option, if you want to have some native elements too, is the open IFC file, or we can say import IFC file. To do that and to achieve that way, to second way, you need to go to the file menu and click on open and open the IFC file from this part, and then you will achieve to something like this. This is a, for example, floor in here, this is a wall in here, and I can edit my IFC files a little bit too. This is not perfect, but this is much better in comparison with starting the modeling from scratch, so that's not bad too. Before going to talk about the images and PDFs and other way to import CADs, make sure to like the video to help YouTube to reach this video to more people. As I said, we have two ways to bring CADs in our Revit files. We have link CAD and import CAD. We have these CAD files and we are going to import them in our Revit file to use them as a reference to model our projects. And also I'm going to tell you 5 or 6 tips about optimizing the CAD files or DWG files before importing them to Revit. The first one is, when you have different plans, the first step you should save each plan in a separate file. For example, for the ground floor, I need to select this and press Ctrl C and create a new file from here and press Ctrl V and save it in a new DWG file. Okay, the coordination is not really important for me because it's a small project and I can align the project according to the walls and according to the grids. Just press Ctrl S and save this project, save this plan as a, for example, plan 1 on your desktop, and also you can get access to all of our exercise files in our Patreon that I have put a link in the description. Be sure to check it. Okay, save this file, save this plan as a plan 1. And for the second floor, you need to do the same process again. Select all of the elements from here. Maybe this kind of selecting is more appropriate for this kind of things. And then press Ctrl C, click here and create a new DWG file. Press Ctrl V and put it everywhere you want. But be careful that your DWG files doesn't have any kind of Z properties, because it will be not really good when you have Z coordinates in your Revit file, especially if you are working with plans. If it's about working with contours or something that are usually with Z coordinates, it's fine. But if you have plans, make sure that you have no points or line in Z coordinates and with any Z coordinates above the 0. Okay, that's nice for me. Press Ctrl S and save it. Let me name it plan 2 and save it. But the other tips before exporting them, let me open both of them. let me open both of the plans, plan 1 and plan 2. And I have some tips before exporting or before importing. Open plan 1, open plan 2. The AutoCAD files is a killer for your Revit file optimization. So beside that, you should control the amount of CAD files you are importing in your Revit file. You need to do some other kind of things to optimize your DWG files before importing. The first one is the overkill tool that will delete your duplicate objects and delete the lines with overlapping and make your files very lighter. Let me go to the plan 1 and type overkill tool and then select all of the objects and press enter. Now you can click on OK, and now you can see this tool has deleted about 56 overlap line for my project. It is a big number, so it is very nice. And the second tool you need to use before importing the CAD files in your Revit is purge unused things. Again, type purge here and click on purge. And from here, check all of the items and press the purge all button here. Purge all checked items. Click again until the bottom is grayed out. Okay, click on close. We don't need these things anymore, so it is a optimized file for our importing. But another tip that I'm going to tell you is that if you don't need any hatches or if you don't need any furniture, please delete them first, because they make your Revit files very slow. If you don't need any hatches, please delete them in your Revit file. Okay, and also the last thing is you need to make sure that your layers are with name conventions, because if you have some layers with right names, you can adjust the color, weight, and other kind of properties of them in your Revit files too. So it will help you to work properly and work fast. You need to do the same processes for plan 2 again, but I'm not going to do that again, but you need to do this process for all of your CAD files. Let me close it and click on yes and save the files, and we don't need to our AutoCAD software anymore. Let me minimize it and let's go to the Revit file. Let me create a new file in my AutoCAD. I'm going to create a file according to metric architectural template and click on OK. As you know, we have two ways to import or other kind of importing CAD files in our Revit. We have linked files, and we have a way that called link, and another way is importing. When you have some workflow between your CAD and between your Revit that the CAD files are going to change frequently, you need to use a link CAD. But if you are sure that there wouldn't be any change in your CAD files, you can use import CAD. The import CAD option will give you more setting and will give you more freedom to change the properties. Okay, click on import CAD and select when you are in level 1, select your plan 1 and import that in this view. Okay, select the plan 1, and there are some options that I'm going to describe them to you now. The first one is current view only checkbox. If you check that, the plan 1 is just going to import in your level 1. But if you wouldn't check that, it will be visible in your 3D view too. For the first one, we need to import it as imported our CAD files in 3D and in 2D and other kind of views. But for the others, we don't need that. Because when we are importing that in all of our views, we can use them as a reference for aligning our files. Okay, this is good for me. The colors are not very important, but if you want to preserve the colors of your AutoCAD files, you need to set it on preserve, and or if you want to make them black and white, you can select black and white. I'm going to use preserve, and after that I'm going to use manual origin and place this file at level 1. Okay, we don't need any other kind of adjustment, but before that let me say one thing about import unit. If you know the exact unit of the file, you can select the exact unit and equal unit to your AutoCAD file. But if you don't, you just need to adjust on one of them, and then you can scale it according to the dimensions or according to the standards. Okay, and let me put it on meter and click on open. I'm just placing everywhere I want. It's not very important because I'm going to align it with other plans, and also I'm going to scale it properly. Click here and your CAD files will be here. For example, according to the dimensions, I know from here to here is about 1.10 meter. After selecting your CAD files, go to the Modify tab and use your Scale tool. Click here, and press 1.1, and it will scale your work. Let me press Ctrl Z, because my file unit in Revit is millimeters, so I need to input 1100. Again, select your AutoCAD file, go to the Modify tab and use a Scale tab from here. From here, click here, and then input the 1100. Sorry, I've pressed a wrong button, so let me change it again. Select your AutoCAD file, go to the Modify tab and use a Scale tool again. From here to here is 1100 millimeter. So it's now has a scale properly. Okay, this is good for me, and you can pin it, and also you can query and explode things that we are not going to cover them in this video. For the second floor, you need to go to the level 2, and now you can see the first floor plan too, because we haven't checked the current view only in our options when we were importing. But for the second level, click on Import CAD again and select your plan to DWG again. And now I'm not going to show this plan 2 in all of my views, so I'm going to check this box, and let me put all of them in a default input. Okay, click on OK and place it everywhere you want, and then with a simple alignment we can align our floors on top of each other. Go to the Modify tab and use Align. Let me align my A grid with A, and let me align my one grid with 1. Now my plans are on top of each other properly. If you would go to the 3D, you just can't see the first one, because in the second process we check the current view only box. Okay, this is good for me, and from now on you can do anything with your CAD files, and you can model your Revit files according to these CAD files. Okay, this is nice for me. I'm not going to do anything with them. And also you can change the colors of each CAD files with pressing VG and going to the imported categories tab, and each file is a separate category here, and each of them has all of the layers that you have created in your CAD file. So you can change the color of CAD layers here. So you can remember the tips that I said earlier. If you would have some layers with the proper names, you can adjust them here appropriately, and it will help you to manage your CAD files in Revit too. Let's talk about the images and PDFs too. To bring and link images, you need to click on link image in here. As I said, the link images are not stored in the Revit file, so you need to transfer them with your file so it doesn't make your file heavy. But when you import the image, it will store the image in Revit file. So be careful about it and use it with caution. For example, let's bring this image in here. Click on this one, and you can bring it in here, and you can change the scale of it, and you can change the width and height of it, or you can use a scale, for example, and let's put it, for example, in here to here, and let's specify it to maybe 30 centimeter, and this is a scale. And now I can use this image as my reference to model. This is a link image. You can import image from in here. It's not really big difference between these two, and the only difference, as I said, it's the storage of this image and the transfer and the needs of transfer when you are linking it. And after that, we have PDFs too. We have link PDF and import PDF. For example, let's import a PDF. For example, this one. Click on import, and you can specify the page that you want to import. Click on, and also you can specify the resolution in here. Click on OK, and you can bring the PDFs too. You can rotate them. You can do whatever you want. And also you have the width and height and all of those things in here. And also you can scale them again. So let's put it, for example, on 30 centimeter again to have our PDF files scale. And now you can start modeling in here too. So that was for the import. And also you can import the PDFs too. So that was the link and import for PDF and image. Before starting anything, you need to know the basics and the rules of Revit area tools. The Revit area tools and rules are based on BOMA standards, and they have different standards for office building, industrial, and so on. And the last version of it is 2017, but I think they are using 1996 version of BOMA standard. And now let's go to the Revit and let's create our first area plan. To do that, you need to know that in area tool, first of all, you need the area plan. You can create them in a floor plan part, and you need to click on area plan, and then you need to specify you're creating a gross scheme of plans, or area plans, or rentable area plans. First of all, let's click on gross building, and let's select the levels, for example, interior and two other floors that we have. Click on OK. And now we have our plans in here. Let's go to the project browser, and in here we have our area plan, and let's go to the, for example, interior level 1. Okay, now you can see by default, this is according to the rules, the Revit specified the boundaries for me. So if you don't want the base boundaries of area plan, you can specify for Revit that it wouldn't make them for you. But now I'm okay with these boundaries, but if you are not okay, you can delete all of them. You can select all of them and delete them, and then you can go to the area boundaries and you can place them manually. But you may see some maybe really occur things in here, or extreme things. For example, it is in this part the line and the boundary is in here, but in this part these are in here. As I said, these are some rule based things according to the BOMA standard, and because we haven't specified the area types of each room, it's a kind of a guess. After you place the rooms and you would specify the things, you can see the rules better, or at the end you can ignore all of these rules too. Let's delete all of these boundaries in here. Let's filter them, and in here let's search for the area, and let's delete the areas in here. And also I want to delete all of the area boundaries. And because it is a gross building, let's pick them by ourselves. To do that, go to the area boundary and click on pick line, and you can see we have a checkbox in here. As I said, if you want to ignore the rules of it and you want to specify each line in the building, for example, if you want in here, or if you want the this part of this wall, you can ignore the rules. But let's work with the rules, and I'm going to work with the rules. And now let's pick the elements in here. For example, in this part we need to select the curtain system, and in here we can select the wall, and we can do it for all the margin of this building. After picking all of the margin walls, you can see we have all of the lines placed. Then it comes to placing the area to area element. To do that, click on area, and in here click on area. Now you can place the area in here, but we have some problem in here. It is saying to us it is enclosed, so you need to make sure all of the margins are closed. Let's place it in here, and let's check our margins, and let's trim all of those with get. For example, I think we have some problem in here. Let's pick this one too. Let's go to the area boundary and let's pick this wall, a small wall in here. Or sometimes we need to draw it manually. Let's draw this part. And now I think we are okay, or no, we have some other problems too. Let's check I will check all of the corners, and we will back to the tutorial. Now you can see we have a area about 60-37, and now these are because we have used pick line and we use the basic rules and the basic rules of Revit. The lines will change with the walls and they are connected together. But when you ignore the rules, and especially when you draw them by yourself, they are not automatic. So make sure to have that in your mind when you're doing it in here. And then after placing the area, you can use the you can select the area. For example, let me select it, press tab twice or 3 times, and then in here we have a area type. In gross scheme we have a gross building area and exterior area. If you want to, for example, have your exterior area, you can draw the boundary, for example, for this part and put it on exterior area, and then you can put it in your schedules too. To see the area better, you can use the color scheme. Let's go to the color scheme part in the properties, and let's put it on gross building, and let's put them on maybe area type. Click on OK, and now we have just gross building. Click on OK, and now you can see our building and our area. And then you can specify other areas too, or you can create some interior areas, but that's for rentable area most of the time. So for the gross building we use to calculate the whole footprint of our building. You can do this process for other floors too, so that's not really hard. You need to consider some tips about the areas. The first one is the only work in plans, And the second one is optimizing your views. You can hide any category that you don't need them. For example, if you want to hide your maybe furnitures or maybe anything that you don't want them in here. For example, you can hide the sidewalk. And then, because to prevent from doing it for every view, you need to create a view template and use view templates to prevent from doing it times and times, and it will prevent from doing a repetitive task. The next area scheme that we have is rentable scheme. To create those kind of schemes and rentable areas, you need to go to the area again, and in here click on area plan, and in here change it from the gross building to rentable, and let's select this one, and this one to create rentable area plans for them. Now we have the other category in here. Let's go to the entry level, and in this part we have some exterior parts, what we can create interior parts too for ourselves. For example, we can create an area, click on area boundary and select each of these for ourselves. In here I place all of the areas, and don't pay attention too much to the boundaries right now, because when these are some guesses, and when you specify the area types for each one, they will behave according to the standard, so don't worry about that. You can select them and you can rename them, and you can specify the image or number to them. For example, let's call it Stair, and let's put the area type to building common area. And in this part, let's put this one maybe to office, and let's put the area type on office area, and some of the line will be adjusted according to these things. And let's, for example, let's put it on hallway, because it's just a common area of just for this floor. You don't need to put it you don't have to put it on building common area. You need to put it on floor area, and you can see these lines change, and you can see you can do this process for all of the parts in here, and you will have your area plans. And after doing all of them, you can go and create some schedules for them too. Let me tell you another secret thing about area. You need to subscribe to the channel too. After assigning the area type and the name of each place, you can go to the view tab and you can create an area schedule for yourself. Let's go to the schedule and quantities, and the area part. You have two kinds of area, gross building and rentable. Let's put it on rentable. Click on OK, and I want the area type, and I want the area of each part. And also I want the name of the, I don't want the name, and you can bring the levels too, and you will have the perimeter too, but these are great for me. Click on OK, and now we will have all of the area types in here. You can group them by area type, or you can group them by level. For example, let's group them by levels. Let's put the header for them, and now because we have just specified one level, let's sort them by maybe area type, and let's uncheck the itemize every instance. And because we don't want headers in here, let's uncheck the headers. And we want the total area of each part. You need to go to the fields, and you need to go to the formatting, and in area part let's put the calculate totals, and also in the sorting and grouping part check the grand total. Click on OK, and now you will have the total area of your floor or your building very easily in here. Maybe sometimes you need to create a fully customized area scheme. To do that, in here click on this button in here and go to the area and volume computation, and go to the area scheme, and in here you can create a new one, and then it's really easy. Create a one in here, and now you can specify the name of it, and you can do all of those things again. Another thing that we need to know is it's only create a area scheme. It doesn't create an area type for you. If you want to create and you want to have customized area types, you need to create a project parameter or shared parameter for all of your areas by yourself, and that's a little bit advanced, so we are not going to talk about that, but I said the way that you can follow to create those kind of things. And now we want to have some exploration about the behavior of each area type in comparison with each other. To know more about the behavior of each area type besides of each other, you can read this article from Autodesk. It is a great area in here, and you can read this part of the area knowledge base. Or we are really thankful to Paul Fabin for this great file. I'm not going to share it, but you can see some of the behavior besides of each other. You can simulate this kind of things for yourself or for your company to make sure everybody understands it. Or at the end, as I said, you can create customs and you can behave freely from the Revit rules, that you can do whatever you want. In this sample model that we have in here, we want to convert it to something like this very easily with rooms, and we will understand the area, volume, and all of the information about each room, their department and their name and their number, and all of the information that we need to create our room finish schedule. Okay, that's great. Let's go to the empty model. To start with room, you have a room and area panel in here. But before doing anything, it is great to specify and know the area and computation settings. To do that, click on in here and let's go to the setting and let's understand all of them. In here, volume are computed and finish faces. We have two options. We can put just on area calculation. It will be faster, but it will be suitable if you don't want the volume for each room. But if you want the volume, you need to change it to areas and volumes option to understand and to be able to extract both of them at the same time. And also we have another thing here, which is room area computation, which will specify the face that you want to get your areas from. For example, if you want to get each space area from core to core or from center to center, you need to change it to wall center or to core center. But if you want it to be face by face or finish by finish face, you need to put it on at wall finish. Okay, click on OK. That's great, and we are good to go. But let me put it on areas and volumes, and let's go. To place your rooms, you need to go to the plan view, and then you need to click on room, and when you hover over your cursor on any space, you will see the rooms that you can place very easily, and the areas will be highlighted in blue in here. And also, if you want to place all of the rooms at the same time, you can click on place room automatically. But before that, you can check the highlighted places that your software is recognizing. For example, these are the boundaries of each room, and it also subtract the columns areas from them. Okay, but for this tutorial, I'm not going to place them automatically. Let's place one in here, one in here, and one in here, and one in here. The first thing you need to understand that the room element is different with the room tag. When you select the room tag, you will get the room tag. But if you want to select your room, you need to press tab once, and you need to select your room to have the options and settings and properties for your rooms. Okay, that's great, but let me put the room tags on room tags with area. Then you can see the areas of each space, and also you can put it on room tag with volume, which will show you the volume. Okay, for the area, it is really obvious. You just have the area of each room in highlighted area. But for volume, you need to ask from yourself, what is the references, what are the references, and where is the top and where is the lowest part. To understand that, you need to select your room, and in here you have a upper limit for it and base offset. The base offset is the offset between level of beginner level and your room beginning. For example, in here, the lowest part of this room is at the level 01 entry level, and we don't have any offset, so I am going to put it on 0. But for the upper limit, for example, if your ceiling is lower than your next level, you need to specify the exact height. For example, let me put it on 2.5 meter, and right now you can see the difference in volumes. But let's go back to the areas. I just wanted to show you the reference and the things that you need to know before doing any calculation. Okay, let's put it on area and let's learn the new thing. Another important thing is, for example, we have a wall in here. Let me select the room. We have a wall here. Sometimes it is a partition. We don't want to consider it as a fixed element, and we want to, for example, calculate the area in these areas. Or even for columns. Sometimes you don't want to subtract the columns areas from your whole area. To do that, you need to select each element that you want to you don't want to calculate them in your room calculation. You need to select your, for example, this wall, and then you need to uncheck the room bonding. And right now, after that, you can see our rooms now is much bigger because our area is expanded. Another option which is very important sometimes, for example, we have a corridor and we have for example, this hallway in here, but we don't have any wall between them, and we want to differentiate these two space from each other. To do that, for example, when you put a room in here, if I would zoom out, you will get all of the space that we have in here. Let me put it in here, and let's put it on room with tag with area. And as you can see, let me put it on room with area. As you can see, we have a really big area. That's because we haven't specified anything in here. To separate these space from each other, you have to use room separator. Room separator is a hypothetical wall or hypothetical thing that will separate spaces from each other. For example, we have wall here and we have a wall here. When we create a room separator in here, it will separate this space from this space. And it is really helpful for all of your projects and for the places that you don't have any element that would separate your spaces. Okay, that's great. And after creating your rooms, you can rename them very easily. You need to select your rooms. You can name it. For example, let me name it something like office. Let me name it something else. After placement of all of your rooms and renaming them and numbering them, you can create a color scheme. Color scheme will differentiate them with color, and it will give you a great look for your plan. To create a color scheme, you need to go to your properties, or you need to go to your annotation, and from here you need to add a color fill legend. Let me place it in here, and you need to specify which space type you are using. We are using rooms, and then you need to specify the parameter that you want to colorize the spaces according to that. For example, we want to assign colors according to the name of each space. Then you put it on name and click on OK, and you need to wait. And right now you can see all of the spaces has their color according to their name. For example, we have instruction in here and we have instruction here, so their color is same. And also you can do some settings on this legend in here, and also you can go to the edit tab and can change the color, change the size of these squares in here, and all of those things in here. And sometimes, for example, in addition to this plan, you need to you may want to create a department legend. Department legend, for example, all of these instruction rooms are in for example, office or commercial or any department that you have in your mind, and then you can categorize them and colorize them by department too. You only need to click on edit scheme and you need to put it on department. But as you can see, we don't have any department. To assign departments to each room, you need to select them, and in here you need to assign a department. For example, commercial. This is just an example. As you can see, it will give them a color. And after assigning department to each room, you can get another plan for your department. And after that, you can get the total area for each department, for each room, and so on. So that's gonna be so helpful. The first tool in openings that we want to learn are by face and vertical. You can find them in architectural tab and in the openings panel. To create them, you need to click on by face. For example, for the by face opening tool, you need to select a face first. For example, let's select this slow face in here, and then you can create your openings really easily on the face that you've selected earlier. Let's make it smaller and then click on finish, and now you have your openings. Unjoin them, that's not important in here, and now you have your openings in here. The next opening that you can create is vertical. In vertical, you don't need to select your face, you need to select your element. So click on vertical and select the element that you want to create opening in it, and then let's go to the top view to create our opening, vertical opening, and now you can create a shape that you want to create opening in that shape. Now I'll click on unjoin again, and now we have our opening in here. This is a little bit distorted, but don't worry about it. Let's create another vertical opening in here because that was a little bit distorted. Maybe let's create a rectangular one in here. I want to show you the difference between them two. Let's click on finish, and now we have two rectangular opening in here, but there are some difference between them, so let's compare them. After we've learned about the vertical and by face opening, I need to point out some points to you, and that is, for example, when you are creating vertical openings, the edge of the opening will be perpendicular to the level that you have. But when you are creating by face and you have a slope roof, it will be perpendicular to the slope of your roof. And the next tip is, if you don't like this video, Revit won't show anything from these to you. The next two openings tool that we want to learn are shaft and wall opening. To access them, again, you need to go to the architectural tab, and in the openings panel, we have our shaft and wall opening. For shaft, it is applicable if you have a vertical shaft in your building, for example, your elevator or your stairs, or for example, in parkings, you have some places that you want to create shafts in multi-story dimension. For example, in this building, we have a stair in here, and we want to create a shaft in that area. For example, let's go to the 3D section of this stair. You can see we have this situation and we want to simulate a shaft in here. To do that, You can create them in 3D or even in plan. For example, let's go to the entry level, and in here click on architectural tab. In the opening tab you have the shaft tool. To create a shaft tool, just pick the boundaries of it. After you've created the boundary, it's time to trim them. Let's press TR and let's trim these lines to close our boundary. It is vital to have a closed boundary. And even before creation or after creation, you have the tools to change the height of the shaft in here. For example, we have a base constraint and top constraint. Let's click on finish, and now let's go to 3D. As you can see, we have the manipulations tools in 3D too. For example, let's bring it a little bit up because I don't want to create a shaft in the first floor or on the ground floor elements. So let's bring it up, and now you can see we have our shafts in here. The next tool that we have is wall opening, and as the name describes, there are some openings in the walls that you want to create, and you can use wall openings in that case. So click on wall opening in here and then select the wall, and now you can create your openings really easily. And even after that you can move it and you can make it bigger or smaller. But there is a limitation in wall opening, and that is the only shape that you can create with wall openings are rectangular. So if you want to create more complex shapes, you can use wall profiles. Before diving into the stairs, we need to know there are three types of stairs in Revit: assembly stairs, cast in place, and precast stairs. Each of them has their own usage. For example, we use assembly stairs for a structure form of stairs like steel or wooden structured stairs, and we use cast in place stairs for masonry or concrete stairs. And also we have precast stairs that is descriptive. We will use it for precast stairs. Now you know about the stair types. Let's learn about the creating them. The first method of stair creating, we are gonna create a straight or a straight stairs. To do that, you need to go to the architectural tab and then go to the circulation panel, and here you have a stair, and click on it, and then you will go to the stair environment. You will have cancel or finish, and then you have three things in here. You have run, landing, support. For landing and support we will talk later, but now let's talk about the run in here. In run we have different ways of creating them. We have straight, we have a spiral, full spiral, we have L-shaped and U-shaped, and also we have a sketch, and we want to talk about all of them in this video. Let's first one, let's talk about the straight. Before doing anything to create your stair, you can go in 3D or 2D, and then you need to go to the properties tab and specify the base constraint and top constraint for it. For example, I want to create a stair from base level to top, from level 1 to level 2, and for the settings of it, as you have understood the types, we have assembled stairs in here, cast in place and precast stairs. For example, let's go with assemble stairs right now, and now we have specified this one in here. Let's first of all let's understand how we can model them, and then we will talk about the riser heights, thread depths, and all those things in this video. Okay, that's great. Just click once, and in here also you have location line. Just click once, and now it will give you the maximum number of stairs according to the riser height that we will specify later. And for example, right now I have these amounts of stairs, or you can see them in here to desired number 22, and now you can create them. For example, to create the most easy and most simple stair, you need to click once and drag until the end, and now click again, and now let's go to 3D. You can see the stair here. If you want this side to be the upper side, just select the stair, or before clicking on finish, just click on flip, and it will flip the stair for you. This is the easiest stair that you can create in Revit, and this is good most of the time. So that's amazing in comparison with the stair modeling in some bullshit softwares like TATBIM Max. But no, that's okay. Click on finish, and now you have your stair, and we have our railings automatically. But let's delete railings. We will talk about the railings in next videos. And now we have our stair in here. But there is a problem with the stairs. Not a problem, but sometimes. For example, this stair has finished with the riser in here. What I want to have another stair and in here, and I want the stair to be finished by thread. To do that, click on edit stair and select the run in here. And in here you can see we have a end wind riser checkbox. Before doing anything with this, remember this number, or you can copy it with Ctrl C, and then uncheck this box, and again paste the number that you had in here again, and now you have another thread in here, and now this is another shape that you can get from your stairs. So that's kind of the way that you can achieve to end with riser or end with thread. Okay, that's was for this part. And now sometimes we want landings. How we can create landings? So let's click on finish, and let's create some two-run stairs, or stairs with landings, or those kind of other shapes of straight stairs. To do that, click on top, and now let's go to the stair again, and let's create a one-way go and one-way up, a one-way return in a stairs. To do that, click once in here, and for example, let's create maybe 11 of them. In here you can see this part 2, for example, this is 11 right now, 11 go, and you can return 11 threads in here. And now as you can see, before doing the second click, as soon as you click, Revit will understand the connection between these two runs, and it will create landings automatically between them. But you need to make sure that this checkbox is on, because if it wasn't on, you can see there is no landing. But we want the automatic landing right now, so just check it, and now when you click, you will get the automatic landing between them, and that's amazing in comparison with other tools we have. Click on finish, and now you will have the railings too, but I don't want the railings in here. And let's bring this in here. We have another way of creating stairs with a whole 360 stairs, or we have two-run way stairs, and we can create most of the shapes that you can imagine in this way. To create a stair with two-run way, click on stair again. For example, it is 22. We can divide it by 3, or we can have a two-run way with maybe 7 stairs, and one run with 8 stairs. To do that, for example, let's create a stair in here, and let's create the first runway and go in here. Click again and create the second run, and you can click in here. You can create the last run, or if it is too short right now, you can drag it from here. It will cut from the beginning and it will add from the end. But you can delete it, and you can model it again to see the new results too. This is the 3 runway stair that we have in our buildings, and the last one that we want to create is 4 runway stairs. They are not really different. The philosophy is same. Click on a stair and just click once, click twice in this place, the third time, and the fourth time. I didn't pay much attention to the numbers because it's a tutorial. Click on finish, and now we are good to go for our 4 runway stair 2. But this was the basic shapes of a straight. Let's talk about the parameters that we have in stairs. A key factor to understand the edit types of Revit stairs, you need to know about the stair elements. For example, these
elements that we have and horizontal elements that we have in here are our threads, and we call it threads. And these vertical elements in each stair that we have, it is optional. We can have it in some stairs and we can remove it in some other stairs. These are risers, and we have an edge in here in addition to the thread, and we call it thread nosing. And also we have some other elements at each side of the runs of stairs. We call it supports. In each support has strings or carriage, and also we have some places in each in long stairs to rest, and we call it landings in stairs. And the whole of this part and each run, as I said, we call it run. Let's dive into the settings and let's explain each of them. After we've learned about each element in stairs, let's dive into them and let's talk about each of them individually. For example, let's click on a stair in here, and let's click on cancel. And now we are good to go. Click on edit type. We are going to talk about the assemble stair first. Click on edit. The first option you have the maximum riser height. For example, let's put it on 17. This is the maximum number. If the number is lower, Revit will understand, but Revit won't allow this number to be upper than this number. And then we have the maximum thread depths, and with hovering over on each of them, you can see a preview from them. For example, let's put the maximum thread depths on 30, and also you have the minimum run width. For example, let's put it on 1 meter, and now that's great. And this is the maximum run width, but you can change it in the modeling too. For example, let's click on OK. Now when you're modeling, you can change the actual run width. This is the actual, and you can put it on 2 for example, and you can draw a stair with 2 meter actual run width. For example, let's put it on 5. Let's create another one in this part, or maybe from here, and we have a landing between them two, and we will achieve to do something like this. Click on finish, and now you have this stair in here. This is a little bit awkward, but I'm trying to show you any possibilities in stairs in this video. Click on a stair again, and after specifying these, let's go to the edit type again, and then we have run type and landing type. Each of them has their own type, and we can change the function too. Let's go to the run type, and this is another window by itself. We have thread material. For example, let's change it to a wood material. For example, let's put it on, let's search for wood, and maybe this one. Click on OK. Let's put the shading on too. That's great. Click on OK, and you can put that material for the riser too. Also, you can, for example, uncheck the riser, and you can have a decorative stair too. Also, if you have nosing in here, you can specify nosing. For example, let's put about 2 centimeters of nosing. I can specify the nosing profile from here too, but don't worry about it. Let's put the thickness on 7 centimeters for the thread thickness. Click on OK, and let's create because we didn't duplicate, all of the stairs has changed. Let's create another stair in here. Let's put it on 1 meter width, and let's create the stair in here, and let's see the results in here. You can see without any riser, we have a decorative stair right here by just changing some of the basics of the stair. For example, if there is a wall in this part, you can go to the supports and turn off the supports for this side, and now you can have a hanging stairs from the wall very easily. For example, let's go to the edit type, and after having the run type and after explaining the run type, you have the landing type. You have some settings in here, but by default it is exactly as run. If you want to have a exactly different landing from your runs, you can uncheck this box in here, and you can get access to all of the settings for your landings. You can uncheck the thread, you can change the thickness, and you can put nosing for that too, and also you can change the material of your landings too. But let's put it on same as run. I don't want to change it in here. And for the supports, we have a left support, right support, and middle support. For this one, we have a left and right support. Let's put the right support on carriage to see the second type of supports that we have. This is the carriage mode. You can see it will adapt to the shape of your stair, and this is kind of another method for supporting your stair. Let's go to the edit type again, and let's put it on none. And for example, if you would place a wall in this side, you will have this decorative stair very simply in this place. Let's go to the edit type again, and for example, let's put both of them on carriage to see the results. You can see we have this kind of stairs in here. Also, you can have an offset from the edges. For example, let's go to the edit type and let's put the offset, for example, 10 centimeter from each side. Let's click on apply, and you can see an offset in here and here. If you don't want any carriages from the sides and you want to support in the middle of the threads, you can put both of these on none. And now you can go to the middle support and check the middle support. And for the middle support, it is only supported for carriage and you don't have any strings in here. And also you can specify the number of supports you want at the middle. For example, let's put it on 2 or maybe 1. Click on apply. You can see we have 1 support in here. Also, you can put it on 2 in here. We will talk about this part in future videos, but you can see the carriage and carriage supports in here too. But each of them has their own edit types that I'm not going to cover the whole of them, but it's too simple. Just click on each of them. For example, this type, and you will see another window in here. Each of them has their own material. You can change the material, for example, to something else. For example, let's put it on this wood in here. You can change the depth of it. For example, let's put it on bigger number. You can change the width of it and also depth of it. For example, let's put it on 20 and 20. Click on OK and OK. You can see a big difference in weights in here. And that's the way that you can customize your stairs very easily. And now let's talk about the other kinds of stairs that we have, and that is monolithic. After we've learned about the edit types in a straight and assembled stairs, but there are some difference in monolithic and cast in place and precast stairs in edit types. Let's discover them too. After you've understood the methods of modeling for monolithic stairs, now it's time to model them. Monolithic stairs are concrete stairs or masonry stairs that we have in some countries. Click on a stair, and in here change it to the monolithic stair. The precast is the same but a little bit different, but we are not going to cover that because that's really simple. Click on monolithic stair, and the edit type is a little bit different. Let's click and let's make some of monolithic stairs in here to see the results. Let's go to the top and let's create a monolithic stair in this part to see them in action. And now you can see the monolithic stairs. It's just a concrete part and there is no tread and risers yet. Click on one of them. Let's put this part a little bit. Let's go to the edit type and let's change this part and let's move it a little bit to right to have a right connection in this part in here. And now that's great. And let's go to the edit type this time, and right now we have some completely different parameters in here. The first ones are the same, the maximum riser and those kind of things, but for the run type we have the different option. The first one is under surface, under the stair surface, and this is a smooth, and we have another one, a stepped, sorry. We have a step. Click on OK, and this is the shape for a step part. Let's put it on a smooth again, and let's specify this part too. A smooth steps or structural depths can be too big or too small. You can see this part, we can put it on maybe 1 centimeter. You will get something like this. Too tiny, and let's put it on maybe 10 centimeter. Click on finish, and now you can change the monolithic material, this part, and you can add thread and riser to it, and you can change the material of each of them in here too. Click on apply. You can see the results very greatly and beautifully in here. You can change the end with riser status in here too. Select one of them, click on edit type, select this one, copy this number, uncheck this, and paste the number again in this part, and now you have a complete stair and complete thread at the end of the stair too. That was the explanation about the monolithic stairs that are really useful in some of the project. If this video has been helpful, please don't forget to like this video too. Okay, let's go to talk about the sprawl and other shapes of stairs in here. In spiral methods of Revit stairs, you need to know there are two different spiral stairs in Revit, and there are full step spiral and center ends spiral. In full step, you don't have any control on having landings, and all of the stairs should be threads, so you don't have any landing. So that's a little bit off for sometimes, but it's really easy to draw. But sometimes when you need landings, we use center ends spiral that will give you more control in creating landings and having different shapes of spirals. As we understood about the difference between full step spiral and center ends spiral, now let's model them. To model them, click on stair again, and now the first one, let's click on full step spiral, and let's specify the levels of it, and you can specify other things in here, and you can specify the stair type in here too. Let's put it on monolithic and let's see the results. You just need to click once, and now then you can specify the radius of the stair, and there is a limitation. For example, we have this amount of limitation, and now just click once. For example, let's put it on something like this, and now it will create the stair for you, and there is no way to create a landing in this part. There is some ways, but this is a little bit difficult, so we will use center ends spiral when we want to have landings in spiral stairs. Okay, that's great, and we can create more of them very easily by just 2 clicks, and we have our full spiral in here. But the next one is center ends spiral. It's a little bit more complex in comparison with this first one, but we have more freedom in creating them. Let's finish once. Let's click on finish once, and let's go to the stair again, and let's click on center ends spiral. Specify the center of it, and then specify the place you want to start, and then you can specify the number of stairs that you want to select for your first run, for example something like this, and then you can go hover over in here, press escape once, you can create a center for this part, and you can create another stair for this part too. Let's go to the center ends spiral again, and you can create another stair at the center of the first one. Go in here, or you can click on, you can't select the center easily, so hover over in here and click on SC, and you can get the center of this, something like this, and now click once, and now you can hover over in here, it will lock, and it will follow the spiral, and click in here, and you can click the last time and select the full spiral or a spiral stair with the landing in it. So that's not really hard. You can, for example, and go change the thickness of the landing to have a smooth transition in here, or you can do the same thing that we did in here to have a complete thread at the end too. So that was the spiral stairs, and now there is a time to talk about the L-shaped and U-shaped stairs in Revit. They are really useful in houses and those kind of places. The next 2 shapes of stairs that we need to talk about are L-shaped and U-shaped stairs. They are really useful in housing modeling and in houses, and they have their own usage. To create L-shaped and U-shaped stairs, just click on a stair, and you have L-shaped and U-shaped window stairs. In here, click on L-shape, for example, and that's not a really big way to create it. Just click once because it's a little bit heavy to load. Just click once to place it, and then you can go at the top and you can modify it very easily. For example, you can extend it from this run and it will cut that from in here, or you can, for example, extend this run, and also you can specify the width of it, and you can make the width of this stair bigger as much as it is possible to create. And now you just click on finish, and now you have your stair, an L-shaped window stair for yourself. And now let's go to the stair again, and let's talk about the U-shape. To just click on U-shape. This is the same with L-shape. Just click to load it because it is a little bit heavy to load, and then you can do whatever you want with this stair. You can do these kind of things, and you can make it bigger or smaller. For example, there is a limitation in this part, and you can make it bigger than this because it doesn't do anything. And or to make it bigger, you need to have a bigger space with this between these two runs. Okay, that's not really hard. And after that, we will talk about the converting them to other methods. You will have the full control on all of the things you see in here in later of this video. Click on finish, and now this is the way you create L-shaped and U-shaped stairs in Revit, and the types and edit types are the same with other stairs. But maybe you are wondering, if my stairs was in another shape or the shape wasn't in these shapes, how I can do it. Don't worry, we have a sketch in Revit, and this is another method for creating a stairs, and it will give you full control of creating a stairs. But a little bit hard, but sometimes we need to use it. Now it's time to use the sketch method, and it will give you the fully freedom to create a stairs. To do that, click on a stair, and in here you can see the sketch, create a sketch method. But before that, make sure that you know the desired numbers of your stairs to achieve from the base level to top level, or from level 1 to level 2. It is 23, and click on a sketch. And in a sketch, you have boundary lines and risers. Boundary lines are the perimeter of your stair, and risers are the places that you want to have risers, and they specify the area of threads. For example, if I want to create something like this in a sketch, I need to create the boundary. For example, let's put it on. Maybe we have 23 stairs. 10 by 30 will be about 3 meter. I want about 1.5 meter for landing, and it will be 1.5, 1.3 and 1.3, so it would be 2 by 2.6 in this side. And now let's go in here, and let's click on pick line, and let's put it on 1.30, something like this. And I want 1.5 from this side, and let's extend this by this. And now we have our boundary lines at the place, or it's gonna, you need to make another line with a small offset in here. And then let's delete this line, and let's click on boundary, and let's close this part. This is the boundary that we need for that stair, but we need risers. So click on riser. The risers are in black, and then click on risers, and let's place a riser in here and a riser from this part. And let's go to edit, let's go to the pick line, and let's put the offset on 30 to have our offsets for other risers we need. And then we created our first run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. We have 12 remaining, so let's put it on Let's put another riser in this part, and let's put the offset on 0. Let's click on pick line and let's put it on 30, and let's make 11 of these riser at this side. But you see, because I didn't click on riser, we have boundary line. So let's click on riser, let's put it on pick line, and let's put it on 30 centimeter to have other risers in here. This is the stairs and risers we need. Let's trim these together from here to here and from here to here. And the last step you need to do to create your stair path, you need to create a stair path from the start of your path and click somewhere in here. It doesn't need to be at the middle, and go in here and bring it in here. It doesn't need to be exactly accurate, just it will specify the way for Revit, and Revit will specify the path more easily. And then click on finish, and now you have your stair exactly like the stairs that we've created. But this was easy to create with a simple stair too. But we can bring it to another level in these stairs. For example, let's go to a stair. There are lots of sketch stairs you can create, but for example, let's create something like maybe this, maybe something like a atrium or some stairs for stadiums. You can create them with this tool. For example, let's put it on maybe 10 meter or maybe more, 12 meter. Let's bring them at this side, and let's create boundary this part and this part. Let's delete these and let's create them as risers, and let's create an offset from this one by 1 meter. Let's put it on 1 meter, and let's create offsets from this line as a riser by 1 meter. And then let's click on extend, select this and select all of these to extend it from this side. Click this and extend all of these to this side, and then go to the stair path and let's create our stair path. Click on finish. Oh, that was the problem because we didn't trim from here. Click on trim and trim these two and trim these two and click on finish, and now you have your stair in here. That's great, and you can create more creative sketch stairs. Maybe you're asking yourself why we don't have both of them at the same time. You have. After you've learned about the sketches, and now you need to know that you can convert the automatic shapes of stairs to sketches too, and it will prevent you to start from scratch, and you can have best of both worlds. Let's have best of two worlds in here. For example, we've created this this automatic stair in here, but we want maybe a curve landing according to our facade. So click on it and go to the edit stair and select each element of the stair, for example, runs or landings. And then you have a option in here, click on convert. But as Revit warns you, when you convert it to a sketch, you can bring it back and it will be behaved as a sketch element. Click on close. Okay, that's great. And then when you've converted, you will have an edit sketch parameter in here, and now you have full control on the shape of these elements at this part, and you can create any kind of shapes you want. Click on finish, and now you will see our new landings. You can adjust, you can convert the runs to. Click on convert and go to the edit sketch, and now for example let's make it something like this, and let's click on extend, click on finish, and now you can see the difference in this stair. To create ramps in Revit, go to the architecture tab and ramp in circulation panel. Click on ramp, And ramps are really similar to stairs, so you can learn it really easily, and they are much simpler in comparison with stairs. The first part is run, that will create automatic ramps for you, and then we will have sketch ramps, and we will talk about the sketches in later of this video. Let's go to run, and we have two kind of ramps. We have line or straight ramps, and we have center and arc. Okay, let's go to the top view, and let's go, for example, and use the default version of ramps in Revit. And when you create default ramps, for example, let's click once and let's click twice, you can see the length is not really a manual. And when we create a ramp in something like this, when we click on finish, when you go to 3D, we will be unsatisfied because anything doesn't work right. Because in ramps, you need to do the calculations first. Let's dive into calculations. In Revit ramp parameters, we have two main parameters, maximum incline length and we have max slope. For example, in each slope, we have an edge between level 1 or level 2 from our departure point to our destination, and it has a h difference or height difference. We need to measure it, and also we have a maximum slope in percentage. And to calculate the maximum incline length, you need to place the edge but in centimeter. For example, if it is 4 meter, you need to put it 400 centimeter, and you need to divide it by a slope without any unit. And then you need to get this result and put it in here. I will write it MIL as an abbreviation, and you need to divide this one by height or h again, but this time it should be in m unit. Let's go back to the tutorial. Now you know the logic of calculation. Let's go to ramp again, and let's go to edit type and click on duplicate, and let's put it on 15 PE, for example, for 15% of the slope. And as I said, we have two parameters in here, maximum inclinance and a ramp max slope. Let's bring the calculation on. Let's calculate this one. For example, the first step is you need to put the height difference between these two levels. They are 4 meter, but you need to convert it to centimeter, and you need to divide it to a slope. It will be a number 26 by 66, and put it to maximum incline length. And then you need to divide this number 26 by 66 by height difference, but this time in meter, 4 meter, and then you have this number 6.665. Let's input it in here. Now when you create your ramp this time, all of the calculation on right, and it will calculate the length of your ramp automatically. For example, let's create a ramp in this part. Let's start it from here and let's end it in here. Let's click on finish. Now when you see it, let's delete the rails. You can see our ramps achieved to the place that we want, and it is a sign that we've done the calculations right. And then you can copy it in another level really easily with copy to clipboard and align to selected levels. Let's go to modify again and select align to selected levels, and let's select 2 to 6, and now we have our ramps in here. So that was the way we can create a one-way ramp. Now let's go and create two-way ramp, and also we want to adjust the width of ramp too. Let's go to the architecture tab and let's go to ramp again, and this time before creating our ramps, let's go to width and let's put it on 5 meter, and let's create a two-way ramps, one way to go and one way back. Because we have 26.66 meter of ramp, we can divide it by 2. It will be 13 meter point 33. Okay, let's go one way and let's put it on 13 meter point 33. And now let's create another run for return in this side. As I said, the ramps are really similar to stairs, so it will create the landings automatically for you. Okay, now click on finish and let's see it, and you can see the ramps in here with land. There is a tip here. In ramps, we don't have any flip option. To flip it, you need to mirror it manually, so you don't have any flip option in here. You can do the exact things for 3-way and 4-way ramps with this method. Now it's time to create the ramps for our spiral ramps. In spiral ramps, you need to go to the ramp again, and in here click on center and arc, specify the center of it, and then specify the radius, and then you can specify how much of this run you want to create. For example, let's put it something like in here. Again, let's go to the center of it, press SC to have the center of this part. If you don't have it, you have to create a model line beforehand. But for example, let's create in here and let's bring it to the center of this. And now let's create our continuation of the first ramp. And now we have a landing in here. Click on finish. And now let's go to 3D. You can see the results are okay with us, but sometimes when you don't have any calculations, you will encounter with some stupid results. So now let's dive into spiral ramps calculations. But in a spiral ramp, there are some differences. For example, we have level 0 and level 4 in here. We don't have a straight line, we have a spiral ramp. And we need to measure the arc length of the middle axis, and it will be our maximum incline length. So if you've calculated the maximum incline length 26 meter, you need to make sure that your middle arc length, middle axis of your spiral ramp should be equal to maximum incline length. Otherwise, it won't reach to the exact point that you want, or it will manipulate the slope, and your slope is not the thing that you've calculated. Now, after understanding the logic of spiral calculation, let's go to the ramp again. And now, as I said, the center axis of the ramp and the arc length of that is our ramp length. So that dimension should be 26.66 by our calculations. For example, let's go to the arc length again, and let's create a ramp in this time. Now, for example, let's assign a really small radius, and let's see the results this time. And let's go to the annotation, or press the I for annotation, and go to the arc length. And let's see the arc length of this part. You can see it is 23 meters, so it doesn't meet our needs. But let's click on finish and let's see the results. It is working because Revit will change the slope for this part. We want 15% of a slope, so we can say we need to do the calculations and creating of spiral lamps manually most of the time to meet our needs. We'll discuss it later of this video. Maybe you're asking how we can create some customized shape. For example, we have automatic ramps, we have a straight end, we have center and arc ramp. But what happens when we want to create something like this or this? You can see here. That's where sketch comes in, and we can use a sketch. Let's go. Now we have another way to create ramps. As I said, a sketch for customized shape of ramps. For example, let's bring back anything is hidden. Let's list this part. Let's go to top view and let's go to ramp, and in here we have boundary and riser. As I said in the stairs video too, we have boundary for the boundary of our ramp, and we use riser lines for in the beginning and the ending, and beginning and ending of the ramp, and also beginning and ending of our landings. Okay, so that's really simple. Let's click on boundary. As I said, according to our calculation, we need 26.66 length of ramp. So to do that, let's create a 13.33 for our first run, and let's create another run for the return by the exact number. And then let's go to the boundary and let's create our, for example, sketch ramp by something like this, and let's bring it down. Maybe let's put it on this joint, and let's mirror it and copy it at the same time. Now we have our boundary. We want to create some risers in here. Let's go to the riser and let's fill this void, fill this gap. And now we need some landings because we are using a sketch. I want to create a landing in this part. Let's go to the boundary and let's create another arc at this part, something like this. And we need to fill this gap with the boundary line, not risers. And now we have our ramps. Because we don't have any stair paths in ramps, we need to mirror or move it afterwards, and we can't specify the exact bottom and top of the ramp in here. For example, let me change this part to maybe something else. Now we have our landing. Let's click on finish. Now you have your ramp with a customized shape in here without any problem with the dimensions. You can do it in spiral ramps too. Let's create another spiral ramp too with the exact numbers. Let's click on boundary and let's create an arc in here. For example, something like this. And let's go to the dimensions and let's measure this arc length. As you can see, this is about 44 meters. You can select your arc and now you can adjust the length of it to 26.66. And now we have our center axis of our ramp. And now you can move it. For example, let's move it in here. Okay, we don't want the dimensions. And now let's create some offset from it. Because this is the center of our ramps, we need to create our offsets in each way. Let's put it on. Let's go to the peak line and let's put it on maybe 2 meters. This side and this side. Now you need to fill these gaps with risers, and we don't need any middle axis anymore. And you can see, don't connect these two ends with perpendicular line because it will ruin the calculation. Just do it something like this, and then you can rotate it really easily to make it perpendicular or align with your face, something like this. And let's move it. And now we have our ramps in here. Let's click on finish and see the results. Beautiful, really beautiful. And now you can create these sketch ramps as you need, because now you know the standards and you know the calculations. And the next thing you need to know about the ramps in Revit, you need to subscribe and smash that like button too to make sure they work. As you may have understand, the ramps that we've modeled so far are the ramps with thicknesses, and we don't have any solid or filled ramps. But sometimes we have some ramps that will be formed by a solid shape. It will be filled by some materials in here. Let's see how we can create these kind of ramps in Revit. As I said, sometimes we need a solid ramp to do that, because sometimes we fill under the ramps with some other materials. To do that, let's click on edit type and put the shape from the thickness. You can change the thickness of it in here too. Let's put it on solid, and it will fulfill under a ramp automatically by Revit. This is some types of ramp we use in some places. Let's bring it back to thickness, and we don't have any other important options except ramp material. You can change the ramp material to something else. You can see we've changed our ramp material, but there is a limitation in ramps, and we don't have any kind of layers as we had in floors, but in reality we have them. Let's see how we can solve it. Ramps have some limitation with layering. For example, in reality and in construction, we have ramps with multiple layers. So let's go in Revit and let's see how we can create multi-layer ramps in Revit. As I said, we have some limitation. To overcome with it, we use floors. For example, we have our ramp in here, we use it as a base shape, and we use floors at the top of it, and then we will delete the ramps. Okay, let's go to floor in here, and you can adjust the layers as you want. For example, let's select this one and pick the outer edges of your ramp. And now let's click on finish, and let's go to the modify shape, modify sub element, and let's bring it up, and then you can delete your ramp. And now you have your ramp. You can bring it a little bit upper. Now you have your ramp with layers. Let's bring it in section box. You can see the layers of your ramp with this method that we used in here. For example, we want to create a rail for this shaft that we have in this site. To do that, you need to go to the architectural tab and in circulation panel, click on railing, and then click on sketch path, and then specify the level that you want to create your rails on. For example, let's put it on floor, second floor, or this is our third floor. Let's put it on third floor, and you can specify the offset, and also you have an offset from path to. For example, let's go to the top view, and in here, let's pick the edges of this shaft that we have, and let's assign maybe 10 centimeter or 100 millimeter for our offset from path, and then click on OK. You can see the offset is from the inside, so let's put it on minus 100. And now we have our rail that we want to create, and we will talk about the shape of it and the types that you can create. And that's the way that you can create sketches. And also there are some limitation. For example, let's go to the edit sketch, and let's bring it in here. You can have a continuous line, but you can't have multiple loops in a same rail. So that's the point. For example, if I would create another pass in here, it doesn't work, and it will tell you that you can't have multiple loops in the same rail. If you want to create something like this, you need to click on finish and create it in another rail element. For example, let's delete it, and let's go back to the things that we had. For example, let's delete this one, and let's create a arc in here, maybe something like this. Click on finish, and it will work for you beautifully, and there is no problem in it. So far, the rails we created were in flat surfaces, but most of the time they are on stairs or on ramps. For example, we have some rails on stairs, and sometimes we have those ramps on ramps. And the creating of those kind of rails are really different, and you need to know some tips about them too. Now let's create those kind of ramps that I've said for our stairs. To do that, click on railing, and let's put it on place on a stair and ramp. And then you have two options: the placing the rails on treads, or you can place rails on your string. Let's put it on tread, and let's choose this one, and you can see the magic happens, and you have your rails in here. This part, because I have a section box, that's the reason that we can see the full rail in here. We can do it for the ramps too. Now let's test it on ramps. Again, click on railing and put it on place on a stair ramp. Select your ramp. In ramp, it doesn't make any difference when you choose threads or strings, and then click on your ramp, and now you have your rails in here. Even after making them, you can change the type of them really easily. For example, let's put it on pipe. Now let's change this one too, and now you have your new rails for your ramp. But what happens if I would want to place a fence or place a rail on this slope wall? Is that possible or not? There is a trick in here. Let's go to the top view, and let's create our ramp with the simple way and a sketch path, and let's create a rail in here. The level is not really important, just place it in here, click on finish, and now you can see there is no difference in here. But the key is here. Select your rail, or you can put it on wireframe to select it. Now it is selected right now, and then click on pick host, and you can select the new host for it and select your wall. Now you have your sloped rail beautifully has been modeled by Revit automatically. But maybe you're wondering, sometimes we have topple surfaces and we want to have a fence on it or something else. We want to have a fence, for example, in this road. How we can do it? Or we want to use rail tool to create some kinds of other functional things but with rail features. Can we host it on topographies or not? Let's dive into the software and let's see it. But before that, make sure to like and subscribe us to help us to create more videos like this. Now I want to place some rails on my topography. To do that, click on railing and a sketch path, and let's create a path in here. For example, let's click on finish, and now you can see nothing's happened. So let's click on pick new host and select your topography, and you can see your rails are adapting to the topography that you've selected. Now, after understanding how we can create and sketch rails, it's time to understand the anatomy of rails. In rails, we have balusters and we have rails. Rails for horizontal elements and baluster for vertical elements. But in each of them, we have sub elements too. For example, in rails, we have top rails, we have extensions, and in balusters, we have end posts. We have also in rails too, we have handrails and support. And all of these elements are having their own type. Don't confuse, we will learn all of them right now. Now it's time to dive into rail edit type. It's a big edit type, and it's a big tool in Revit to master, but I've tried to make it so simple, and we will learn it really precisely in here. For example, let's select a rail in railing in here, and let's work with railing, and let's go to the edit type, and let's click on duplicate, and let's put it on, maybe click on finish. And now you have some main parts in edit type in Revit. As I said, we have our horizontal parts, our rails, and we have our balusters, and posts are in balusters too. We have baluster offset and all of these parameters that I'm not going to cover all of them in here, but I will cover the important ones. For example, let's go to the rail part, and you can see in this part we don't have any intermediate or middle rails, and we just have a top rail. And the top rail part is a different part in edit type. So if we would go to the rail structure, we will see nothing, because this is a rail without any intermediate rails. To create a new and insert a new intermediate rail, click on insert, and then you can name it whatever you want, for example 1. Then you can place a height from the base of it. For example, let's put it on, the main height of the railing is about 1.1 meters, so let's put it on about 300 millimeter, and you can place offset from the axis of your rail, and you can change the material too. For example, let's click on apply and click on finish. Click on finish. You can see the new rail in here. But what is about how we can change the shape of it? The shape is coming from a profile. You can create a profile in the profile family, and you can load it, and you can change the profile of it from here. For example, let's put it on maybe a circular this time. Let's click on apply. Click on apply. You can see the new circular profile in this part. You can add some other intermediate rails, and for example, you can achieve something like this. The pipe type we have, let's put it on pipe. This is a rail with multiple rails. For example, we have a top rail in this part, and then we have 4 intermediate and secondary rails in our edit type. And now let's place some balusters, and let's learn about the balusters. In balusters, as I said earlier, we have posts, the first and the end, and the corner balusters. We call them posts that most of the time are different than some posts that we have. For example, the posts are a little bit bigger or different in design. To create balusters and to control the balusters, let's click on edit type. One of these in here, let's click on edit type. Let's go to the baluster placement. This is a really overwhelming window, but it's really simple. Click on preview. You can see the preview of your railing. You have your pattern or intermediate rails that you have in here. You can change the name of it, and you can change the family of it. For example, let's put it on maybe a square 20 millimeter. As you can see, now they are simpler than the post, and you can have multiple balusters too. For example, in here, let's click on duplicate and let's put it on something like maybe circular. We have a run in here. Let's put it on run 20 millimeter. And for the base and top, host is your level. Let's put it our host on rail 1 that we've created earlier. Let's click on apply, and now you can see we have something like this, and you can change the top part too, and can specify the offsets, and can put a distance from previous to, and this is the thing they can achieve by this. For example, let's put on a smaller number and can achieve something like this, or let's put it on 200. And you can achieve two different things by putting some things like this. Let's copy it and let's place it in here. Let's click on apply. You can see we have our parts in here, but there are some intermediate rails, and I will put some examples to know about the other parts of railing and other shapes of railing you create, and you can practice with them too. And then we have our posts, and for the post, you need to specify which part of the rail you want to place posts. For example, I've specified I want the post on beginning, and this is the justify for the offsets in here. And also I've specified that I want my balusters in end and also in the corners. If you don't want any baluster in the corner, you need to put it on none, or you can put it on the exact family that you have in here. For example, let's place them on a bigger one. This is on a bigger one, or let's put it on maybe around 25 and around 25, and the base and the top is great. Click on OK. Now we will specify our balusters. Click on finish, and now you can see our start and our end balusters are run, but other balusters are in rectangular and square shape. But how we can we have balusters in corner? Yes, you can. Just you need to place some corners in here. For example, let's create another rail in this part. Let's create another one in this part. Let's click on finish, and now you have your balusters in corners too, in addition to the start and end. And also there is a trick in here. If you want to have a baluster post at the middle of it, it's really easy. Just go to the edit part and just split the place that you want to have another post. For example, let's click on split in here. Let's click on finish, and let's zoom a little bit, and now you can see we've added a post at the middle of our rail. So this is the baluster placement and rail placement for our railings. Now the next option that we want to cover is top rail. For example, in here we have top rail, and we can change it. But before that, let's dive into balusters for our railings. It is different placement railings. For example, in this stair, I've placed my railing on threads. You can see they are on our threads, and in here we have them on strings. When you have them on strings, the settings are same, as usual rails that you have. But when you place them on thread, this is different, and you don't control them by distance. You control them by number on each thread. For example, let's go to the edit type, and in here let's go to the baluster placement, and we have our baluster per thread. For example, let's put it on 1, and let's click on OK. And OK, you can see we just have one baluster per thread. You can add other balusters too. So that's the difference in baluster placement for your stairs. But in railing, in landings, it is same as usual rails. So that's the way that you can place balusters on stairs. Okay, that's great. Let's click on edit type, and in here let's go to the top rail part. For example, you can delete your top rail. You can change the height of it. For example, let's put it on 900. Let's click on apply. You can see all of the balusters and rails came down because the host of the top host of our balusters were top rail. If I would go in here, you can see the top host of our rails were our top rail. So this height will change the balusters too. You can go to the type and you can change the top rail, and especially you can change the material of it, and you can change the profile of it. For example, let's put it on a maybe something like this C-shaped profile. Click on OK and OK and OK, and now you can see we've created something like this for our railing very easily. Okay, that's great. Let's click on edit type, and then let's talk about the handrails. As I said, handrails are great for placing some places for disabled people to go up from ramps or those kind of places, or for elder people, they can use it for better communication and better circulation. Okay, to place top rail, first of all, you need to select the type of it. For example, let's put it on let's click on the type of it, and in here you can change the profile of your handrail. Let's put it on circular, and let's click on OK, and then you need to place you need to specify the position of it. For example, let's put it on left, click on apply, and you can see the height of it is not really great for us. Let's go to the edit type, and in here let's change the height to something like 700, and we can see the difference in here. And can some of the small elements, you can see some of the small elements in here, they are supports. You can change the support of it really easily from here. You can change the family on support, and you can change the layout from fixed distance to align with posts or fixed number. Let's put it on align with post, click on OK and OK, and now you can see we have our supports on our post and aligned with our post, and we've changed the handrail too. You can place it in both sides, and can also have your second handrail too. But should we model all of these things every time? The answer is no. And we have some ready-to-use files rails. You can use them and bring them in your project. I'll put this file on my Patreon too, so check it out. And let's see how we can use these ready-to-use rails in Revit. As I said, you don't need to create all of them each time. You can use ready-to-use rails for other projects too. For example, I love this rail with different posts and different balusters. To bring it in my project, just press Ctrl+C. And in your project, click on Ctrl+V, and we want the type of it, so click on OK, and now place it anywhere you want. It's not a big deal. Delete it, and now when you go to in your railing type, you have a new type in here, and this is the rail that you want. For example, let's split it and let's have some other balusters in these parts, something like this. As you can see, it doesn't work because you need to go to the edit type, and let's put the baluster placement add breaks to, for example, in corner, let's put it on the exact baluster family that we have in here. Let's Control C and control it in here. Click on finish, finish, and now you have your balusters at corners too. So that's great. For example, let's change these to the rail that we've bring them in. Now you can see the beauty of the new rail that we've brought. Let's learn how to control the graphics and the things that we see in Revit, and it will help us to control our bigger projects much better and control what we see and how we can put them in sheet. The first tool and the first window that we want to learn is object style. The object style is project based. When you change something in it, it will affect all of the project in all of the views. In object style, you can change the line and pattern of each category elements in the projection and the cut views, and also you can change the default material of each category too. To access to object style window, you need to go to the manage tab, and in the settings panel go to the object style, and for example in here find the category that you want. For example, I want to work with walls here. Let's search for walls. And in here you have the line weight for projection and cut, and also you have the line color, line pattern and material, and also you have these options for the annotations too, and for the article, and also imported object. For example, for imported object you can change the layer color of AutoCAD. That's a bonus tip in here. And let's go back to the model object and let's find the walls in here, and let's change the cut line width. But before that, let's turn off the thin line and see the line base in here. Again, go to the object style, and in here let's find the wall, and let's bring it down from 3 to maybe 1, and let's see the result. And as I said, the object style works with all of the views, and it's not specific to just one view. Or for example, let's go to 3D and let me turn on the section box. It's turned on but it is hidden. Let me bring it back. Let's select it and let's unhide it, and let's see our section box in here. But I want to change the color of my section box. To do that, you need to go to the object style again, and in the annotation object let's search for section box. In this part, section box, and let's change it to red, and let's bring the line thickness to something like 3, and for the line pattern let's put it on center. Click on OK, and now you have a new section box type. After we've learned object style, it's time to learn about the visibility graphic or VG. In VG, when you change something, it is view based, and you only changing the view that you are in, or we can say active view. In visibility graphic, you can change the line pattern and some of the other graphical settings on each category, and also you can hide and unhide them very easily. But you need to know in visibility graphic you can change the default material for element, and it is only available in object style. Sometimes you want to change some specific part of your categories and we don't have them in object style, or you want to have them in just one view. That's the way that we work with visibility graphic. To access visibility graphic, you have two ways: to go to the view tab and click on visibility graphic, or you can press VG on your keyboard and you can access to this window that we have in here. The main usage of a visibility graphic for me is to hide some elements. For example, let's hide our walls. Let's find our walls and let's hide it. Just uncheck the visibility checkbox in here, and let's click on OK, and let's see the result. You can see we can't see any walls in this view, but when I go to the 3D, it is visible. So it's just a specific view option. Let's go to VG again, and let's turn on the walls, and now let's check other options that we have. We have lines, lines, pattern, transparency, and lines and patterns. Also halftone and detail level. We have line, pattern, and transparency in projection or in uncut situations, and we have line and pattern in cut situations. For example, I want to make my walls dark gray in cut parts. For example, let's put the pattern, and let's assign a solid fill and a dark gray pattern to it, and click on OK and OK. You can see we have our walls in dark gray. And I don't want to see the hatch of my floors for this view, so press VG again. Let's go to the floors this time. In here, and because it's uncut and it's a projection part of our floor, let's go to the pattern, but in projection part, click on override, and in here uncheck the visible option of your hatch, and then your hatch will be gone. Click on OK and OK, and now we have our floors without any hatches. Or you can halftone your doors and windows. For example, let's go to the doors, and in here let's halftone it. It will bring it will make it lighter, and it will be better to have our doors and windows lighter in some views. And let's go to the window again, and let's put it on halftone. Click on OK, and now you can see it is lighter right now. You can change the brightness of your halftone from the Manage tab, an additional setting, and in here you have a setting in here. We have halftone or underlay, and you can make it lighter or darker. Click on make it lighter and click on OK, and now you can see they are much lighter here. You have other options for the annotation parts too, for example for tags and all of those things, and also you have those options for your imported families or imported CAD or imported other imported files in your Revit. Before diving into hide and isolate options of Revit, you need to know that there are two different ways that you can hide and isolate your elements. We have permanent and temporary. In temporary, as the name describes, we temporarily hide our elements in Revit, but when we restart our Revit, the elements will be returned and we will see it. But in permanent part, when you restart your Revit, you can see them, and every time you want to unhide something, you need to do it manually. To hide and isolate objects in Revit, you have some different way. For example, I want to hide this roof in here. Let's just select it, and then if you want to hide it temporarily, you can go down in here and click on this sunglass icon, and in here let's put it on hide element. We have hide category or hide element. As the name describes, when you put it on hide category, it will hide all of the roofs. But when you put it on a hide element, it will hide that specific element. Let's hide elements. Let's click on hide element, and by this frame that you can see, blue frame in here, you can understand that we are in a temporary hide and isolate part. If you want to make it permanent, you can click on this option, and you can put it on apply hide isolate to view, and it will make it permanent, and you need to bring it back manually. Let's reset it and bring everything back, and let's do a hide category 2. You can use HH for hide element 2, or let's select the sunglasses icon in here, and let's select the hide category, and you will see no roofs in here. Or you can hide the hide category your ceilings in this part, and you will hide all of those categories. Let's bring all of them back, and let's use isolate option. For example, I just want to see this roof and this window, or maybe this wall in my view to work much better with them. To do that, select them, and in here click on isolate element. We have the same thing in isolate two, isolate element and isolate category. I'm not going to mention both of them again. So let's click on isolate element, and now we have just two elements that we've selected, and now we can work with them very easily in our Revit view. Let's bring them back, and now let's hide some elements permanently. To do that, you need to select your element and right click, and in here you have hide in view, and you can hide by element and hide by category. When you hide it, you can't see any specific frame in here, but maybe you are questioning how we can bring it back. To bring the permanent hidden items back, you need to turn on the reveal hidden item option in here, and now you can see the hidden item is in here. Just select the hidden item you want to bring it back, and now you can right click and you have unhide element. You can do it by categories too, but my suggestion is to use as less as you can from these permanent hide elements and use visibility graphic options, filters, and temporary hide option, because sometimes it is confusing and can understand which items are hidden. To understand underlay better, for example, assume that you've created your walls in the level 1 to level 2. The cut plan in Revit is somewhere in here, but when you go to the level 2, you can see nothing, and it is hard to draw and model the second level walls at the top of these ones. So we have an underlay option. When we turn it on, you will see the walls from the bottom floors, and then you can create your walls at the top of them. Let's say that I've drawn and I've modeled my first level walls in Revit, but when I go to the level 2 to create my second floor or first floor walls, I can't see anything. So in here you need to go to the properties palette, and in here we have an underlay option, and from here put the none or on the bottom level or the level that you want to see it in this level. For example, I want to see the level 1 elements in here, and then you can specify the top range of it too, and also you can specify that you want to look down or look up. And in here you have the underlay options. If you want to select your underlay elements, you need to activate it from in here, and now you can select your underlay elements too. But let's turn it off, and now you can click on wall, and you can pick the lines of your first floor walls to create your second floor walls really easy. For example, let's have an example in here. And you can see this is much easier to create our walls. Let's say I want these walls in black in my view. It will definitely look better in Revit, but accept it from me. Also, let's say that we want to hide our furniture. Okay, let's say that I'm satisfied with this plan, but how we can transfer this standard and this view standard to other levels. That's when view templates comes in, and we can use view templates to standardize our views. To create a view template, first in your view, for example, do some settings. For example, let's go and make our walls black. For example, let's go in projection surface and cut pattern, and let's make our walls black. And also let's go back to the floors, and let's make our floors maybe cyan. Let's give it a pattern, and let's put it on cyan, something like this. Click on OK and OK and OK, and put your style on something like maybe hidden style. And let's go to VG again, and for the floors we have to assign it to projection pattern instead of cut pattern, because it is in a cut situation. And now maybe it's much lighter. Now let's say we want to hide our furnitures too, and just have a floor in this part, and now we have our elements. Now from this view I want to create a view template. To do that, go to the view tab, and in here click on view template option, and in here you have two options: apply template properties. You can assign a template, or you can create a template from your current view, or you can go to the manage view templates. Let's click on create template from current view, and let's name it, for example, test 1. And now in this window you will adjust that which settings you want to contain and include in your view template. For example, sometimes I don't include view range in my view templates because I have some views with exact view templates and settings, but their view range are different. So in that situation, I would uncheck view range in view template. For example, uncheck this one and click on OK, and now you have your view template. Now we've learned how to create view template. Let's learn how we can assign them in each view that we want and how we can assign them in multiple views. Now I'm in another view, and in here you can assign a view template with two ways. You can go to the view tab, and in here click on view template, and you can apply template properties, or in the properties palette you can go to the view template. You can choose the template that you want to select, for example test 1. Click on OK. Now you can achieve to the exact view that you had, and you can do it for 3D and other views too. And also, after creating your view templates, you can manage them too. For example, I have one view template in these two views. Let's go to the manage view template, and this view template is 3D test. Let's put it on in here, and let's find 3D test. And in here, in detail part, let's put it on fine. And in shadows, I want turn on the shadows. Let's go to the shadows and let's turn on both of them. And in lighting, you need to go to lighting in this part, and let's make shadows much softer. Click on OK and OK, and you can see both views will apply those shadows because they are referring to one view template. That's the beauty of view template, and you can manage your views much better. Let's say we've created our view template and we have a sheet with some views in it, and it is a little bit time consuming to apply a view template to each of them. But there is a better option. You can apply a view template on all views on one sheet. And before diving into this option, make sure to subscribe the channel and like this video. As I said, you don't need to waste your time, and you just need to go to your sheet and right click on it, and in here click on apply view templates to all views, and then you can choose your template. For example, let's choose 3D test. Click on OK. Now you can see it will happen to all of them. The other ones changed because the scale was included. To make sure that the scale doesn't work in them, you can go to the view template and manage view template, and let's go to 3D test and let's uncheck scale in here, and let's do this process again and see the result. Now you can see all of the views have changed according to the view template you've made. Sometimes you are not satisfied with your view template, but just for a moment. For example, you've hide your furniture in view template, but just 1 second and 1 minute you want to see your furnitures, and it is a little bit hard to go and to turn off view template and those kind of things. But there is a option in here, temporary view template. We can assign a temporary view template, or we can restore the main settings. View range is the way that we see our plans. As you know, the sections are our vertical sections, but we have plans that they are horizontal sections from our buildings, and in those plans we consider a view range. In view range we have a top part, cut plane, bottom part, and the view depth part. In this episode we can learn how we use these settings in different views. Now you know the basics of view range. To get access to the view range of each view that you have, you need to press VR, or in the properties palette you can go to the view range, and here you can access to the view range. In view range, as I said, we have three main parts. We have primary range, which has cut plane, and top range and bottom range, and also we have a view depths in here that will allow us to specify another line type for that area. To understand it better, we have a door in plan and in section that we have in here, and let's go to the view range of this plan again. And in VR you can see the bottom part is level 1 and the top part is level 1, but the cut plane is about 130, something about in here in section. Let's put it on a bigger number, maybe 25. And when I click on apply, it will give me an error, and you need to know that the top part always need to be upper or at the same level that your cut plane is. For example, let's copy it, or maybe let's put this one on a bigger number, and let's click on apply. And now you can see the cut plane is something like in here, and you can see your walls at this view range, and that's the reason. Or in vice versa situation, maybe you would change the placement of your door or your window, and then you will see that your door or window is disappearing, and that's the reason that you don't see them. But there is a thing you need to know, that some categories are not cuttable. For example, this furniture that we have in here, they are not cuttable. So when you change your view range, it doesn't make any sense, and they don't change. So they are not cuttable. To understand about the cuttable and uncuttable categories, to know which one is cuttable and which one is uncuttable in Revit, you need to go to the Manage tab and Object Style, and in here you can see there are families that they are categories that they don't have any cut line weight parameter. They are uncuttable, so you can see which category is uncuttable in your Revit project. As I said, in Revit we have a view depth part, we have a primary range and view depth range. In this view range, this is the possibility to see some other things beyond of our primary range, but with different line type that we'll talk about the line type of it later. But you need to know that the view depth level needs to be at the same level to bottom line or under it, or as you can see in the view, it needs to be in here or it needs to be under the bottom line. So make sure to know about that. Maybe you've got confused and you don't know what's the difference between underlay and view range in Revit. Each of them has their own usage and they are different. Let's learn the difference of them. For example, in this view, let's try underlay in this part. Click on underlay, and in here let's put a maybe entry level, and you can see some elements that are underlay. These are all underlay elements that you can see in here. You can change the selection of them or the ability of selection of them from in here. Select underlay elements in this part, and also they haven't been cut. For example, when you have a wall and this is in view range, they are cut and you can see the layers of it. But when a wall is in underlay, it's just the way that you can see them. They haven't been cut. So that's the difference, another difference between underlay and view range. And also in underlay, you can look above, and there is another difference that they have. As I said, when we are working with view depth part or other than the primary range of Revit, there is a ability to change the line style of that part. For example, let's put the view depth on unlimited to see all of the elements under this part, and let's put it on maybe hidden line, and let's go to the manage, and in here additional setting, and in line styles we have a line style which is beyond, and when you change the beyond, let's put it on red, and let's put it on maybe hidden or center, and click on OK. As you can see, and the elements that are in view depth range, they are in another line style, so you can see them, but at the same time you can understand they are in view depth range. Despite of plans, you can see weird behaviors from view range in sailing plan. This is a little bit different. We don't have any bottom line, and also we have view depths at the top of our top line, and let's learn the difference between them. The behavior of view range in ceiling is a little bit different. You have a cut plane and you have a top. But in this part, the view depth doesn't work at the bottom of it, it works at the top of it. So when you want to assign your view depths, it needs to be upper than the top line or at the same level of the top line. So for example, I need to place it at the top of it, and also I have a cut plane. Let's put it on maybe. It is great, and for the top level, let's put it on the thing it is, and for the view depths, let's put it on unlimited. Click on OK, and now we can see the lines that are in view depth range are in different style because we've changed the beyond line style. In some specific situation and some models, for example, you want a view range for your whole plan, but you need another view range, and in one area you need another view range. You don't need to create a new plan for it. You can use plan region tool to specify a specific view range for a specific range of your plan. To use plan region, you need to go to the view tab, and in here we have a plan view, and click on it and go to the plan region, and now you can create your boundary, for example in this part. And the beauty of a plan region is that you can create you can assign different view range for this part, and also you can move it. That's great, guys. Click on view range and you can assign a different view range, for example 300 or 3000, sorry, 3000, and let's paste it in here, and now we have different view range in this part, and you can see different elements that you are not able to see before that, and you can assign different view range to multiple places. In some situations, when we bring link files in Revit, we need to see view range for link file, and we can control the view range of our link file by host view or by the link file. Let's learn how we can configure it. To change the view range of your link file separately from your main file, click on VG, and in the Revit link part, click on by host view, and let's put it on custom. And first of all, you need to assign which views are linked to the exact level that you are seeing. For example, let's put it on floor 1, and then in view range part, you can specify that you want to control your view range by your host model or your main model, or by your link model. You can change it from in here. You can put it on linked file or main file, and it will be different. As you see, it is different, and also you can change the link view to it. The first one that we want to talk about is in dimension panel, and which is align. Let's go to the floor plan, and here click on align, or you can access it with DI in shortcut, and then you need to select the face or the place that you want to start your dimensioning. You can change the references from here. I prefer wall faces. You can put it on center of core or wall center lines and face of core. Let's put it on wall center line, and in here let's put it on individual reference. We will talk about the entire wall, and in here let's select this face in here. If you can select the appropriate face, press tab, and now you have your face, and click once and bring your mouse in here and press tab again, and let's click again, and now you can specify the placement of your dimension, or you can continue it without anything else. Let's select this one, for example. Let me go to the align again. Let's put it on wall faces, and let's move on. Let's select this one and this one and this one and this one and this one, and then you can place the you can specify the placement of your annotation. For example, let's click once in here. Now we have our annotation in here. If you want to delete one of them, you can press tab in here, in this part, press tab, multiple time and select it and delete it. But sometimes you need to continue your dimension from here. To do that, select your dimension, and in here click on edit witness line, and then you can continue your dimensioning from the end of the last part, and then you can continue to place dimensions very easily. And this is the easy way to annotate your plans. And let's click out of the box, out of the region in here once to finish our annotation and dimensioning, and then you can change the placement of it afterwards. You can drag it in here and place it something like in here. So that was the align part, and then we have a linear part. In linear, there are some differences in linear. For example, let's say we want to measure this wall that is not straight. When you use align in here, it will give you the dimension at this exact angle of that element. But sometimes for construction, you need to have the horizontal dimension or vertical dimension, or for that to be able to construct that element. That's the situation we use linear instead of align dimension. And sometimes we need to know the angle of this part, so we need to use angular dimension. Click on angular and select two line that you want to know, or two face that you want to know the angle between them. For example, this one and this one, and then you can place your angular dimension in here, or you can bring it out, and you can have the different angles in different situations of between these two lines or faces, and then place it. You can change the placement and can change the decimal numbers afterward, or we'll talk about them later, so don't worry about that. The next two tools that we want to talk about are radial and diameter. With radial, you need to select it and just select your circle, and you can know and measure the radius of your circle. But sometimes maybe you need the diameter of it, so just use diameter tools instead of radial. Another dimensioning tool that we have, which is a great option when you are working with complex shapes of buildings or buildings with arc shape places, you can go to arc lengths, and in here, for example, it is a little bit tricky, so make sure to watch it carefully. First of all, select the face of the arc that you want to measure, for example, this face, and then you need to select the two intersecting faces with that arc. For example, this one and this one, and it will give you the arc length for this arc from here to here. Or if you don't have the right faces, you can create some reference lines, reference planes, or reference line or lines in here. For example, you can create a reference line in here, and you can select that reference line if you don't have the appropriate walls or faces there. The next three tools that we have are our three spots. The first one is a spot coordinate, we have a spot elevation, and we have a spot slope. We use spot slope to know the slope of that element. For example, our ramps and those places. Sometimes many times we need to know the coordinates of that part or that point in the model to be able to execute it right inside. And also sometimes we need to know the exact elevation of each part. For example, we have one floor, but we have the delta height and we have height difference in that floor. So that's where spot elevation comes in, and we place them to show the height difference. Now it's time to learn about the edit type of them. We don't cover each one because they are really simple. I will cover some of the important ones. For example, let's click on this one. Let's go to the edit type, and you need to know each of them has their own edit type. So if you create something, some types in Angular, it won't show in, for example, radial dimensional type. So make sure to know about that. Let's select these and let's click on edit type, and in here I want to cover some of them. For example, we can change the tick mark from diagonal to millimeter. For example, this is the tick mark in here. Let's put it on arrow, for example, field arrow or something like something else that we have in here. Let's put it on arrow advanced. Click on apply. You can see this, or you can check something else, and even you can change them. You can change these tick marks from the manage tab and from additional settings, and in arrowhead part, in annotation and arrowheads, you can change each of them separately. Let's select these and let's click on edit type, and then we have the line widths of them, and we have tick mark line depths, and then we have witness lines. You can change each parameter of witness line in here. You can change the pattern of center line or pattern of center line tick mark. This, when you, for example, place your a dimension in the center line, it will have a different tick mark. You can change it. And then in for interior tick mark, when they are really close together, for example, you create some close tick marks, something like this. Sometimes it is really it will be a mess, so you can tell Revit to decide which interior tick mark it needs to place, or which you don't, and Revit will decide to don't put interior tick marks in here because it will be a mess. So make sure to put it on dynamic. If you would put it on always show, it will place tick marks for each interior dimensions. And then we have the color of it. For example, let's put it on red in here. Click on apply. Click. You can see the lines in here. And then we have our text parameters. You can change the width factor. Sometimes, most of the time, I will put them on 0.8. It will be a little bit more neat. And then you can place underline, make it bold, or make it italic. And then you have the text size, which is one of the important one. For example, let's put it on 1. You can see it will be much smaller. Let's put it on 2. Click on OK. And then we have our text font. You can change the text font in here. For example, let's put it on Arial. Click on OK. Click on apply. You can see the change. Now also, let's talk about the text background. Let's place it. Let's bring them in here. You can see it is transparent right now. But if you would put it on opaque, it will be different. Let's put it on opaque. It depends on your needs. Sometimes when it is really populated, it is better to put it on opaque. But most of the time, the transparent will give you better results. Let's put it on transparent. And then we have our opening height. You can specify it. And when you are dimensioning your windows, it will tell you the opening height. 2, you can change the text location. For example, inline. Doesn't make any difference in here. It is for text. Let's put it on above. And we can separate spaces and those kind of things. And this is one of the most important one. You can change the unit of it. For example, your project unit is on meter, but you want to place your dimensions in centimeters. So you can change them in here. And let's uncheck the according to project setting, and let's put it on centimeter. Let's put it on 1 or maybe 0 decimal places, and let's put it on centimeter. Click on OK. Click on OK. And now I have it is on decimal places. Let's go to the edit type again, and let's change it to, it is on decimal. Let's put it on centimeter. Click on OK, and OK. Now you have your dimensions into centimeter. And sometimes when you are working with different people with different measurement system, you can place some alternative units to. For example, I placed centimeter in here. I can place an alternative unit at the bottom or top of the main unit. For example, let's put the alternative unit to below of it, and let's put the alternative unit to inch or something else, and click on OK. And also you can specify prefix and suffix for it, and then click on apply. And now you can see the dimensions in inch in these parentheses that I've placed. You can put it on this symbol, and you can see it right here. And we have a quality text that I'm not going to cover it right now. We will talk about that in other videos, and that's the way you can change the dimension types. And there are lots of options. Make sure to check most of them. Some of them are not really functional in all situations, so I just covered the important ones. The next panel that we want to cover is detail panel, and in detail panel we have our detail lines, which is a really useful feature. For example, when you want to create some lines in that view and you don't want to see it in other views, because when you are creating lines you need to specify the plans, you need to specify the work plane for them. For example, let's take this wall in here, and when you create this, you can see it in sections in other views, and it will be a mess when you create too many lines. And they are useful, but when you want to see them in all views. But if you want to create a detail line and you want to have some lines in that specific view, it is better to use detail lines. It doesn't need to specify any work plane, and you can create it. For example, you can place some lines in here to show any specific detail you want to show, and that's the way that you can use detail lines. And they are not available and they are not visible in other views, and they are specific view elements. And again, in detail panel, sometimes we don't have the 3D element, but we need to show some regions or show some hashes in our detail view, or in any view that you like. For example, let's click on region, and now you can go to the edit type. Let's click create a new one, and let's place some things like maybe airs. Click on OK, and you can change the color of it, and you can change the masking of it, and then click on OK, and now you can create a region for this one. For example, something like this. You can use pick line 2, and let's trim these and click on finish, and now you will have your hatch in here. Even you can make them bigger than your views. Now you will have something like this, or when you hide your crop region, you will have something like this. You can use these regions in anywhere, and sometimes you want to mask something. For example, there are some things we don't want to model them in Revit, we just want to show them in here. So sometimes masking is really helpful feature. You can click on drop down in here, click on masking region, and the only work that this tool do is that it will create a white mask on top of the other elements. For example, let's create a mask in here, or maybe in this part. Let's create a mask. Let's click on finish, and now you can see that part. You can see the detail lines because most of them are detail elements. You can select your mask in here, and you can bring it to front, and now you can see your lines and detail lines. You can make it bigger, or if you want to show the see the edges, let's go to the edit boundary and select your boundary lines, and let's put it on something else other than the invisible lines, and now you can see the lines too. That's the preference of you for in any mask that you can create.
You've seen 3D components, but in Annotate tab we have 2D components too. Sometimes we don't need to, and we don't have to model everything, and that's not efficient. So in here we can use some 2D elements, just bring them in those 2D elements and place them in your sections to make to enrich your section with additional and the necessary data that you need for construction and design development.
I'm bored, man. I can't copy all of these. Can you tell me a better way? Yeah, you don't need to copy all of them. There is a better way for these repetitive items that you want to place, we have the tool for them. Click on the drop down on components, and then you have repeating detail component. Click on them, and now you can specify, you can place the detail item you want to repeat, and you can place you can change the layout of it and the spacing of them. Click on OK. Now it is not a really great item to repeat. You can use these two, but let's replace it with a break. Now we can place them much easier in here. Click once in here, and now you have your break item. You can change the layout of them really easily, and even you can go to the family and change the color of it, or you can change the color of it even in here. So that's an easy way to create your details, and you can change the dimension in here. For example, let's put it on 7 centimeter. Click on apply. Maybe 8 would be better. So that's the way you can place your repetitive components. You can change it from fixed distance to fill available space, and it will be much better for this kind of break elements. And in here you need to bring it down a little bit to delete the last one. Now we are good to go. Next to that we have is revision cloud, which you can use for revisions. As the name describes, you can create some revisions, for example, for this store in here, and you can create revisions in different shape in here, for example, something like this. Let's bring it in here. Click on finish. Now you have your revisions. You can select on each of them. You can change the number of revisions. You can place a mark for it, and also you can place your comments on that revision. And then in the future, you can create a schedule for your revisions, and you can tag them too.
Most of the time in Elements, we have an installation layer, and the industry standard for showing installation is a little bit hard to find it in Revit hatches. And that's the time installation tool comes in Revit. Just select it, and you can change each of its parameters. You can change the width of it and the frequency of it, and just place it and enjoy this great tool for your detailing process.
The next panel that we want to talk about is text panel. But before diving into this panel, make sure to subscribe this channel and like this video to help us create more videos like this. Okay, click on text in here, and let's you have different kind of text in here. You have it with leader, with one leader, with two segment leader, and with arc leader. You can change between these four forms of text, and then you can type, for example, demolished. Okay, that's great. You can place text, and you can change the text attachment from top, from the horizontal and vertical poles. You can change the alignment of it, and also you can go to the edit tab. You can change the color of it and all of the options that you have, the line width and the background of it. You can put it on transparent or opaque, and then you can change the font of it and text size and tab size, and you can make it bold and also width factor. We had all of them in dimension edit types, so I'm not going to cover them all of them in here. So that was about the text, but I can't remember this spelling, man. Let's search it on Google. Actually, we don't need to do that because we have a check spelling and find and replace option in here. Click on check spelling, and it will check all of the text in your active view, and it will give you a suggestion for it. For example, let's go for with demolish in here, and then click on change, and then because we don't have any other problem in our spelling, it is great, and it will replace it very easily. And also you can find and replace. For example, you can find demolished, and we want to replace with new construction. Then click on find all, and then click on replace all, and now you can see we replace the demolished text with new construction text.
The next tool that we have is a really great feature in Revit, that is a tag. As the name describes, it's a tag, and it will report one or multiple parameters of your elements that you select. For example, we want to tag our doors according to its type or according to its material to have, for example, door and window schedule or other kind of things. Let's learn it.
Now you know the job of the tags. Let's place some tags. For example, you need to go to the annotation, and in here you have tag category, tag all, and also you have material tag. For example, when you click on tag by category, you need to have the tag for that specific category that you want to place tags. For example, I want to place my tags for my windows. For example, let's place it in here. Now you can see I have a really complex tags for my windows. Let's place it for doors. And now we have different tags for this door, and each of them are reporting one parameter of the door. But if you want to make it simpler, you can change the tag of it. Click on tag by category, and in here click on tags, and let's go to the window part. You can change the tag of it. If you don't have any other tags to replace, let's go and bring some tags. Click on insert, and let's bring some new tags in here. Okay, now we have our window and door tag. Let's select both of them and bring them in. And now let's go to tag again, and let's change our tag in tag by all. Click on OK. And now when I place tag, you can see a really simple tag in here. And let's go to the edit type of the door, or in instance parameters, you can see it is reporting the mark of that door. So each tag reporting one or multiple parameters of that element for us. You can change the parameters, and let's learn how we can create a new tag according to our needs.
You saw the default tags are not that great, and they can't see your needs sometimes, and most of the time. So you need to create your custom tag with exact parameters that you need. Let's create them.
For example, let's create a tag for our window that will show the width of it and the height of it, or other parameters that we want. To do that, click on file in here, click on new and new family, and let's select the appropriate template in here. You need to go to the family templates and in English part. Then we have annotation, and you can find the window tag in here, or if you can't find it in here, you can use general tag. Click on open, and now we want to create a tag for ourselves. The first part is our label. We want to create some labels. For example, let's click on label. In create part, click on label, and let's place it in here. And now you can select the parameter that you want to see in your tag. For example, I want the mark, and also I want the family and type, or we can find family name or family type. We can bring it. Let's bring that up, and I don't want any other elements. We can put the cell height too. Let's place cell height in here, and let's click on break because I want each of them in different line. And now click on OK, and now we have our sample values in here. You can create some lines around it, but I don't want any line. Or let's create a line in here. Let's create a frame in here. You can work more with it, but I don't want to. I don't want it. Click on load, and now we have a new tag in our family. Let's press place those tags, but you can't see them in here. So it was for Windows, you know. So let's place them on Windows, and now you can see your new tag with the exact things and exact parameters that you want to report on your tags. And we have another tool in tag, which is material tag. You can use it in places that we have some elements with different layers, or you want to tag the material of that element, not the type of or family of that element. You can use material tag, and then you need to import one if you don't have any. Now you can see the name or the parameter that the creator has been specified in this tag, and it will report that parameter of that material for you in here. We have keynotes, but I will cover it in another video because it's another level of annotation, and you just need to know it if you are an advanced user. Now it's time to learn symbols, which are 2D elements that we use them in some specific views in Revit. For example, I have this north symbol in here. Let's load it in family. For example, let's load it in our building, and in here, in sheets or any 3D view, you can place it really easily. And now you can select it, and now you can place the other coordination ticks. You can bring or put the ring, and also you can do all of these things. For example, let's put it on 0, it will be something like this, and even you can change the north arrow really easily with this one. This is a really good family. I will put it on my Patreon files, and also even you can download it from Beam Speed. It is the Beam Speed annotation, and that's great, guys. You can use some of the other annotations for different things and for different usage. They are just 2D annotations that they are not really detail element. They are just symbols, as the name describes. And also at the end, we have some parameters like span direction. You can place a span direction on your floors. You can have a beam element, and also you have, for example, stair pass. Let's place it on a stair pass. We have a stair pass in here. Let's delete it first, and then click on a stair pass, and now you can select your stair and it will place your stair pass.
Before doing anything, you need to know the difference between library, material, and asset. Library is the set of materials that we have. For example, in materials we have concrete, we have wood flooring, and those kind of things. And we have assets which we use for appearance. For example, we have different concrete with different physical information and identity, but their log is same as each other. So to prevent from doing this manually every time, we create a concrete asset, and we use that concrete appearance asset for each concrete material that we have, and their appearance are linked together, but their identity and their physical data are different.
Now you know the difference between library, asset, and material. Let's create some materials for ourselves. To manage materials, you need to go to the Manage tab, and in the Settings panel, go to the Material window, and in here you can see all of the materials that you have. You can use the ready-to-use assets of Revit. I will talk about them later. And also, if you have another or local library, you can see it in here. Let's create a new material. Click on this one, and let's create a new material. Let's call it maybe TAT or TOT and test 1. I will put the TAT abbreviation, or you can put your own abbreviation, because when I want to find my own material, I can search for TAT, and I will see all of the materials that I've made in this project. And then we have Identity tab, which will allow you to bring information in your materials, for example, keywords, class of it, comments, and also you can tag your materials according to these options in here. So this is a really important option in information part. Also, then we have graphic part that will specify the way that we want to see our materials in different views. For example, the first option that we have in here is shading, which will specify the way that you will see your element in shading. For example, let's place the color of it on maybe light yellow, and also I don't want any transparency. Let's click on OK, and let's assign that material to this roof that we have in here. Let's go to the edit structure, and let's search for TAT in here, and let's click on OK and OK. Now you can see when we are in shading mode, we can see this material in yellow. Let's go to the edit type of it, and let's modify our material from here. And then we have surface pattern and cut pattern. Surface pattern is where your material are not cutted, and cut pattern, as the name describes, are the patterns that you want to see when your materials in a cut situation. For example, let's put the foreground on a straight line that we have in here. Also, we have drafting and model. Hatches, drafting hatches will change their scale according to your scale, but the model will remain. For example, let's put it on something. Let's go to the model and let's put it on something like this, and let's go to the modify of it and let's put it on a bigger number, maybe 100 millimeter. Click on OK, and OK, let's put the color of it on black. Let's go and see the results. And now you can see it is horizontal, so you need to rotate it. Let's put it on 0, click on OK. And now you can see this part in here. And let's bring back our section box because it is hidden. And now let's isolate our roof and our section box. First of all, let's put this roof in a section box. I want to describe the section patterns for you. Let's isolate them and let's bring the section box in. And now you can see all of the layers of this roof. I want to assign a color to this section part of this layer. To do that, you need to edit type or edit the material of it, and you need to assign a cut pattern. For example, let's go to the foreground and let's assign this one to our cut pattern for this material. Click on OK and OK. Now you can see it in here. If it's not showing the exact thing to you because you need to change the scale of it because this is a little bit big for this scale, so you can change the scale of it really easily from this part. Or let's put it on solid fill and let's assign a color to see it in action. So now I can have a solid fill or solid pattern for my cut parts of this material, and that's the way that we can manage our patterns for our materials.
To be able to create materials, you need to understand the different maps that we have. We have a diffuse or albedo map, and then we have a bump or normal or displacement maps that gives our material a depth and its texture. And then we have some reflection maps, we have roughness maps, and each of them has their own usage. For example, with reflection, we specify the amount of reflection or which parts have more reflection in our material. And we have the same thing with roughness. And also we have cutouts, which will cut some of the part of the materials that we choose, and other kind of maps that I will explain them in Material Editor.
Now you know the difference between different maps. To get familiar with materials, I want to create two materials for the concrete blocks and also wood flooring. To do that, you need to go to the, for example, let's select this wall. I want to assign our concrete blocks to this one. Let's go to the edit type of it, and let's go to the edit structure, and let's just select the concrete layer that we have in here, and let's create a new material for it. Let's rename it to, let's create a new one, and let's rename it to TAT-Secon blocks. And I don't care about the graphics part of it right now. Let's go to the appearance of it. And now I have three maps for my concrete blocks that I have in here. This is the bump map, this is the diffuse map or the base map, and also this is the specular map or reflection map. To bring your textures in, the easiest way is to drag it. For example, just drag your textures and release it in here. And I don't want any glossiness. For this one, maybe about 5. And I want a really low number of reflectivity. For example, let's put it on 2. And then I don't want this material to be transparent, or I don't want to cut out anything. I don't want our concrete to shine, so I will put these three unchecked. But I want a bump map, just check it, and then just drag your bump map to here. But let's see the preview of our material on our wall, and we will change all of the things later. To see the preview of your material, you need to render it, or you can place your visual style on realistic, and you can see a preview of it. Or if you are using Inkscape, you can see it in Inkscape too. You can see we have the blocks, but it is really small, so we need to change the scale of it. So let's make it bigger. For example, let's go to the base map, and in here let's change the when they are linked, it will change the width and height proportionally. For example, let's put it on about 4500 millimeter. Click on done and apply. You can see it is okay, but again we see some smaller blocks in here, because when you are changing the base map scale, you need to change the scale of your bombs too. So in here, make sure to go to the base map and turn on the link texture, because it will link the bomb map and textures from now on. And let's check the link in here, link the texture in here, and let's put it on 4500 millimeter. Click on done and okay. And now you can see your texture with more depth in here, because we have assigned our bomb better. And let's see it in Inkscape too to see it in action. You can see the material in here and can see the depths that we have with bomb map. You don't need to know the Inkscape. I will talk about the native render engine of Revit in future sessions. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to show you the material in here, and you can get much better materials with a little bit more time to put on this material. And let's create the wood floor for here too. For example, let's select this one and let's go to the edit type. And let's create a wood flooring for ourselves. Let's rename it and let's put it on TAT wood. And I have 3 maps for my wood in here. You can see I have a bomb map, and I have a base map, and I also have a specular or reflectivity map or reflection map. For example, let's bring the main map, and we need to make it bigger too. For example, let's go to the map and make sure to link the texture, and also in a scale part I want it about 5000. Click on done. And now for our wood flooring, we want a little bit higher number of glossiness, or maybe a low number. I want more reflectivity, not the glossiness. And in reflectivity part, let's put it on a bigger number, maybe let's check 50, and then we can change it later. And also in bomb map, let's bring on bomb map in here to have a little bit depth, and I want to put it on a lower number, maybe 20, and let's scale it to, let's put it on 5000. Click on done, and now let's see it in action. You can see we have our flooring in here. It will be much better if you would put more time in here. As I said, this is a beginner course, guys. I will have more videos about rendering and realistic renderings in my Inkscape for Revit playlist. You can check there too. And also we have too many videos for material creation and for in each specific material in our channel. And that was the wood flooring. And now let's learn about the other things that we have in materials. Maybe you want to analyze your design for energy analysis or structural analysis. That's the time you need to have the physical or thermal information of your materials. You can go to the material editor and add the new tab for it, and you can assign your thermal and physical information, and you can use them in your analysis. Before diving into the next tools that we want to learn, make sure to like this video and share it with your friends to help YouTube reach this video to more people. Boss, I'm really bored. I can't create all of these materials. This is really time consuming.
But you can use ready-to-use materials, my friend. You don't need to create all of them.
As boss said, we don't need to create all of the materials by ourselves. We can create our materials, but we can use ready-to-use assets of Revit. For example, I've created let's create a generic material for ourselves, and let's rename it to test 3. And now I don't want to create my flooring, and I want to use ready-to-use assets. To do that, click on this part, and now you can see the ready-to-use assets and material assets of Revit. Let's put it on thumbnail, and let's put it on 256. And now go to the appearance library and you have different categories. For example, let's go to the flooring. Now we have different floorings in here. For example, let's bring this flooring in here and click on this option in here. And now you can see your asset in here, and the settings for the ready to use assets is different according to the material that you've selected. For example, we don't have bump in here, we have relief pattern and those kind of options. And the customization is a little bit lower, but it will save your time. For example, let's click on OK. And now let's assign it to here and let's see it in action. You can see it is not bad at all because we didn't spend any time, and you can change it and make sure to explore other categories. There are many good materials in there. There are some ugly materials, but there are good materials too, and you can use them in your works and you can save your time there.
Sometimes for any reason, like maybe you are in a schematic design phase and you don't want to have the layers of each wall and floor and you just want to see the finishing, or sometimes you have some material that doesn't have a big thickness and you don't want to make them as a layer, but you want to see them as a finished material of some surfaces. That's when paint comes in, and you can use paint very easily to assign materials to them.
To access paint, you need to go to the modify tab, and in here we have our paint option in this part, and also you have on paint too, or you can press PT on your keyboard and then you will have this window and you can paint materials to different places. For example, let's put this flooring in here. Let's bring the flooring, and now you can see it is really easy to assign our materials to each face that we want. But as I said, this is great for schematic phases, and they don't have any thickness. And if you want to unpaint somewhere, you can click on unpaint also, and you can select that face. And let's go to the landscape, and you can see they are working exactly like that. We had those materials with edit type. As you know, in our industry, most of the time we need so many schedules for our work, and Revit can help you in many of them. For example, we have our doors in here and we want to create a schedule for it. You can create a schedule for anything that you see in Revit. To create a schedule, go to the view tab, and in here we have schedules, and it has a drop down. We have different schedules. We have schedule quantities, we have graphical column schedule, we have material takeoff and sheet list, and so on. In here I want to use schedule and quantities to use for components and elements in Revit instead of materials. For example, click on it, and in here you need to specify which category you want to quantity. For example, I want my doors. Let's bring our doors, and in here you can specify the name of it, or you can accept the automatic name. And in here, click on the building component, click on OK, and also you can check the phase in here, click on OK. And now, as you may know, we have thousands of parameters and hundreds of parameters in each element, but we don't want to have all of them in our schedule. We want to pick some of them. So in here, you need to pick any parameter you want to have in your schedule, and don't worry, you can modify it in any time. In here, I want my family and type. I want my width of my door, and also I want my height parameter, and I want the level parameter too. And let's bring the level parameter upper down, family and type. And I want the cost too, to know the cost of my doors in project. Let's bring it in and let's bring it down. Now we are good to go. Click on OK. Now we have our schedule in here. You can zoom by holding the control and your mouse wheel. Now we have our parameters. In here we have our levels, family and type, width and height. I don't want to see all of the levels, and I just want to group them by level. So to group according any parameter you want, you need to go to the fields in here, or you can go to the sorting and grouping, but you will access to exact window. go to the sorting and grouping, and in here let's tell Revit that we want to sort it by level, and I want a header for it, and I'll check the blank line because I want a space between each group, and also I want a subgroup 2 after levels. I want doors to be grouped by family and type 2, and now I don't want any header, or maybe it's good to have a header. Click on OK. Now you can see I have a group by level in here, and in each level I have subgroup of family and types, or you can uncheck the header and you can't see anything in here. The thing is here, I want to group them by level, but I don't see the level column in here. So select the column in here. Don't select this column, just select the header of it and click on hide. Don't delete it because we need the data. And now you can see it is much cleaner, and we've grouped them by level 2. And now this is great, and you can add or remove any parameter from here, or even you can filter them. For example, you can say I just want to have my level 1 doors in my schedule. You can, for example, filter them by level equal to plan 1. Click on OK. Now you can see I just have my plan 1 doors in here. Let's put it on none, and you can create filters too.
Maybe you are telling with yourself that these are really simple and we can't do any calculation in here. But you are wrong. We have two different kind of parameters in Revit. We have calculated and combined parameters. Calculated parameters, for example, you have width and height, and you want to calculate the area. And combined parameters, for example, you have the width and height, but you want to see them in one column instead of separate columns.
And now with knowing it, let's create a combined parameter for our width and height, and also let's create a calculated parameter too. To do that, for example, let's go to our fields in here, and now we can create a calculated parameter in here. Let's calculate the area of our door. Instead of cost of it, we will calculate the cost by another way. Let's name it area in here, and in here put the discipline on common, and for the type it's gonna be an area, and in here let's select the width and then type multiple sign, and then I want to multiply it by height, and it's gonna be area, and it will be in here. Let's bring it up and put it in here. Click on OK. Now you can see it will calculate the area of our doors for us in here. And for the cost, for example, let's assign some cost in here. Let's put on 400 because it's a type parameter. It will assign them to all of the instances of this door. Let's put on 200 in here. I assign some costs in here. I want to have the total of them. To do that, go to the fields in here, and in the sorting and grouping part, I want a footer for my family and type, and I want a footer in here, and in here I want to calculate the totals, so put it on totals only, and then at the end I also want to have the grand total for all of my costs for my doors. To do that, in the grand total part, check the option on, and in here put it on totals only, and when you click on OK, you can see nothing because you need to specify which items gonna be calculated or sum up. To do that, go to the formatting. In here, select the parameter that you want, for example, cost in this specific item, put it on to calculate totals, and now we are good to go. Click on OK. Now we have the total cost of each type, and also we have the total cost for all of our doors in here. So that's the way you can calculate the totals of them very easily with Revit. Now let's create a combined parameter for width and height. To do that, click on fields again, and here we have a combined parameter. Let's name it, for example, size. Let's bring our width and our height. And for the separator, let's press the space once and multiple option, and there's one space in here, and you can see the preview of this in here, or let's press another space maybe in here. Click on OK, and now you have an item in here which is size, which are combined by width and height. It's not going to calculate anything. It's gonna show you the list of those parameters together. Okay, this is great. Let's send it for our boss. Okay, that's great. Send. Oh, he's typing. No, it's not ugly, boss. He doesn't like it. Let's make it more beautiful. Now let's learn some tools to make it more beautiful. You have the appearance part in here. You can go in here. You can change the graphics for the for each part of your schedule. And we have a stripe rows in here. Let's put it on a stripe rows. Let's put the first stripe rows on something like gray, and the second one let's put it on something maybe light green. Click on OK and OK. It is much better right now. You can understand the data much better. And also we have our grid lines, and also we have our text. You can uncheck the show title, or let's check it, and now you can see the title in here, or you can uncheck it. And I don't want to see my title. We have our headers. You can uncheck them too, but it is better to have them in here. And we have our lines for each part of our schedule. And also if you don't want to use any stripe rows, you can go to any column or any cell in here, and you can have some items. What it is useful for columns. Let's bring the headers back, and in here let's select this area in here, and we have our reset font, and also we have our shading. For example, you can change the font of it in here. Let's put it on something else. And also you can change the size of your font in here. For example, let's put it 24, and it will be much obvious in sheet. And also let's put it on shading, and let's assign a light cyan to the shading of it, and now we'll have something like this. Okay, let's bring our door schedule in here. Oh, it is so huge. You know what? Because we need to change the sizes of each row and column, and also we've specified a font for this one. Let's reset it. Now let's go to our sheet again. Now you can see it is much better. Let's bring it. You can see it is again very huge. You can make it much bigger in here to have it in one line instead of two lines for each item, and it will be much shorter. You can make it even bigger, or you can change the font of them really easily, and even you can change the row and column size. To do that, let's go to the door schedule, and in here let's select these columns in here, and in this part let's click on resize. Let's put it on a much smaller number. Let's put it on 50, and for this part let's put the row size. I don't want to click on row sizes, but another thing that I want to do is to make sure that the fonts are much smaller. To do that, select all of these, and let's go to the font. Let's put it on 12, and let's check it on sheet. It's gonna be it should be much smaller. Let's put it on font, and let's put it on 0.5. You can see these are great, but our headers are too huge. To make sure our headers are small too, you need to go to the appearance, and in here you need to assign a text to them, and these texts are coming from our text type. So let's create a text in here, and let's assign a low number to it, and then we need to assign that text to our schedule. Now we have this text in here. Let's go to the schedule again, and in here let's go to the appearance and assign the tot text or the text that you've created to all of them. Now let's go to the schedule and let's see them in here. You can see they are much smaller in here. And for example, let's place it in here. And with this option that you have in here, you can break it to 2 schedules, and now you can have your schedules in these sheets. So far we've calculated the number of elements and our elements, but sometimes, for example, we want to have the total number and our material takeoffs, and it is so common that we will use one material in so many items. For example, we have a test material in here and we want to calculate and we want to have the schedule for that specific material. But before diving in this tutorial, make sure to like this video to help YouTube to reach this video to more people.
All of the schedules that we've created so far are for components, for example, our walls, floors, and ramps and other elements that we have in Revit. But maybe you are trying to calculate the grand total and the total cost of your concrete in all of your elements. That's when material takeoff comes in.
To create material quantities schedule, you need to go to the View tab, and in View tab, click on the drop down in here, click on Material Takeoff, and in here you can specify the category of it, or you can just put it on multi-category and don't care about the category of them. Just put it on multi-category in here. Let's put it on concrete schedule. And for the phase, it is great. Click on OK. And in here, I want the family and type of that element that is having my material. And then I want my material name. And then we want the material area. And also we can have material cost. And the volume will be OK too. And that's great. Click on OK. You can't see a mess in here because we have all of the family types, and you can't see any material because this is not the right parameter. Let's bring the material name parameter from here and let's bring it up. And that's okay. Now you can see the material name, and also you can see the family and type. I just want to calculate the tot concrete material, so we need to filter it by material name. Let's go to the filter, and in here put it on material name equal to tot concrete, and click on OK. And now we just see the tot concrete elements and material and type in here. Now with that filter, we can see the material name and family and type for that specific material. And with this option in here, we can have the total area, total cost, and total volume of it for this mod. For example, I want to have a calculated parameter. For example, each cubic meter of this concrete will be about 100 per cubic meter, so we need to create a calculated parameter. Let's go to the fields in here and let's remove the material cost, and let's create a new parameter and let's name it cost. Now let's put it on type, and in here make sure to check all of these categories and click on OK. Now we have this parameter in here, and also this is by length, so I need to cut this name, and let's remove this one and let's create a new one for ourselves. Do all of the settings that we've done for the previous one, but this time we need to put it on something like maybe a number or currency. You can put it on currency too, and let's put it on type, and that's okay. Click on OK. Now you can see the error because we have made something like this. Let's call it cubic meter 2, and let's put it on type and all of the other things that we specified. Click on OK. Now we want to multiply this by our volume. To do that, in here create a formula and calculated parameter. Let's call it total cost, and in here let's put it on currency, and multiple material volume by the parameter that we've created. You saw the error. It is in constant unit because we are multiplying the cubic meter by currency. It's not possible by mathematical formula. So let's bring this parameter in a parenthesis and let's divide it by 1 meter with power of 3. Now we are good to go, and we have our total cost in here. Click on OK. Now you will have all of these options here. If you want to see the total cost, you need to assign the cubic cost per cubic meter in here. Let's place it, for example, on 100, and because this is a type parameter, it will assign to most of them. Let's place it on 100 in here. Now you can see the total cost, and also you can go to the fields in here, and to the sorting and grouping you can have a grand total. And in formatting, make sure to put the total cost on calculation totals. Click on OK, and now you can see the grand total of your concrete cost in your project really easily with this method. Also, it was the overview for material takeoff and scheduled quantities in Revit. If you want more advanced schedule tutorials, make sure to comment down below. And also another tool that I want to teach you in here, because it is a little bit useful for beginner people. For example, let's go to the sheet, and in here we want to create a sheet list too. For example, let's click on schedules, and in here click on sheet list, and now you can have your sheet list in here. Sheet number, for example, let's bring sheet number, sheet name, and sheet number, and let's create a schedule list, and we can place it in our first page of drawing album, and we can deliver to our owner or our client. For example, I have this plan in here, and it is a really heavy plan, and I want to enable the crop region for it to make to be able to share it in two separate sheets. For example, I want it in half, and I want to slice this plan to two parts. So for that, you can go in here, and in here you can activate the crop region, and you need to wait. And if you can see the crop region boundary, you need to activate the crop region or show crop region in here, and then you will see the crop region in here. And then you can specify a specific size. For example, if you have a specific space, you can specify a specific size in here, and then let's bring it, for example, in here. And now we have a view that is just for half of this view, and let's bring it down in this part too. Now even it is really lighter to work because Revit does not processing these elements in here right now, and that's how this is much lighter. Now we've created our crop region, and now that's the time that we need to create our sheets. To create a new sheet in your project, you need to go to the sheets in your project browser and right click on it, and then click on new sheet. And then you will have to you need to specify the title block or the paper's title block or title block family that you want to use. What is a title block? Title block, let me show you a sheet in here. Title block is this family that we have in here, that which will give you the ability to write the author's name, the architecture firm, and all of the parameters that you need on your sheet. And it's called title block in Revit. So in here, when you create a sheet, you need to specify your title block in here. If you don't like them, you can go to the insert tab, and you can go to the load families. And in the families that you have, for example, let's go to the libraries and US metric, and in here you can go to the title block folder. And now you can bring any title block that you want. For example, maybe this one would be alright. Let's bring it, and let's wait a little bit, and let's create a sheet according to the title block that we brought That's the one that we've brought. Let's click on OK. And now you need to you can bring your view just with drag and drop. For example, that view was this one. That's it. And if it was too big, you can change the scale of it. To activate the scale of this view in here, just right click on it or double click on it, or right click it and click on activate view, or just double click on it, and then you will have the settings of this view, and you can even create new things in that view in here, even in your sheet. For example, let's put it on 150. We can't do it because we have a view template in here. Let's turn off the view template in here, and now let's put it on 150, and you can see it is much bigger. Or you can change it to 200, and now it will be much smaller. But be careful, because these dimensions will change their size according to the plan that you have. A trick in here, if you want to create a PDF, make sure you bring big title blocks, and just because in PDF it doesn't matter to have a bigger paper, because all of them will be same in your computer. But otherwise, if you would put it in a really little and small title block, you have to make the scale on something 1/200, and that's bad because most of the line widths will be so bad in that scale. Okay, this is great, and let me bring it to 100, 1:100 in here, and that's great for me. And now just double click outside of it, and now we are in sheet, and let's bring the view down, for example this part, or maybe we need to put it on 150, 1:200. Okay, that's great. Let's bring it in here, and then we have something called view title in here. You can bring the view title in this part. As the name describes, this is the title for view name, and it will show the scale of it, and also the name of your plan that you have. And you can change the family in here, or you can put it on no title, and you will have no title. Let's bring another view in here too, for example this one, and you can see the message shows me that it will tell you when you place one view in another sheet, you can place it in another sheet too. If you want to place, for example, a view from your basement view in two different sheets, you need to create a duplicate from it. Let's create a duplicate, and let's put it on duplicate with detailing, and you need to bring the duplicate in your sheet. For example, let's bring this duplicate in here. This one, let's bring it in here, and it is too big. We need to put it on 1:200. And that's okay. Let's bring it up, or you can use crop region, or you can use a bigger scale, maybe 1/500, and you can see it is destructive, and you can see the annotations are getting bigger and bigger. So you need to change all of the annotations dimension, or as I said, you can use that trick that I said, and you can use a big paper size and pay a big title block if you're exporting PDFs, and the paper size is not that important in PDFs. Okay, this sheet is great for me. I use crop region to make it smaller, and now we have our sheet, and you can bring more views, or you can place a view title for this one. And for example, because we have no view title in here, we can put it on another view title that we have, and now it is much descriptive in this way. We have a view title for this one, but the view title is in here. Let's bring it up, and now we are good to go, and we've created our sheet. You can create multiple sheets with the exact way that we've explored right here. And also, before diving into some other parameters, you can see some of the elements in your sheet will be parametric. For example, you can name your sheet in here, or in this properties in here, for example, let's name it TAT test, and you can put the project number, and some of them are not editable in here and some of them are. And for example, you can change a sheet number in here, and the skill will be written by this infos that we have in here, and we have a date and time of the sheet, and also we can change the author of it. For example, let's change the author of it. Now you can see we have the author of this sheet in here, and that's the way you can bring parameters in your sheet. If you want to have a tutorial about the parametric title block, make sure to comment down below and ask it. I will create one for creating custom title blocks too. Also, there is a tip about the line weight management. You can manage it with visibility graphic and can change it in cut or in projection. And also, if you want to change it for all of your views, you need to use object style. You need to go to the object style and go to the specific category that you have, and then change the line weight from 1 to 16. The 1 is the thinnest one and the 16 is the thickest one. You can change the exact dimension of each class of line weights in Revit by go to the manage tab, additional setting and line weight. You can see the real thickness of each class in different scale.
Hey Javad, did you print the drawings for me?
No boss, I just uploaded the PDF files on our cloud.
I said I want the paper drawings. I can't work with PDFs. I want them right now.
You're such an idiot.
Did you say anything?
No boss, I will create PDFs right now. Even now, we have to work with paper drawings in some of the places, or we want to create some PDFs. Both of them have the same way in Revit 2022 that we are working with it. To create a PDF or paper drawing or print how to print this sheet, you need to go to the file menu, and in here click on print, and then click on print in here. And in here, if you need to choose if you have a printer connected, you will have the printer in here. Or if you want to create a PDF, you can go to Microsoft PDF or any PDF engine you're using. For example, let's use Microsoft PDF, and then in here you have two options. If you have multiple sheets and you want to print a set of sheets, you can go to the views and sheets in here, and then let's uncheck the views in here, and I want, for example, all of my sheets, and let's check them. And some of them are landscape and portrait, and they are different. You need to print landscape and portrait sheets separately, but let's click on OK, and then you can save your set to. And in here, specify the place that you want to save your PDF or paper drawing. If it's a paper drawing, it's useless, but let's create a PDF in here. And in here, we have two options. If you are creating a PDF, you have two options. You can create a file with all of the sheets in it, or you can create a separate PDF for each file. Let's put it on combine multiple files into one PDF, and then you have the reverse order. And in here we have a settings which is really important. Let's put the name on default. We don't want any setup in here. The size of the paper is really important. Let's put it, for example, on A3, and in here I want to fit to page because the scale of all of them are not exact at the same. So I want to put it on fit to page, but it's not good for scaling. It's just okay if you have dimensions in your drawings. Let's put it on fit to page, and in here it's gray. Let's put it on landscape, and in here if you have shadows and those kind of rendering elements, you need to put it on raster. If you want to make it a lightweight PDF, make sure to put it on vector. And also if you have shadows, Revit will decide to print it raster. And in here you can put on you can specify the raster quality. Let's put it on presentation. And also for the colors, you can put it on black lines, grayscale, and color. Let's put it on grayscale in here. And we have some elements in here that are not really important. Just put them on default. Click on OK. And in here, just click on OK. Let's specify the place again. Click on save. Now you need to wait until you would have the PDF. Now we have our PDF. Let's print it in here. As you can see, I've printed some of them, as I said, because I've get the PDF in landscape, but some of my sheets were portrait. It will cause problems. You need to print them separately. Now you can see we have all of our sheets as this exact thing that we saw them in our Revit project. And also another tip, if you don't like this video, you will get cursed and you will need to work with all of the paper drawings with rest of your life. So make sure to like it. Now we've got to the place that all of you are waiting for, and that is how to export DWGs from Revit. It has lots of details, but I'm not going to cover all of them. It's a beginner course in here, so I will cover the essential things. To create a DWG, you can go to your sheets, or you can go to the view and go to the file in here, click on export in here, and in here go to the CAD format and you have DWG in here. Okay, now we have this window in here. You have some parameters in here. If you want this only view or sheet that you are in, put it on this one, or if you want some other sheets and views, put it on this one. And now you have all views, all sheets, or all views and sheets in this model. And for example, put this in on this one, and in here you can specify each one that you want to make DWGs for it. Let's put it on just current view on current view or sheet. And in here we have some settings too. To bring the settings, click on this one in here, and now you have lots of settings in here. For example, for the layers, you can specify which category are gonna be in which layer in AutoCAD, and also you can specify the color of it. You can specify the cut layer of it and all of those parts in here, and you can go to the lines and can specify each element, and you have lots of elements. And it is great to put it on automatic detection because we don't know all of them, and it is a little bit hard to waste your time on all of them unless you know all of them and you know what are you doing. And I will have another video specifically for this. So it's just a beginner guide in here. Put it on automatic guide in here, and we are good with all of these settings. You can change some of the settings in here. For example, you can change the unit of it, and also in general we have some elements in here. For example, if we have export rooms, spaces and areas as polylines, it is great for me. Let's check this one, click on OK, and now click on next, and let's specify a place in here. You can put the name on automatic, click on OK. Now we have our DWG file. Let's open it, and you can see most of the things are okay with us. If you are not okay with some of them, you can change you can go to the layer management, and because Revit will export these things in layers, you can modify each layer, and also you can do anything you want with DWG. For this project, I'm going to use this DWG file. You can see in here, I will put the link for all of the files in the description. You can get them for free. You can see this is a normal house. I selected a house and a kind of traditional house because it's more popular in more countries instead of a modern house. If you want me to do a modern house too, make sure to comment down below. I will do a modern villa or modern house too. You can see we have different levels and we have different elevations in here, and also then we have our plans in here, and the documentation is not complete, and it's a phase 1 or in a design phase drawings, and we need to guess some of the details and some of the things, but it's okay. And don't make me wrong, because the details are different in each country. Okay, that's great, and let's go and let's create our model. The first step is to go to the new tab to create a new file in here, and let's select the default metric for ourselves, and then click on OK, and let's create our project. And now we have our blank project, and the first step is to save it. For example, let's save it on my desktop, and let's name it, click on save, and that's okay. And also the next step and the first step that I take is to create the levels first. To create levels, let's go to the north, and in here let's change the unit, press UN, and in here click on length, and I am okay with meter, and I work with meters all of the time, and let's put it on so showing symbols and separate styling zeros. Click on OK, and okay, we have different levels for this project. I've done the dimensioning before. We have a level 0 or 0 elevation, and which is our ground. Our ground has a slope, but that's okay. Let's call it ground, and also let's put a 0 1 in here to organize our project bars. And then we have a level, and which is our first level. Let's put it on. It is about 1.44, and let's put the scale on something maybe 125 or maybe 150 to work better, and let's call it first floor, ground floor, sorry. We have two other levels in here. Let me create another level. To create a new level, let's go to the level in here, and let's create two additional levels in here. Let's put it on 3 meter, and then we will adjust it. Let's put it on 3 meter, and let's create another 2 level. And also we need a level for our top of our roof. Let's create another one, and let's name the third one maybe first floor. Let me name it first floor, and the elevation of it is about 497, and that's great. And the next one is our bottom of BOT of our roof, or bottom of the roof. Let's put it on BOT roof, and the elevation of it is about 8.73. These are the dimensions that I've extracted from the CAD file. We are not calculating them in here. And also for the next one, it is our top of roof, or I'm going to call it top roof, and the elevation for that is 1189. Let's put it on 1169, sorry, 1169, and that's our levels, and we have our levels and our views here. The next step is to bring our CAD files in, but before that we need to do two things to make sure that our CAD files are optimized. Now, after optimizing our two floor plans and creating the separate files for each of them, let's bring them in. For example, let's go to the ground floor, and let's bring the ground floor in here. To bring that in, let's go to the Insert tab. In here, we have two different options. We have link CAD, and also we have Import CAD. Because I don't want to change anything in the CAD, and it is not revisioning in our design, I want to import it. Let's go to the Import CAD in here, and let's select that DWG file. Okay, this is the file that I want to brought in. This is the level 1, and I just wanted in this view. I don't want to see it in other views. Let's check the current view only, and in here for the colors, let's click on preserve, or we can put it on invert because it will optimize it for white background. Also for the import unit, let's put it on auto detect, and for the auto revision, just put it on anything it is, and let's click on open. You can see it is too big in here. To make it smaller, you can see I can't select it, so let's activate the select pin elements, and let's unpin it in here. Now we want to scale it by these threads that we have in here. To do that, click on scale in here, click once, click twice, and then this is gonna be 0.3 meter or 30 centimeter. And now let's zoom to fit, and let's bring this in here, and let's put it on in here. Okay, and the next thing that I want to do is to pin it again. Let's pin it, and make sure to uncheck the select pin elements, but I will do that after I brought the second level 2. And also the next thing that I do for the CAD files, I go to the VG, and I make sure that the halftone for the CAD file is on, because it will differentiate the CAD files from our Revit model. For example, when I create a model in here, you can see the transparency of them are different, and you can model more easily. Now, before bringing the next floor plan in the Revit file, we want to create our grid. To do that, let's go to the architecture tab and click on grid, and let's create our grids. You can see in these grids we have symbols in both sides. So let's go to the edit type, and in here make sure to check the other symbol too. Click on OK, and now let's create the first one, or we can start from here. That's great. Let's put that on here, and in here let's put the scale on something like 150, and let's copy this in other parts. But before copying, let's rename it. For example, let's put it on A1, and let's copy it. And for this one, let's put it on A, and then again let's copy it for the other ones. Now it's time to create our vertical grids. To do that, press GR on your keyboard, and now let's create our grids for this place, for this one, and let's rename it and put it on, I think it was 1 in here. Yeah, let's put it on 1. And now let's create copies for this one too. Okay, you can see now we have our grids, and also another thing we need to do for the levels. I don't work with these bubble symbol levels. I work with the triangle spots. So let's bring them. To do that, let's go to the insert, and in here click on load families and go to your RVT folder or Revit object folder. I have it on my desktop. In the libraries, and let's go to the English, and in here let's go to the annotation, and let's find the level head in here. These are the level heads. Let's select all of them, and let's click on open to bring them in. Okay, let's create a new type for this. Let's click on duplicate. Let's call it triangle, and in here the line weight is great, but for the symbol in here, let's put down triangle spot. Also, you can bring the other end symbol in here too. Also, for the color, we can put it on something lighter, maybe this one, and click on OK, and that's great. And also let's change the other ones in here, and that's great. I love it. And let's bring it a little bit to the left, and let's propagate them to other views. Okay, that's the base that we want to use for our project. Or we can adjust it from here too. And now it's the time to bring the other floor plan too. To do that, go to the first floor plan. Let's go to the first floor plan, and in here let's bring our other CAD file. Let's go to the import CAD in here, and let's select the other file. You need to create separate files for each plan. Okay, let's select it, and let's put it on current view only, and let's put options on the things that they are. Click on open, and now you can see it is really big in here. Let's scale it again with the same way that we had. You can see because it's pinned, I can scale it, so let's unpin it first. Now let's select the scale in here, and let's scale it to 0.3 meter, and double press your mouse wheel to zoom to fit, and let's bring it in here. Now we need to move it by the intersection of a grid to put it at the same location that we had our ground floor. So let's select it, and let's move it from this intersection to the exact intersection in the grids that we made, for example this one. And now we have it at the same location that we want. And let's go to the VG again, and let's make sure to turn on the halftone in here too. And also you can see the halftone is really I want them to be light, but not this much. To change it and make it a little bit darker, let's go to the manage and additional setting, and in here click on a halftone, and in this part make it a little bit darker, maybe 60. And now I'm okay with this, and let's turn off the select pin elements, and that's the time that we can start to create our model. Personally, I start with walls, and I create the walls first. For example, in the ground floor, let's start from the ground floor wall that we have in here, and let's go to the wall in here and make sure to put it on height, and let's put it on first floor, top to the first floor. And in here I want to use the exterior wall. Let's go to the exterior walls. This exterior block on metal stud would be great for me, and let's create them in here. You can see, we can see the details. Let's put the detail level on fine, and let's put it on shade to be able to work. And also we want to dimension the walls in here and the thickness of this wall to see if that's fit. This is 25, but this is 35, but I don't mind that, and I want to use this metal stud wall for my exterior walls. To do that, let's click on this one, and let's press CS for create similar, and let's create our walls from this side. You can use lines, or you can use pick line in here, whatever you want. Make sure to put the location line on finish face exterior, and you can see the orientation is not right for me, so let's put it on finish face interior, and let's select this part. Okay, that's great. And now let's create our walls in here too. I pick the walls, and then I will do the trimming at the end, and I will do the extend and those kind of things at the end, because it is much easier to pick all of them and then do the trimming. Okay, that's great. I picked all of the walls that I wanted. For example, I have these walls in here, and I want a wall in here because we didn't have the line. Let's make it by sketch in here, and make sure to move it with its thickness, and that's great. Let's press TR for trim, and trim this one with this one, and let's trim this one with this one. You can see we don't have the wall in here. Press CS for create similar, and let's pick the wall in here, and let's trim this one with this, and let's extend this one to here, and we don't have the wall for here, so let's pick it again in here, and now we have our trims automatically is done by Revit. And now let's bring it in here, press TR for the trim, and now press TR for the trim in here too. Also, this is not the exterior wall, so let's trim this one with this one, and this one with this. And you can see we don't have any wall in here. We have a wall in here. We need to trim this one with this one first, and then this is okay for us now, and we can create some finishes in here later on in this video, or we can split this wall and we can change the type of the wall in this part. But in this project, because it's a beginner project, I'm not going to do all of the details. Now all of the exterior walls are done. It's the time to create our interior walls. In reality, we have different interior walls for each part, but for the ease of the tutorial, I'm going to use just one interior wall with different thickness, but you can assign the different layers for each part of your project or each room of your project by yourself, and it is really easy. Okay, let's click on WA, let's press WA, and in here I'm going to use this interior block work in here, and this is about, let's create one in here, and let's see the layers. And we have some walls that are about, I think, 20, maybe 20. I will put them on 25. Let's create a duplicate in here, and let's create a 25 in here. I'm going to change the thickness of this one. You can see the total thickness in here too. For example, it is 16 centimeter. We want about 4 and 5 and about 9 centimeter in addition to this one, so let's put it on. We want this layer to be about 23 centimeter. Click on OK, and let's create these thick walls, and then we will create the partitions in other places too. Okay, that's great. Let's press CS for the create similar, and let's use pick line again. In here, let's make sure to put the location on finish face interior or exterior. Let's pick these, and these. I'm not going to create these details in here because it's time consuming, and they are really easy to create. And let's pick this one too. These are partitions and smaller partitions, and also for this part too. Okay, I want a bigger wall for this part, so that they're great. So let's extend this wall to here with EX on your keyboard, Let's extend this to here. Let's extend this wall or drag this wall to here. That's great. I don't want this one. Let's extend this to here by EX on your keyboard, and also extend this wall to here by EX, or you can go to the modify tab and click on extend in here and extend this wall to here. And that's great, and this is the wall that we have beside of our stair. And now I want to create the smaller walls that I have in here, which are about 13 centimeter, we can say. Let's select one of these, create similar from that, and we have a 13 centimeter wall in here. It is about 14 centimeter, but that's great for me. That's okay with me. And let's pick the walls. For these bathrooms, I want to use the 10 centimeter because we will have a partition in here too for our dogs. Let's pick them in here, and that's great. Also we have one for here, and also for this part too, and that's great. Let's trim these two together, and let's extend this one to here, and we want to use the trim for here too. We need extending here EX, and also for this side let's trim this one with this, and these are joined automatically, so that's okay. Let's extend this to this, and also extend this one with this one, and that's okay with me. Also I want to have a partition in here. Let's click on create similar. I want to use this partition in here, and I want to make it a little bit smaller or thinner. For example, let's go to the edit type, and let's put it on about 5 centimeter or 4 centimeter for the core. Click on OK, and let's create something in here. We can make it even smaller because I want a small partition to have our map installation behind it. You can see sometimes when you create your partition, for example something like this, I want the thickness on this side, so just press space once and you can bring it in this side, but you need to make sure that you are okay with the layers in different places. Okay, that's great, but the thickness is too high. Let's put it on something smaller. As I said, I don't care about the details in here. I just want to let you know how you can model some things, because the details are really different in each country and each place. So let's put it on 3 centimeter, and I don't want to waste time on this easiest stuff that you can find in everywhere. Let's put it on 3 centimeter, and that's okay for me. And also I want one partition and 2 partition for this side too. You can see these are too thick in here, and we need to make them thinner too. Let's go to the edit type, and let's delete this one, and let's delete these sides too, and let me see the total thickness. I care about the total thickness. I just care about the total thickness in here, and that's great. Okay, that's okay with me. And for here we need some walls too. Let's create a wall in here. I press CS, and also you can see there are some decoration in here. I'm not sure what are they because we don't have any exact detail, but I want to create them in plan. They are really easy to create, something like this, and you can use pick line for these places too. You can say it is big wall in here. Let's extend it EX, and let's extend it to here, and that's okay. And also for these places we have some small parts. You can create them too, but that's okay with me. And we have our exterior walls in here too, and we want a big and thick wall for this partition that we have in here too. Let's dimension it. It is about 45 centimeters. It is a huge one. I don't know exactly what it is. And here it is, I think it is maybe a place for TV or something like that, but I'm not sure. Let's CS from this or create similar from this, and let's create a duplicate, and let's make it so much bigger. The total thickness is 25, so we need about 20 centimeter. We need to put this one on 43. As I said, I'm not really sure about this. I just want to fill it in my plan, so I just don't care about it right now, and that's okay. I want to fulfill that in my plan, and they are okay. And we want to do the same thing for our top floor too, but before that I don't want to have the red brick in here. Let's change the brick in here. Let's go to the edit type, and in the edit type in here, let me turn on the preview, or we can go to the elevation to know which one is the brick one. This is the brick. Let's go to the brick material, and I want to replace it with another asset in masonry, maybe this one, but I want to put a tint on it, maybe a small yellow tint on it. Click on finish. We can change the color later on, but maybe let me make it lighter, and also a little bit something like this. Click on OK, and now let's go to the graphics and make sure to check the use render appearance. Click on OK, and OK, and I'm happy with it right now. And now we have our wall in here, and also let's go to the edit type, and I don't know what's the problem with shading. I think it's not reading the property of tint, so we need to assign it manually. To bring the exact color in here too, let's go to the appearance, let's go to the tint, and in here click on add, and it will add this color to your swatches, and click on OK. Let's go to the graphics, and in here let's select that to have the exact color in here too, and that's great. Okay, and let's create the exact walls for our second floor, and then we'll come back and we'll create doors and windows. Let's go to the second floor, or our first floor, and let's turn off the select pin elements, and let's pin these two. And again, for the exterior walls, I'm going to use the exact walls that we've used in the ground floor. Let's go to the press WA on your keyboard, and let's select the wall that we had. And now let's pick the walls again. Make sure to put the detail level on fine, and let's put it on shaded. And these are the rails in here. Don't pick these in here. Okay, I picked the walls. Let's trim some of them. Also, I have to say some tips about some of them. Trim this one with this one. We don't have any wall in here. You can see in this place I need to create it by line. Let's create it by line in this side. Also, I need to extend it to here. And as I said, you can bring it in here, and you can create another wall with the appropriate finishes that you want for this side. But as I said, I don't care about those kind of small details in this project. I'm just going to show you the workflow that I use for modeling my project, especially for early phase design projects. Let's extend it in here, and let's press TR for trim, and let's trim this one with this one, this one with this one. You can see I can use pick wall in here when I press CS in here for create similar, and I want to pick these. You can see I can't pick them, so I need to create them manually. Let's select on start and arc radius, and let's select this one too. And now let's put the radius to this side, and now you can see we have our arc in here too. And now this is the time to create our interior walls. Let's go to the walls again, and in here I think it is, yeah, it is about 12 centimeter, but I'm going to use 10 centimeter wall. I'm going to use that in here. Let's pick this in here, and I want to use the exact one in here. Now we've fixed some of the walls. Let's extend this one to here. Let's extend this one to here. Extend this one to here. Extend this one to here. And now we have most of our walls. And also we have a thicker wall in here. Let's press CS in here. Let's put on maybe 19 centimeter or another thickness that we have. Maybe that's it. This is okay for me. And let's trim this one with this one, and let's extend this one to here, and also extend this one to here, and also extend this one to here, and they are okay with me, and we can create some of the things in here too with the line parts of your walls really easily, and you can see they join automatically for you, so you don't need to do any joining here. Also, I can use the peak line in here. If you can't, you can ignore them, or you can create them by manually in here. We have another one in here. Let's just create a outer edge for this place in here to have it in our plans. And now I'm okay, and I'm satisfied with the interior walls. Before modeling the doors and windows, I prefer to model the floors first, and when I want to model the structural floors now. To do that, let's go to the ground floor in here. And in here, I have a shortcut for my floors. You can use it too, but you need to set it by pressing KS and search for floor. And I have a FA for architectural floor. And I'm going to create the structural floor even with the architectural floor. It's not really that important in here. Press FA, or you can get access to the floor in here. And let's create our floor. I'm going to use the block and beam floor in here. Let me find it. This is the one that I want to use. And now we can use peak wall. Make sure you are in peak wall, and I want to extend it to the core of my wall, for example in here, and these parts are my finishes. Or if you know that this layer is not your facade finish, you can extend it by going to the peak line. Now you have the ability to do anything or any line that you want to pick, but now I'm okay with it. So let's click on peak wall, and now let's select all of the walls that we have. You can press tab, and sometimes it will recognize the exterior walls, but right now it doesn't, so we need to pick them manually. It is really easy because we have the walls. We can do it very easily, and for some of the places like this, we need to do some modification afterwards, but that's okay. Now let's select this one, and let's select the other walls and exterior walls that we have, because the structural floor will spread to all of the places, but then we have to create our finished floors or architectural floors that will be only in one room or in one area of our plan, and each area can be different from each other. Okay, that's great. And in here, let's split this by pressing SL, or in here you can click on split element, and then let's trim this, TR, press TR to trim this and this. That's great. Let's press tab once to select all of the boundaries, and that's okay with me. Click on finish, and now I'm good to go. Let's go to 3D. To go to the 3D, for first time you need to go to the default 3D view, and that's okay. This is my floor plan. This is okay, but I want to extend my exterior walls a little bit below this, and I want to bring it to the ground for my exterior walls and structural walls. Let's go to floor plan, and let's select these exterior walls that we have, and I can select this one too, and let's select all of them. And now I've selected all of them. Let's go to 3D, and in here make sure to put the base level or base constraint on ground, and now we have better thing. I will model the ground, and you can see the difference in that time, but that's great. Let's go to the first floor, and let's model our floor in here too. Again, I'm going to use floor and block and beam floor, put it on peak wall, and make sure to extend it to the wall core. And now we can pick our walls easily, and the boundaries will be set automatically in here. I've picked all of them. Now we need to do some cleaning. Let's trim this with this, and let's trim this with this, and now we are good to go. Click on OK. I don't want to attach anything to it right now. Just click on it, and let's go to 3D, and now we have our floors in here. You can see we need a floor in these parts too, so I need to extend it to there. Let's go to our first floor again, and let's extend the boundaries of this floor to here, and also to here, and also to these balconies that I have. Let's go to the edit type. Now let's pick these lines in here, in here too. And now for this part, this is the part that our floors ends, because we have a roof in here. So let's pick these in here. And now it's time to clean our shape. Let's trim this with this. Let me turn off the thin line to see the lines better in here. Let's trim this with this. And now let's trim this with this. And I don't need this one, so let's delete it. And now it's okay. And also let's modify this place too. For this place, it is a little bit tricky. Let me bring it in here and create a line in here, and let's trim this with this. And for this one, I need to delete it because I don't need it. And also for these ones, I don't need it. Let me trim this one with this, press TR, and let's clean this in here. Okay, that's great. And for here, we need to create another line to trim these three together. Okay, and this one with this one. And in this situation, we need to split it. Press SL, and let's split these lines in these places, and let's and trim they together. Press TR to trim. And now we are good to go, and we have our full floor that we need. Let's click on finish, and we have a problem in sketching. We need to check it. Yeah, we need to have a cleaning in here too. Trim these together, and now click on finish. And I don't want to attach anything to it right now, and that's great. You can see, we can see our walls in here. So we need to go to the ground floor, and you need to select all of your interior walls in here. To do that, let me select these walls in here. We can select something like this. Then we can filter the walls out, and that will be much easier for us. If you have a ceiling and you want to attach them to your ceiling, you can wait until that moment, but because I don't want to model any ceiling right now, we can do it with this workflow. Okay, that's great. And let's go to the 3D, and let's filter the walls. And now we have our walls and interior walls only. Let's click on attach and make sure it is on top, and now select your roof, and they are attached to the top roof that we made in here. And for this part, we have a problem too. So for this part, I need to bring them a little bit down to cover this place that you can see in here. Let's go to the settings in here and properties, and make sure to assign a minus 30 centimeter to it. Click on OK, and now we are okay. You can bring these down too, or you can join them easily. Let's go to the modify, and let's join these together, and let's join these together. But you can see it's not that awesome. If you want to change it, let's go to our floor plan. Let's return a little bit, and let's bring these down about 30 centimeter. We need to assign a minus 30 centimeter to the top part, and in here you can see our walls is split. Let me delete one of them, and let's trim these together. And also we have a problem, and these walls are part of the facade of this wall. I want the opposite way, so we need to go to the first floor, and in first floor in here you need to select the wall join tool in here, and make sure to put it in here. Make sure to put it in on whatever it is. Select your wall join in here, and now you can see this line. I want this line to be in here, so you need to click on next, And now this is the thing I want. I need to do the exact thing for this side. Click on next, and now that's great. Let's go to 3D, and now you can see the full facade is just with one wall that we have in here. And for the base offset, specify the minus 30 centimeter, and now we have a more cleaner facade. Now you can join them together, and for the hash you can align the hash, and or you can move the hash in here. Let me move the hash in here, and also for here press tab to select the hash and bring the hash upper, or you can use line work and invisible line to hide any line that you don't want to see. I don't want, for example, I don't want to see this line, so you can use invisible line in here, and let's join them too. And now that's the way that you can create this kind of parts in facade for yourself. And our exterior walls are done, and for these parts I need to attach these 4 walls in here too. Let's select them and let's attach them to the top floor, and let's check other parts for attachment, and that's great, and we are good to go. Now it's time to model our floor finishes. To do that, let's go to the ground floor, and before that let's attach these 3, 2, select them and attach them. Let's do the ground floor, and in ground floor, let me close the inactive views, or we can close them manually, and let's model our finishes. To do that, let's go to architecture tab, and in here select floor, and in here for interior parts I want to use my parquet, and for my bathrooms and my kitchen or those kind of places I'm gonna use ceramic, and for my parking and for my exterior parts I'm going to use concrete flooring or concrete blocks flooring. Okay, that's great. And now before that, let me close this one and let me bring the CAD in, and I want my CAD to be in front, not in the background. So let's activate the select pin elements, and let's select our CAD files and make sure to put it on foreground to see it in any situation. This is really helpful right now because we want to see the finishes in here. Let's go to the floor again, and let's select our wood flooring in here. Okay, that's great. Standard timber wood finish. I don't want the structural part, so let's go to the edit type, and let me bring the preview on, and let's delete the timber part, and that's great. Click on OK, and I want to know the thickness. The thickness is about 4 centimeters. This is really vital to know. And now let's click on brick wall and make sure to extend it to the wall core, and now you can select your walls really easily in here. Let me turn on the thin line to see the lines much better, and now let's select our walls. For some places like this we need to use peak line instead of using a peak wall, because I want to wrap the finishing around it, so sometimes you need to use peak line instead. Okay, that's great, and let me pick other walls in here. And also another tip, if you encounter to something like this, I want the line to be here but it is in here, just select them and use this arrow to put it in opposite way and in the way that you like, and make sure to pick other walls in here. You can use pick lines too. And now we need to pick these walls in here, and let me put it in opposite way, and let's trim them together. This is really simple. TR with trim these two, and let's split in here, and let's trim these two together and these two together, and we are okay. Let's trim other parts. We need to split our line in here, and let's trim this one with this one and this one with this one, and you can get rid of this line in here, and you can trim these together. And we need to do the cleanings before doing anything else. And in here you can see we need to put it in opposite way, and then you can do the trimming. And for here, I don't want to waste my time in here, but you can go and wrap all of these walls around. And also for this, you need to put it in opposite way, and this is the right place. But you can see when I use this one, it will, this one and this one are in opposite ways, so it's a odd situation. So let me bring this to the right place, and let me delete this one, and in here let me bring these two to here, and you can see it is doing an odd way, a really odd way. So I need to use pick line in this kind of situations, and we need to pick the exact line that we want. And if you can select it, press tab a couple of times, and then you can select the right line that you need. Now I pick all of them. You can trim them again in here, in here, in here, and in here. That's great, and I think we are good now, and we are good to go. Click on finish. I don't want to attach it or say it right now. You can see it in here, because when I select it and I go to the section box, you can see it is overlapping with the structural floor, because you need to assign an offset to the architectural finishes in the exact dimension by their thickness. For example, this floor finish is 4 centimeter, so I need to assign a 4 centimeter height offset to it to have it in a exact detail that I need. And let me bring the section box a little bit in here to see the details. You can see now they are not overlapping. This is a little bit overlap, so let me put it on 0.041 for in here to have it in exactly in place. And also they are not spreaded to everywhere, and we can use different finishes in each part. Let's create some ceramics and also concrete blocks for our bathroom and also for our parking and exterior parts that we have. Now it's time to create our ceramic finish. To do that, let me press CS and create similar on this one. Let's go to the edit type, and let's create a duplicate from this one, and let me change it to ceramic and press on OK, and let's go to the edit part, and in here I want a mortar by 1.5 centimeter, and I want my ceramic in 1 centimeter. You can go and change your materials in here. Let's create a new material. Let's call it tot mortar, and let's bring an asset for it. Because the appearance is really same with concrete, I'm going to use concrete in here. And the graphics, let's put it on user render appearance, and for the surface hash you can use concrete hashes, and also for the cut you can use the exact one, and that's great. Click on OK, and for the ceramic, let's create our ceramic flooring here, or you can search ceramic. Maybe you would have a ready one, but we don't have, so let's create another material for our ceramic. Let's rename it to ceramic, and let's bring an asset for it. Let's go to the assets, and let's go to ceramic and tiles. I want a really simple tile, maybe this one, and in here I want to change the size of it. Let's go to the relief pattern, and I want a 30 by 30. I want a big tile, so let's go to the scale in here and put it on 30 centimeter. I want a big tile. And also in graphics, let's go and use render appearance, and that's great. I want to create a custom hash. For this one, if you don't know how to create custom hash, make sure to watch the video I will put in here and return in here to create your custom hash. But for the ease of this tutorial, I'm not going to create that hash, exact hash that we have in here. You can see it is a polygon, but I want to create a simple rectangle with angle in here. So you can create your own hashes with the video that I referenced, but you can use these simple hash that I'm going to create in here too. Let's go to the surface pattern, and for the surface pattern in the model part, let's create a new one, and let's put the numbers on 30 centimeter, and make sure this is on cross hatch, and it is on cross hatches, and it has about 45 degree, and let's put it on ceramic. Click on OK and OK, and that's great. And you can change the color in here, and I don't want any cut pattern in here, so that's great. Click on OK, and we have our ceramic. Let's model them and let's bring them in our bathroom in here. Let's click on pick wall and pick your walls. Let me bring it in this side, and that's the thing that I want. And in here you can use trim to clean these lines, and you can do the same thing for other bathroom in this part. And let's trim these two together and these two together. Click on finish, and their thickness is about 2.5 centimeter. So let's give them an offset about 2.5 centimeter, and that's great. And we don't have any specific tile in here. We need to create another concrete tile, and we can use it in this place. I'm going to use the exact layers in here. Let's click it, duplicate, and let's call it concrete tile or TAT concrete tile. I'm using TAT preference to find my types and elements much faster. It is an abbreviation for myself. You can use any abbreviation you want. So let's call it TAT and concrete tile. And the name conventions are really important, because after a while, and specifically in a bigger project, you need to manage your project instead of just modeling everything and creating a mess, and that's not going to be a BIM. Okay, that's great. Let's go to the edit type and just let's change the top part, and let's create a new material for it. Now let's bring an asset for it. I'm going to use concrete, and let's go to concrete, and let's go maybe this white one in here. That's great. I want them by 30 centimeter by 30 centimeters. So let's go to the relief pattern, and in the normal part you can see 1, 2, 3, and I think maybe 1, 2, 3, and 4 of them are 120, so they are about 30 centimeter by 30 centimeters. So that's great for me. Click on done, and let's go to the graphic part and click on user and the appearance, and in here you can go to the surface pattern and can create a, let's go to the model part, because the model hash doesn't change by the scale. And let's click on new one, 30 by 30. Let's put it on cross hash and make sure it doesn't have any angle. And let's go to the edit part again, and let's put it on 30 by 30 centimeter hatch. I'm going to also align it with my texture that I have. You can align it with that's really easily with this tool you have in here. Let me bring it down, and that's great. It's going to be really helpful for changing the material part and texture appearance. Click on OK and OK, and that's great. And you can change the cut pattern too. Let's put it on concrete, and also I want a background concrete and a foreground line that I'm going to create. Let's create a new one. Let's put it on parallel lines, and let's put it on 90-degree lines. And for the spaces, I want it to be about maybe 5 millimeter, and then you can change it afterwards. That's okay. Click on OK and OK, and that's great. You can see these two changed because we selected them and created create a duplicate. Let's bring them back to ceramic, and now let's go to the floor again, and let's create concrete floors for here, here, and here. Okay, those are the places that we want to place concrete blocks, and make sure to select one of them, and let's bring them in here, and we have them in here too. Let's trim these floors in here, and let's select these walls in this area, because we want to place our cores. It needs to be a strong and appropriate material. So let's bring them into, and in here, because we've select this wall in this side, we can select these walls again. So we need to use pick line and press tab in here and pick this line in here, and let's do our cleaning. And for this line, this is not appropriate, so let's pick it by pick line, and let's trim them again. This one is not right too, so let's change them to here. Click on trim, and let's trim them in this part. Or you can change the orientation of them really easy with this arrow and with this control button that you have. This area is great, and let's click on finish. We have a problem in this part. Let's trim these two together, and I think everything is okay. Let's click on finish again, and now let's give it an offset by about 2.5 centimeter in here, and now we are good to go. And this one should be concrete block instead of ceramic, and we can use the exact thing in here. Let me turn off the CAD file. You can go to VG and turn off your CAD file, or I am using a Revit shortcut for turning off and turning on imported objects. It is much easier. Let's go to the edit boundary of this one, and let's create another one for this part. Or you can use a rectangle for your rectangle parts. Let's create a rectangle from this side, but this is a little bit hard if you don't have a right corner. So let's use pick lines in here. Press tab a couple times. And now we are good to go. Click on finish, and I don't want to attach anything to it. And now let's select all of these, and let's go to our section box to see them. Let me bring the section box a little bit down, and let's go to see the details in here. This is great, and let's check them by this side too. And now you can see they are at the right place that we have. If you want to have the exact layers and exact joints in here, you need to select your exterior walls, and you need to attach them to the base of here. It is attached, but you can see we have still a problem in here. In a complex project with complex finishes, we create separate walls for personally I create separate walls for a structural part and finish part, and I will create different walls next to each other. But for this project, you can use especially for first parts of your design, or in earlier design phases, you can create these walls with all of the layers, and then you can just join them. You can go to the modify and join them together, and most of the time it will be okay. Or you can watch the other video that I have about the auto join in Dynamo, and you can join all of the elements automatically without the necessity to do all of these things manually. Now it's time to insert our windows and doors. Let's go to the other model that I have to show you the doors and windows that I'm going to use. They're fairly simple, and you can find most of them in Revit library, and some of them are a little bit modified, but that's not a big thing. You can go to BIM Object and other websites for Revit objects, and you can find them really easily. But for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to use these exact families for the places that I have. For example, let me bring this model into my second monitor, and let's go to the ground level in here, and ground floor, sorry, not the ground. Let me close the ground, and let me bring the CAD file back, and in this file I'm going to start from here and create my doors and windows. For example, for the first door that I have, this is this door that we have in here, and then I want to copy it in my project. And now to bring the other families and bring these families to our new project, we have different ways, but the simplest way to bring the types and the modification to, you need to just select them, Ctrl C, and then go to your model, and in here press Ctrl V, and now click on OK, and now you will have your door in here. let's see it in the action, and let's see the dimensions in here, and you can press space to reverse it, and let me place it something like this. Now let's go to 3D and see it in here, and that's okay. The only problem is the material. Let's go in here and let's see the material that we have. Let's go to edit type, and in here we have the material door panel, but I've modified it, so let's find it and let's see what's the asset of it. It is a cardboard asset, and let's find it in the other model. For example, in here, let's select this one and let's change the door panel material asset to the thing that we saw there. Let's go to the appearance library, wood, and in here let's find that. This is the one that we've used in that project. Let's use it in here too. And also for the other parts, I want to use the same material. So not for the door handle, but for the other parts and for the frame, we want to use the same material. So just click on OK, and now we are not good to go, because you need to go to the edit type and go to the material and make sure that the shaded part is on use render appearance to have the exact color as the material. Click on OK, and now we are good to go, and we have to do the same thing for each part. But this time, before that, let me put this door at the center of in here. To do that, go to the annotation, and here click on align, and let's have 2 dimensions from here to the center of this door. If you could find the center, this is the one, or maybe that's not the one. Let me bring it in here, and let's move it from here and press SM for finding the middle, and now let's bring it at the middle of here. It is a little bit tricky. First of all, let me bring it in here, and let's find the center of this door first. To do that, go to the architecture tab, and let's create a line in here at the middle of this, and now we can move this door by the middle of it. Press SM to find the middle, and let's bring it here. Now it is in exact the middle of these 2 walls that we have in here. That's great. And now we have to do the same thing for the other parts too, and for the other windows and doors. I will put the doors and windows for you, and all of the files in the description. You can find them for free. But if you want to learn more and you want to practice it better, make sure to find the families by yourself, because you will learn the right way to browse for your families and do the modification in them, and it is much better in comparison with just copying my families. I'm doing it with for the sake of this tutorial, and I'm not going to make this tutorial several hours. Okay, that's great. And now let's do the exact thing for Windows and for the other parts. Control C and Control V in here. Click on OK. And now let's place it in here. And I want the frame outside, so let's click on this and let's bring it in here. And now we can align it. Press tab, and we can align it by here. And now I have the exact mirror of this window in here, so you can select it and in here mirror it from the middle of this door that we have. Press SM to snap to middle, and now mirror it in that way. It doesn't copy because when you are mirroring, you need to check this option in here. Again, let's press SM to find the middle, and now let's create a copy in this side. And then we have some windows in here. To bring those windows, let's go to other model in here. Let me bring it to my second monitor. I will copy it to the project to prevent from any long hours of work. And let's copy this one. Let's go to the ground floor, and let's bring this in here. There is a tip in here I want to show you. Let me place it in here. And now I want to place some other and 3 other windows at the same distance with this one, because it is a curve part, and this is an arc wall. It is a little bit hard and can be intimidating to use copy and move. You can use array and circular array, or you can use rotate copy. It depends on you. And let's go and let's put it on array, and in here make sure to put it on radial in here, and make sure to put it on second mode. And for the place of the rotation, we need to click on place, and we need to find the center of this arc that we have. To do that, go to the margin of this wall and press SC to find the center and click in here. That's great. And now we can click one in here, once in here. Now let me place it a little bit, maybe here, or maybe less. Let me do it another time. Let's go to the array and let's put it on second, and make sure to place the place at the center of this. And from the middle of it, I want to put the middle in here. And now I want 4 of these in this side. And now that's great. Let's go to 3D, and you can see I have all of my windows greatly in here. Or if you are not satisfied with this, you can use rotate copy to have better control, or you can select all of them and you can move them by your num keys and place it, for example, a little bit at this side of the arc. That's great. And then make sure to select them and ungroup them to have the full control on each of them. I will do the same thing for the other sides. We have windows in here. Let me bring the other model to show you the parts that we have. We have these windows in here, and also we have the same windows in here, and doors, and we have lots of windows and doors in this project. And I will put all of the families for you, and it is really easy to place them. And you will do the exact thing for the second floor too. And for some of the places like this, when you can copy them in the second level, for example, if let's assume, let me delete these. Let's assume that you've placed these ones and you want to copy them at the upper floor. It doesn't need to be manually, just select them. And in here, click on copy, and then click on align to selected levels and select the second level that you have, and it will save you hours of time, or minutes of time, we can say in this case, from doing the rework, and it will be more accurate than doing it manually. And before jumping to the next part, you need to know that we have to do the same thing for the interior walls. And there is a tip about interior walls. Let's go to the section in here. And for the interior walls, for the offset, you need to bring it up at the thickness of the finished floor that you have. For example, this is about 4 centimeters. So you need to select your interior wall and bring it up about 4 centimeters to have a right detail. Because when you put it on 0, it will go in your finish, and it's not the thing that we want. So make sure to assign the offset to your interior walls too. And don't forget the seal height for all of your windows and doors, and make sure to obey the rule that I said about the interior doors too. Before going to the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video to help YouTube to reach this video to more people, because these full projects takes a long time to record and to edit them. So make sure to subscribe to the channel and like this video to help me create more tutorials. I've placed all of the doors and windows. Now it's the time to create our roofs, and we have a, we can say, half roof in here, and also we have a really complex roof in here. And this roof is a little bit challenging in comparison with the previous roofs that you've modeled, and it's the combination of 3 or 4 roofs, and that's not a just simple roof to create. And so make sure to watch it carefully. Okay, that's great. Let me bring the CAD in here to analyze the roof we have in here. we have different parts of roofs in here. We have a roof from let me go to the second level. We have a roof in this part that I am showing you in here. To analyze the roof, we have a separate roof in here, and then we have a roof in here. Let me bring it in here. We have another roof in here in this side, and we have a circular roof, or we can say a circle roof in here, and we have a dormer at this side, you can see. So first of all, we need to create this roof, this one, and then we need to create this one first, and this one, and we can create this one, and then we can create the dormer, and at the end we can go and create the roof that we have in here, or we can say a half roof that we have in here at the end. So let's go and let's create the roof. Okay, that's great. Let's go to the top view, and let's go to the top view from the view cube in here, and let's create our first roof that we have in this side. To do that, let's go to the architecture tab, and in the architecture tab click on roof, and I want to create a roof by footprint. You can see we can't create the roof because the work plane is not set correctly. So let's go to the set work plane, and in here select the bottom of roof in here. Let's go to bottom of roof, and that's great. Click on OK, and now we have our work plan set correctly. And then click on roof again, and in here make sure to put it on, you can put it on peak wall or peak line. I want to work with peak line in here because I have more freedom. Then I want a overhang about maybe 1.5 meters, and now let's create our overhang from this side. 1.5 1.5 is a little bit too high. Let's put it on maybe 1 meter. Okay, that's great. Let's put it in here, and we want a edge in here, and also we have the exacting in here, so I'm going to use trim for this side, and that's great. Let's trim these lines together, for example this with this and this with this. Click on finish, and now we have our first roof in here, but we need to check the height of the roof. You can select the roof and you can bring it down to the exact height or top of the height that you want. And for this side it is okay for everything. We will do some cuttings afterwards, so don't worry about that. Now let's create our second roof, which is this side. Let me hide this one for now, and let's create another roof for this side. Let's use peak line in here. You can see there is a little bit difference between this line and this line, but I'm going to assume that they are same because it will be so harder to create that kind of roof. Okay, let's put it on peak line, and let's put it on 1 meter for offset or overhang. And now let's create our lawns, one for here and one for here. And for this side we will have a dormer from this face to this face, so our first face should be in here. So I will create a dormer for this face afterwards. Okay, that's great. We have our lines for here too, and let's create them for this side, and we want to pick this side too. And now let's trim these four together, and now that's great. Click on finish, and now let's go to the front view, and let's bring the height down to the exact place that we want, and let's bring the other roof that we had. And now it's the time to do some cutting in here. We need to do two cuts in here. The first one should subtract the in this one we need to subtract this part, and in this one we need to subtract this part. To do the voids and to create the cuts, you need to go to the architecture tab, and I'm going to use the vertical. It's much simpler than model in place. Click on a vertical cut and select this roof first, and now let's create our cut. You can see we want these edges. It doesn't snap unfortunately, so you need to eyeball it in here. Let me bring it in here, and let's move it a little bit, maybe this side, and let's check the end. We need to change the angle a little bit. you can see the snap doesn't allow us to move the angle in here. There is a tip in here. Press SX. It will snap. It will free your snap so you can eyeball it better. Okay, that's great. And now let's mirror it from the center of this roof in here, and let's mirror and copy it, and that's great. And now let's create a straight line from this side and from this side, and let's trim these two together. And because I want to cut these parts too, so I need to continue this line from this side, or you can mirror it because they are same. Let's mirror it, and the angle is same. Let's mirror it from the end of this line, and now that's great, guys. And let's create another line for this. This is okay, and let's click on, let me check this side. Okay, that's great. Click on finish, and let's trim these two together too, and then click on finish. And now let me isolate this one for us. Let's isolate both of them from here, isolate element. Now you can see we've cut the first one. Now we need to cut this one too to have our roof exactly that in exact shape that we need. Let's bring all of the elements back from here, reset temporary, and now let's create the other roof that we had. Let me isolate this for a second. Okay, that's great. The cut is happened, and now let's create the vertical cut for this roof in here. Let's go to the architecture tab, click on vertical, and select this one this time. And now let's eyeball it again. You need to eyeball it again, guys. It doesn't snap, unfortunately. Press SX again to eyeball it better. And now that's great. And create a straight line in here, and then you can mirror this one by pressing DM from the center of this roof at this side. And then let's trim these two together, and make sure to move it a little bit outer to the edge, and don't put it at the edge. Sometimes it causes problems. And now for this side, it is a little bit it's not really different. Let's mirror it from the center of this roof and check it afterwards. That's okay with this size, and let's check it for this size too. That's great, and click on finish, and that's great, guys. Let's isolate these two together and see if we've achieved to the thing that we are looking for. You can see it is really lovely roof, and I really loved the results, and I'm really satisfied with the result. Let's reset the reset temporary. Now it's time to create our circular roof in here. To do that, click on roof, press CS for create similar, and let's pick this face in here, and then let's go to the top view. And the tip is here, you need to select your arc and then extend it to the other end, and now you can have a full circle in here, or you can just create a circle in this side. And then I want a 1 meter overhang, so let's go to the offset, and in here make sure to put it on numerical, and let's input 1 meter, and then make sure to uncheck the copy too, and let's create a 1 meter overhang in here. Let's click on finish, and now you can specify the height of it if you want. You can't just bring it up or down. Let's go to the CAD file and let's check it. You can see it's below the other roof, so it is okay for us. If you want to change the top height of it, you need to go to the edit extrusion and select it, and in here you can change the slope of it. Let's put it on 15 degree, and now it will be much lower, in much lower elevation instead of in comparison with the previous one. Let's put it on 25. Okay, I like it right now. And then we need to subtract these parts from this one. So to do that, we have two ways actually. We have one way in this place. First, we need to subtract these parts. You can see the highlight. These parts from this one, and also we need to subtract these parts from these two roofs. So let's select one of them, and let's go to the edit extrusion, and not the edit extrusion, sorry. Let's go to the architecture tab, click on vertical, and let's select this one. Now carefully just select these parts that you have in here. Let's select them. It's a little bit harder than the previous one. Press SX, and that's great. And in here we have a, let me zoom out. In here we have a curve. Let's switch to curve. The start is in here, and the end, let's press SX, and the end is here, and let's put it at the exact position of the curve that we have. Let's zoom a little bit. Now I'm happy with it, and let's do the exact thing from this end to this end, and let's put the arc on the exact position. Zoom in to see it more accurate in here, and that's great, guys. And now for here I need a straight line, so let's just extend it to here. You can use SX again, and that's great. And from here let's close these parts and make sure it is much bigger than the parts that are intersecting with the other roofs. Let's trim these with this, and let's click on finish. Or we have a line in this side, I don't need to trim this with this, I have to trim this with this. Let's Ctrl Z, let's undo one time, and let's trim this one with this one, and this one with this one. Let's extend it a little bit to the outside. Let's click on finish. You can see it's giving us an error. Let's see what is saying. Can cut host for inserted object. Let's see what's the problem in here. Let's click on cancel, and let's see it in here, and let's go to the wireframe mode. Or let's do another thing that I have in my mind. Let's pick these lines in here, and let's delete this one, and let's delete this one too, and let's trim this one with this, and this one with this, and let's click on finish. And now it's great. Not that great. I want these parts too. That wasn't the thing that I was looking for. Let's go back, and let's go to the shaded mode. Yeah, that's the thing I'm looking for. That's great. Click on finish, and let's delete this one, or we need to trim these together. Click on finish, and now that's okay. And now I need to create a vertical cut for these parts of this roof that you can see the highlight of it under the circular roof. And also I need to cut the highlighted part under the circular roof for this one too. To do that, again, let's go to the architecture tab, click on vertical, and now let's select this one. And in here you need to select this edge in here. Fortunately we can pick some of them. Let's pick this one, and I think it is a spline. We can't work with spline in here. Let's use arcs in here. We need to create the exact arc that we created previously. You can see the edges are not that perfect, but they do the thing that we want, and we don't have any other way to do it, so you need to accept it. Now that's great, and I think that's okay. Let me just create a boundary in here, and we will see it afterwards. Click on finish, and let me see it. It's okay. It's okay. By chance it was okay. And for this one we need to do the same thing too. Click on finish, and we have some problems in here. Let's see. Let's create a line from this part. I think the verticals are overlapping, and that's the problem that we have. Let's create this one like this. Let's trim these together and click on finish together. And now we are good to go, and now we have a great connection in here. Let's select all of the roofs that we have, and now let's isolate them and see them. As I said, the edges are not that perfect in here, but they are pretty satisfying and I like it. And now the last part that we have is our dormer on our top roof, and then we have a we can say, I will call it half roof at the first floor too. Let's bring back the other elements, and now we need to create a dormer in this side. To do that, let's go to the let's select our roof in here, but right now I need to create a roof by extrusion. Let's pick a plane and let's pick this plane, and the level is not really that important in here, and the slope should be the exact slope that we have in here, but the only difference is that it will be much smaller. Let's pick these two together and then select them and scale them. Let's scale them from this side to this side to the smaller part that we need. Maybe this amount would be great, and let me create a auxiliary line in here, and let's create a perpendicular line. Make sure it is perpendicular, and now let's move all of them from this line to the middle of this part that we have. That's great. And now let's see if they are, the dimension is okay with me. Let's see, let's check it in AutoCAD file. It should be a little bit smaller. Let me make it smaller in here. We can use offset 2. Let's go to the offset and let's put it on 1 meter, and let's see. Now 1 meter is a lot. Let's put it on 30 centimeter. I think that would be great. And now let's click on finish. Now I want this edge to be in here, so let's move it from here to here, and that's great. Now I need to join this this roof that I have. Let me bring it in. This roof that I have in here to this part, and then I need to attach our walls at the bottom of the roof that we have. First of all, let's go to the modify tab, and here let me bring this roofs out first, and now use the roof joint that we have in here. Select your roof and then select the house roof, and now you have your roof in here. But the next part is our dormer. Because we don't have any wall in here, we have to use our vertical part in here. So let's go to the architectural part and click on vertical, and select this roof in here, and now we need to create a cut for this roof that we have in this side. It is better because you can select the edges of it because it's pre-cut for the other roof. Click on finish, and now it's great, guys. Now let's select these 3 walls that we have in here, and then attach it to the bottom of this wall that we have. And now we have our dormer 2, and the next and the last roof that we want to model in this project is the half roof that we have in here, we can say, because it's open behind of it. I call it half roof because of that. And now let's see how we can model that. The next roof is a little bit tricky. Let's go to the roof in here, and now let's put the level on level 1 or level 2 in here. And in here we can create a boundary something like this for this one. Because it doesn't work, we need to do a trick in here. First, let's go to the pick line and make sure to put the overhang on something like maybe 1 meter to see it is okay for me. 1 meter is okay. Let's put it on 1 meter and 1 meter for each side. And also we need to do the same thing for this part because I can't find this part. So let's select this one. And let's go to the mirror and make sure to check the copy on. And now let's mirror it in here. Click on finish and finish. click on finish again, and now it's okay. Now we need to do our cutting. How we can do that? Again, we can do it with vertical. Vertical is our friend in this project. Let's go to the architecture tab and click on vertical, select this roof, and now let's go to the level 2 plan to sit in the CAD view. We can't see the CAD view in here, it's bad. So let's bring the CAD view back, and now let's go to the architecture tab, vertical again, and let's select this one, and our roof should be up to here. Yeah, this is great, and up to here. And now let's create this boundary in here, and just creating it to the outside of this part. It's not really important. Click on finish, and let's go to 3D. Let's go to this 3D, and now we hadn't to cut this part. Let's go back, and for this part we need to bring the cut in this part. Let me bring it in here and in here, and let's trim these parts together. Press TR, and now I think we are good to go. Let's click on finish, or we need to bring it a little bit forward, maybe this part, and let's see what is happening. There's a problem in here. Let's go to the cut part again, click on finish, and now I need to dimension the exact dimension that we have from in here. It is about 1.95, so let's go to the pick line and put it on 1.95 and create a line from this part. And now let's trim these two together, and this side too. Click on finish, and now we have our things in here, but there is a problem. You can see we have a slope in this part, and also we have some problems in here. What we can do for this part, it's not that hard. Let me select the cut in here, and we need to align this with this, and we are good to go with this part. But I have a problem with this side that we have. We have two ways. We can go to the edit extrusion, and we can bring this line to in here. And now we are good to go, but we need to go to the vertical again, and we need to do something in this part too. And I think it will be okay. Let's delete this one and see the results. It's not that great. Let's go to the pick line again, and let's bring it outside, and now that's great, and that's the thing that we want. You can do this, or you can do some other things. For example, you can create a sweep with model in place from this side to this side, and now there is a problem because for the big overhang that we have a problem in this side. We need to attach it to here, or we can bring our roofs a little bit lower to have a okay, we can say connection to this part. Let me bring it in here, or let's go to a section for this one, and let's bring the section box in here, and let's bring it in, and let's see it in section. Okay, that's great for me. And let's turn off the section box and see the results. If it is okay with you, you can work with it, or if it's not and you want to bring these edges upper than the elevation that they are right now, you can go to the edit extrusion, and then you can select all of these lines in here. And for the slope, you can change the slope of them, for example, to something sharper, maybe 45, and click on finish, and now you will have them in much higher elevation. Or let me put it on maybe 35, a little bit higher than their existing shape right now. And then again, let's check them in section for the exact height of them. In section, we need to bring them a little bit down, or you can expand these floors to the roof, or you can create any specific detail that you have. It depends on you. Let's turn off the section box. I'm okay with it, or I need to bring it a little bit up, and then you can expand these roofs to this roof if you want. And these are the roofs that we have in this project, and I'm really satisfied with these roofs. And now is the time to work on our facade and to do some model in place and add some details to our facade. Now I'm here with another close because it's another day, so make sure to smash that like button to make sure that this video will reach to more people, and it will help me to create more videos like this. Okay, let's see and let's create the elements that we have for our facade. The first element, one of the main elements that we have, is our columns that we have. For example, let me bring the facade in here. We have our columns in here. Some of them are extended from the base floor to the roof, and some of them are from base floor to first floor and also first floor to roof. So we need to create a column because we don't have enough time in here. I'm going to use a ready to use family, that's this one, and it is parametric, so you can change the height of it and also you can change the material of it. I will put the family in the exercise files. You can download them from the link in the description. Okay, let's go to the edit family of this one and let's load it to the new project that we have. And that's great. And now let's place them in here. To place them, we can go to we can create them in 3D, or you can go to plans. Let's go to the architecture tab, and in here click on this drop down in here and make sure to select the column architectural or architectural column, and then select the column that you want to bring. This is the column that I'm going to use. Let me bring this in and let me place it in here. Now the first columns that we want to place in north elevation are two columns that are extended from the base floor to the roof. So let's go to the, let me put it on level 1 to bottom of roof in here. And now we have this column, and let's go to the plan and let's make sure that we've placed them to the right place. They're going to be in here, somewhere in here. So let me bring it in this place. We don't have the exact placement of them right now, so let me place it in this corner, and let's create a mirror with pressing the M from the middle of here that we have. We can use this arcs in here. I don't know this is the exact middle or not. You can work with these two, or that's okay. And now we have our two columns in here that we had. Let me bring this in here. Now we can see our two columns in here. And also there is a thing that we forgot about this roof. We need to bring it forward. It has the overhang in here. Let me bring the roof to here. Also we will have a model in place in here, so it will be a little bit forward from the situation that we have in here, so it will cover the columns very nice, so we don't have any other modification to do in here. Then let me bring the cat in here and we can see the cat at the same time. Then we have these columns in here, and let's go and let's place the columns in here. Revit file, and in here we can see the and it is really bad because we can't see the exact placement of columns in our plan, and the cat file don't specify the exact places for here, so we need to work with our mine in here. We have to place it in this corner, so let's create another one and let's place it in this corner, and also make sure to place them in near and next to the wall. And in this one, for this one, I need to put it from the level 1 to level 2 right now. And to copy it to the second level, just go to the modify tab and click on copy to clipboard. And in here, click on align to selected levels and make sure to put it on level 2. And now we have these two. We will do some modification in here afterwards because we have a model in place and we have a mullion in here. So we will we need to modify it afterwards. So but right now it is okay for me. And now for this one, let's go to the front view and we need to create a mirror from this middle axis of our roof. To do that, let's set our work plane to this face that we have, and then select both of these columns that we have in here, and then let's mirror it from the middle of the roof from this side, and make sure to check the copy. And now let's see the results, and it's okay. You can go in plan and can check it in plans too. It's okay for me, and now that's great. And now I will place all of the columns, and then we continue with the other tools that we have. I will place all of the columns that we have in here. We have some columns in here, also in other elevations we have all of the columns, and some of them are extended from the base to the top, and some of them are in just one level, or they are separated by the level. I will create them and we will continue the session. As I said, we have different ways to create these frames, but right now, for the sake of this video, I'm going to use model in places, but make sure to assign the right category. Let's go to the components, and in here click on model in places, because I want to schedule them in walls, so I will choose walls in here. And then you can name it whatever you want, and let me bring these facade in here. Let's go to the north elevation in here, and then we have, for example, these extrusions in here, and then we have a sweep in this part. We have a frame in here which we will create with sweep. Also we have a frame from here to here, and we have frames for each window and door that we have, and you can create them in family, or we can deal with them right here. Okay, first of all, let's create this extrusion and this sweep that we have. Let's go to our Revit file, and here let's create our extrusion. I will put the CAD file in my second monitor, or you can bring your CAD file in here too, but I don't want to do that right now. So let's just bring the CAD file. Let's just create an extrusion in here. Before doing anything, let's set our work plane in this side, and let's pick the opening in here. And I want to offset about maybe 1 meter. Let's test 1 meter. It is too big. Let's test 0.5. Okay, that's great. Let's create a 0.5 offset from each side, and let's trim these two with pressing TR, and now we are good to go. And also I will do a modification at the top, because it's not that for the top it's not about 1 meter, it's not about 0.5, it is a little bit smaller. So let me bring it down for this for the design that we have, and that's great. And then let's click on finish, but before that we have some joints in here, so let's create them too. We have 4 joints in here. Let me model them in here, and the distance, it will be good about this size that I have. I will copy it 1 meter by 1 meter, or let's check what is the minimum, what is the optimal way, maybe 0.5. And let's copy them, bring the mouse in here, and press 0.5 multiple times, and now we are good to go. And then the next thing we want to do is to select all of these, and let me bring it down a little bit, because I want this line to be about somewhere in here, and that's great. And let's mirror these by pressing DM from the center of this arc that we have, and then we need to split these parts to be able to trim them properly. Okay, now that's great. Click on finish. We have a problem down there. Let me trim these two together too, and also we will have these problems in here because I've mirrored them this side. So let's click on finish, and for the thickness, about maybe 5 centimeter or 4 centimeter would be great for me right now. Let me press 4 centimeter, and now I want to create a mullion in here, and I want to create a molding in here. I think you would name it molding. Let's create one. Let's go to the create, and in here click on sweep and click on peak path, and we can choose these edges that we create them for this extrusion, and now we can use them as our basis for creating our sweep. And then because they are in same plane, we can press TR and we can trim them like this, and also you can select one of those and you can extend it to the bottom in here. Also we have another one for this side. Okay, that's great. And now we have to bring our profile. Let me bring the profile at this top. Then let's go to the select profile and edit profile. We have two ways in here. Or you can create the profile in family and load it for every time. That's a better option. Or you can create it in here and you can Control C and Control V every time. So because we want to prevent from doing any rework, let's create our profile family outside of the project. To do that, let's go to the file menu and in here click on new, and let's go to the family, and in here we want to go to the annotation. Let's put it on details, and we want to find metric profile. We don't have it in here, sorry. We need to find it in here, metric generic profile or metric profile. That's great. This is the one that I need, and this is the center of the profile. I want my profile to be at the first region in here and at the top and right of the profile, because it's a optimum way to do it. And for here, let me maybe about 5 centimeter. It is in millimeters, so let's adjust it to meter. Let's do it again. Use these lines that we have in here, not the detail line, and let me bring it about 5 centimeter. That's great. And I want an edge in here about because the extrusion is about 5 centimeter, we need to do it more, maybe 8 centimeter. And let's give it an edge in this side, and let's bring it down about 2 centimeter, and let's create a curve in this part. I want to create a curve in this part, also another curve in here. Also we can do a fillet in here to have a better edge in this side. Click on fillet and select these two lines. Let's create a fillet in this side, and let's close it because it needs to be a closed boundary. You can't create a profile with open boundary. And let's select all of these and let's bring it up a little bit, maybe. That's great, and let's save it. I won't put this one in the exercise, so make sure to create it by yourself. Let's put it on molding 1. Okay, that's great. Let's bring it in our project. Let's load it in here, and let's see if we can find it. To see if that was imported or not, let's close this area in here. And here click on select profile, and in here you need to find your profile that you've created. The name of it was molding. You can see we don't have it in here because in the usage and in the profile usage, let's put it on maybe wall sweep, or maybe that would work. Let's load it again, and let's see if we can find it in here. Okay, now you can see we have it in here. Let's select it. Now there are some problems in this side. We need to have a rotation, maybe 90 degree or maybe minus 90 degree. And for the placement, it is great. Let's click on finish, and now we have our profile. There is a big problem, and the height of this profile is too low. I need a bigger profile. Let's bring it up, maybe twice the thing that we have in here, and let's bring these parts up. We can't bring it in here. Let's create it again. Another part in here. Also I want to have a small detail in this side, and in this part maybe a really small detail, something like this. And let's connect it together and let's load it again. Let's see the results, and it is better right now. And for these parts I will adjust, and I will create a new material for them. It will be white right now because I want the exact material that our columns have, but I will assign it later. And then let's create our parts for other parts that we have. For example, our let's do the exact thing for our door in here too. To do that, again, let's go to the create tab, and here click on sweep and pick path, and let's select the edges of this door that we have, and let's bring the profile place in this side and click on finish. Let's go to the select profile and let's bring the molding, and you can see we have a problem again. Yeah, 270 was the right number, and also in here we need to flip it, so click on flip and it will be at the right place. Click on finish, and now you have your profile. I will do the same thing for other windows, and for the doors that we have, you can check it by the CAD file. You can see we have some places like this, and also you can see we have some additional places like this. These places are extrusions and these places are sweeps. For example, let's create let me to create it for this frame in here, and then for the rest you will do it by yourself and we will continue after that. But for this one, let's go to the extrusion again, create extrusion. But before that, let's set our work plane on this face that we have, and I want about maybe 20 centimeter offset from this side and from this side, and we will have this line in here too from our ground. And let's trim them together, press the R, and let's trim this one with this one and this one with this one. And for the top I want another one, but you can see a problem in here. Let's see our CAD file in here. In our CAD file, it is at the middle of this. It will be at the middle, but the column will be in front of the window. So you can change the placement of your column and you can bring them a little bit in to see the windows. But let's create them first and then we will talk about that too. Let me create our curve in here, maybe a little bit upper. That's great. Click on finish, and now you need to subtract the Windows parts too. So let's click on rectangle in here and let's create a rectangle from this end to this end, also from this end to this end. If you want to work more precisely, you need to subtract these parts too. You need to pick these lines and trim them with the rectangle that you've created. For example, let's trim this one with this one, trim this one with this one, and it will be more accurate and it will have better we can say better appearance, but it takes time a little bit, so it depends on you and the level of detail that you want. Let's click on finish, and now you can see the difference in here. In this side you can see we don't have the edge in here. Let's put it on 4 centimeter, and then you will do this sweep from this side to this side and the other parts. So that was it, and I will create other extrusion and sweeps that we have in our facade for the windows and doors, and then we will go back and we will come back and we will do some special parts. Let me show you the special parts that we have. Yeah, the special parts are in here. You can see it's a little bit different, and it will rotate from this side and this side. Also we have some sweeps for our roof part, and then we'll do it together. Now I've created all of the mullions around the doors and on walls. You can see the extrusion parts in here. Also we have frames for all of the doors and windows that we have, and it brought the model a little bit to life. and it is much better. And also the next part that we want to take is to create this edge that we have in this part. You can see from this part, and also we have the exact edge at the roof, and also we have it on our roofs too. So let's learn how we can create it, because it's a little bit complicated in here. We need to do it by sketch, so let's create them by a sketch. But before that, let's create it for our roof first, and then we'll go and we'll create it for our other parts too. For our roof, you can see it is starting, for example, from here. It will come in here, and it will rotate on it will end in here, and we will have another mullion and molding for our dormer in this part. And again, we will start the previous profiles from here, and it will rotate around all of it around, and we will have it in these sides too, and it is a fixed part in other parts. So let's create that. First, let's go to the modeling palette that we have in here, and we want to create it at the same modeling palette. It's not that great, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to do that. Let's click on sweep, and the problem is that because some of them are not exactly aligned, and they maybe have about 5mm difference between them, it is impossible to do it with picture the path. So we needed to do it by hand, and we need to do it by sketch. So let's close it, and let's go to our sketch path, and in here let's set our work plane to our bottom of roof, and in here let's go to our plane in here, and now let's pick the edges of the roofs that we have, and then we need to trim them and split them, but that's not a big problem, and that's really easy. And let's pick this edge in here, this edge in here, and let's trim these lines together with pressing TR. Okay, that's great. Let's pick this edge too, and let's trim these two together. And for this side, I need to split it, and I need to extend it by these lines. For example, let me pick one and pick this one, and let's extend it with pressing EX, this line to here, or we can just drag it because it is much easier. And let me delete this one, and let's drag this one to here too, and let's delete this one. And we have a problem in here because we don't have the line, so let's pick it again. Let's pick this line again. We can split them too, but it is not a big difference right now. Let me trim these together, and let's trim this one with this. I can see a problem in here. So first, before doing any trimming, make sure to extend it to more than the line that we have in here, and then trim them. It will have a better behavior. Okay, that's great. This is the path that I need. Let me bring it to this side. Let's click on finish. And now for this one, because we need another profile, I will do that in the projects to exercise both of them. Let's click on edit profile, and let's go to the front view, and let's create our profile in this side. This is the edge of the roof. Let's go maybe about 10cm in front. It is too small. Let me make it bigger, maybe 30cm. And then let's create our profile in this side. I want to bring it to somewhere like here at the top of at our level. I think it was a little bit lower than our bottom of the roof. Now let's bring it in here, and then this is our baseline. And now let's create our profile in here. I don't want to make it too thin at the bottom, so I don't progress backward too much. So let's go to the arc in here, and let's create an arc profile. This side. Also, we can fillet these places too if you want, depends on you. And that's great. And let's trim these two together, and let's close our line from here, and let's trim this one with this one, and that's great. Let's click on finish and finish. Now we have our molding around the roof. You can see I want them to be a little bit forward, because it says edge to edge by our column, so I want them to cover my column completely. So let's go to the edit profile level, let's go to select profile and edit profile, and let's bring these parts a little bit forward, and let's click on finish and finish. Now it is much better in comparison with the previous one that we have. Or you can move your column nearer to wall if you can. Okay, that's great. And we need to do exact thing for our for this side too. Let's go and analyze it for our first floor too. You can see it has the exact path, I think. So let's copy it and let's see if that would work for our first floor too, and then we can modify it too. It doesn't work obviously because we have some edges in here, but we can modify it and it will be much faster. Let's go to the front and let's copy it to this edge, and that's great. And now let's select it and let's go to the edit sweep and let's go to the sketch path, and I will modify the path and then we will continue. I was picking the path, and there is a tip in here. You need to finish this one. Let's go and see the CAD file. Let's see it in here. In here you can see it will finish in here, or maybe it doesn't, because it will rotate it. It will rotate from this side of the roof and it will continue from here. So I will continue the picking. Let's pick this part too, this part, and this part. I pick all of the parts that we need, and then let's go to our top view. And now we have to do our trim things. Let's split the line in here and let's trim this one with this one. Let's trim this one with this one, and this one with this one, this one with this one. And let's go in here. Let's trim this with this. This is okay in here. We need to trim this one with this one, and it will rotate from here to here. And let's trim this with this one with this one, and we'll continue to here. I think it is okay. Let's press tab once and let's see if all of them are connected. They are great. And let's click on finish and finish. And because we have the profile in here, it is okay and we won't have any problem. And make sure to don't cut your columns in the places that you want them to extend from the bottom to the top. And now we have this part. Let's click on finish, and let's pick up the material that I've created for this one. Control C. Let's click on finish. Let's go to the edit type of it, and let's assign that material to here to have them in the exact color that I had. And now we want to create, let me assign it to this one too. And now I will create, we need to create those parts that we had for here. It is a little bit trickier, guys. Let's go to our north, and we need to create a profile that would start from here, that would rotate to here, and it will go up, and it will rotate in this side, and also it will rotate from here. Let me bring it into my second monitor and let's see what we can do. To model this part, we will have to get help of extrusion in here. To do that, let's go and let's create an extrusion. Let's set our work plan in this part. Let's create the exact extrusion and the exact path that we want to take there. For example, let's bring it in here, and in this side I want to go in here, and we want to connect it to the roof line. Let's pick the roof line and let's trim these two together. and let's mirror these two from the center of the roof, and that's great. And also let's create our line from here to here, and now that's a extrusion that we want. We can hide it afterwards because we need it, guys, because it's a little bit hard to create that sweep without this extrusion. Let's go and let's click on finish, and now the thickness is not really that important, so don't worry about it, but make sure that it is at the same face with the roof that you have, and then we are good to go. This is great, guys. Let's bring the dimension of the extrusions, the depth of the extrusion to a low number, maybe 1 centimeter. This is really important. Let's go to create and let's click on sweep, and let's pick our path from here, and then maybe from here, and let's select this part, and let's select these edges. I created this extrusion to be able to pick that edges that we needed to create our extrusion. Let's select this edge, this edge. This is kind of a frame and framework that we want to create our swims at the top of it. Let's trim these together. Let's go and see at the front of the project. You can see we have a problem because they are not at the same level. So we need to do some modification and quick modification to our extrusion, and they need to be at the same level. So let's go to our modification, and let's go to our extrusion and do some modification. Let's move this line from here to here. And also I will do the exact thing for this side. And now we're okay with the extrusion. Let's do that again. Let's go to sweep and let's pick pass, and let's pick these passes that we have in here too. Make sure to pick all of the exterior edges of this extrusion, and that's great. This part, and also this part. Let's click on trim, and let's trim these two together, and you can see we can trim them right now because they are at the exact and at the same level. Let's click on finish, and because I want to use the exact profile that I've used in here, I will create a simple profile right now. Let's create a simple profile right now. Click on finish, then I will go to this sweep, and then let's go to the select profile and edit profile, and let's copy this profile, Control C, click on finish, and finish. Then let's go to this profile that we have, and again let's click on select profile, edit profile, and let's press Control V, and it is off, so we need to let's press tab once, and let's bring it maybe in here, and we need to do a mirror and make sure to turn off the copy. Then let's move it from this part to this part, and it needs to go lower at the same level that we have our other modeling. From here, let's move it to here, and let's click on finish and finish. Now there is a big problem that we are facing because the edges are too high, the edges of this extrusion, and our molding is in intersection with our roof. So the thing that we can do is to go to the extrusion, and let's bring down the extrusion to this one maybe. Let's click on finish. It is too high. Let's maybe bring it to here. Click on finish and finish, and we have a problem in these columns that we have because these places are not covering our columns. We can do a little bit modification to our design in here for the sake of this video. Let's select these and let's go to the left elevation, and let's bring these to the edge of this one, and let's check them in the other elevation to see if they are not intersecting with the walls. Let's bring it in here. Also, let's do the same thing, or we can create a mirror from this one to have the exact one at the other side. It is not, I didn't check the copy. Let's do it again. Let's do a mirror and make sure to check the copy on. Now that's great, guys. And now we can join these two together. Let's go to the edit in place and let's join this one with this one. It doesn't work, so let's unjoin them and let's select this one. Let's go to the material and select the material that I'm looking for. This is the material. Click on finish. Now we are good to go. And also we can do some modification to this roof that we have. Maybe we could reduce the overhang that we have in here to make it a little bit better. Let's go and bring it here and maybe a little bit forward. Okay, that's great, guys. And now it is much better. And now we've created this part too, and now we can create some other parts that we have. Or maybe let's see what we can do with this side again. Maybe, no, that's okay. I'm okay with it. Okay, now this is this part that we have, and also you can create an extrusion to close these parts in here if you want. And this is optional, but it will, I think it will give it a better look. Let's go to the edit in place of this one that we have, and let's create an extrusion. And let's pick these lines that we have. Let's trim them. And let's create an extrusion. Okay, that's great. I don't care about the depths right now. Let's select that and let's create a mirror from the middle of the roof. And after that, let's select them and let's assign the exact material that we want. This one. And now it is much better. Also for the edges of this roof, you can click on finish. Let's click on finish. Let's go to the roof and let's click on edit profile. We can make it a little bit maybe smaller, but the problem is because we've used the peak pass option in the sweep, you can do it. But the other thing that you can do is to go to the left view. We need to bring it at the sweep, maybe this part, and I think it is better in comparison with the first option that we had. And now I'm really satisfied with the result in this short period of time. And now we have to do some other things that we can do for this part, because let's go and see the facade that we have in here. We have some balconies in here and we have some entrance in these parts too. Let's go and let's create them. To create them, let's go to the level 1 and let's save the project. Let's go to level 1 and let's turn off we want the CAD files, and don't turn off them. And in here, click on architecture, click on floor, and let's create a floor that we have. Or the better thing is to click on finish. Let's quit sketching and let's select the structural floor that we've created for here. And from this one, click on copy the align to same place, and then click on edit boundary. And then we want to create an outside boundary, and it will subtract this part from this one here. So that will be much easier. Let's go to level 1, and now let's create our other part of balcony that we need. Or we can just extend this, but because the thickness are different, so we need to create another one. And also there is a problem with this method that we've used, because my next floor will be started from this face, not this face. So you need to do, the other thing you need to do is to, let's measure this. This size is about 19 centimeter. Let's go to the offset and make sure to uncheck the copy. Let's put it on 19 centimeter and let's create an offset from all of the lines. You can see we can't do it, so we need to do it manually, and some of them will go inside, so be careful about it. Also, let's uncheck the thin line to see them better. I will do the rest and we will continue this session. Now I did the offset. I want about maybe this amount. Let's see what is about 80 centimeters. So let's create an offset with copy, or you can use peak line with about 80 centimeter. Let's put it on 0.8, and then let's create one in this side. I wanted it this side too, and then we will have a stair in this side. So let's create it in here. In here, you need to do it for each line. Sometimes the tab will work in here, but because we have too many lines in here, it doesn't work right now. Let's bring it. Let's create one for here, one for here. Sometimes it will pick the wrong place, so be careful about it. And you can see there is not a problem. Let's pick it, and in here we have a bigger area, so let's pick this area instead for this place. And let's create these parts, and then we will continue it from here, or we can continue it from here too, or from this line to the outside. Let's put it on 0.8, and let's create it to the outside face. Also, let's create one for this part. Now that's great. Let's do some trimming, and we'll do it really easily in here. Let's trim with this one, trim this one with this one. It is not that great because we need to do some modification. First of all, we need to trim this one with this one, and then this one with this one, and then this one with this one. Okay, that's the right one. And let's trim this one with this one, and then trim this with this. And in here, let's trim this one with this. But then we have the lines in here. I will create the margin in every place in this side too. And for this one, this is it will end in here. And then we need to trim these two together. And also let's press tab once, and we have some additional lines in here too. Let's delete them. And in this side, let's create a line from here to 80 centimeter outside. And let's go in here, and let's trim this with this, and this with this. And also we need the last line in this part. Okay, that's great. Click on finish. We have some additional lines, I think, in here. Yeah, let's delete them too. Let's click on finish, and I don't want to attach anything to it. Let's go to 3D, and in this part you can see we have our margin floor in here, and the thickness of it should be at the same level and at the same thickness to the ground floor. So it is 144, so the thickness should be 144. Let's go to the edit type and let's duplicate, and let's name it 144. But before duplicating, let's make sure to put it on concrete tiling or concrete. The second one was this concrete. We need to rename it. Let's rename it to concrete tile. And then let's create a duplicate from this one, and let's add 144, a number to it, and let's put it on. Let's do it in just one layer. Let's bring this one to down, and let's delete this one. Let's put it on 144. I'm not going to waste my time on my thicknesses right now. and it is okay for me. I just want to have the regional floor, and we have the exact thing for these parts too. If you would go to the level 1, you can see it. We have that in here. It will start from here and it will continue from here, and it will end in here. Also we have it in this part too, or we can go to the edit boundary of this one, and let's pick other lines that we have in here. Now I can create the other margin floors in here at the same edit boundary that we have. Good, let's go to the edit boundary and let's create our lines in here. Now let's pick this one and pick this one, and I need about 80 centimeter offset because I need to rotate it from this side, or you can make it smaller for this side because it doesn't have any exact columns to host over it, so you can use a smaller number, maybe about 30 centimeter would be okay, I think. Let's put it on 30 centimeter and let's create a offset with 30 centimeter in this side. And but for this part we need 80 again. Let's put it on 80, and let's finish these lines. That was about this one. Let's click on finish. Now I think we are done with our marginal floors. Let's see it and let's check them from it will start from here. We will have them in here. We'll have a ramp in this side, and then this is great, and we will have a stair in this side, and I think they are great. And also we will have a railing in here, and it will be a balcony. We will have furnitures, and we will have a stair in here again, and that's great. And also, to know the context of the project a little bit better, I want to create our topography. To create our topography, I'm not going to take too much time, but let's go to our top view and let's go to the massing answer. It's just going to be a simple topography, and let's collect of them and let's place some points. Yeah, we have our section box. That's the problem. Let's click on finish. Let's turn off our section box, and let's go to the edit surface again. Let's go to our top view. Let's place some other points in this side and in this side. And also it is a little bit slopey, and we have I don't know the slopey word is correct or not. We have a slope in here, and for our front side it is a little bit it is a bit lower in comparison with the other side. So let's go to our right view and let's select these parts in here. This is the front side. Yeah, let's keep the front side a little bit higher, and also for the other part, let me bring these lines upper, maybe this part. I think it will be a good part to have a context about this. Also, you can modify this side after placing the stairs, and then you can modify them too. And this is just to have a context. You can create a building path for your building and do some other modification, but I'm not going to spend lots of time on this topography. Now let's create our ramp that we have in here. We have a ramp for this side, and also we have a problem in this side. You can see in here the boundary should be ended in this side. So let's select it and let's click on edit boundary, and let's assign this one with this one, and that's great. And now let's click on finish, and now let's create our ramp. I'm going to create my ramp with my floors, so I'm not going to take to calculate the ramp. So I'm just going to create we can say schematogram, or we can say we are going to create a schematogram. Let's click on floor, and for the floor you need to set your work plan on maybe level 1. Now let's create a simple floor in here. Let's pick this line, pick this face, and also pick this face. I want it to be maybe the end is going to be maybe here. And let's select on trim, and let's trim these lines together. Click on finish, and the top part is okay, but for the bottom part, let's bring it down. Let's click on modify sub elements, and let's go to the right view, and let's bring it down, maybe this part. Let's bring it a little bit down here. If the slope wasn't that great for you, we need to bring it down a little bit lower too. Okay, that's great. And if the slope was too high, you can change the topography, or you can make the lens a little bit bigger. If you want to know about the RAM calculation, make sure to watch the other video that I have on my channel about the RAM calculation and the exact calculation that you need to take in account when you are creating ramps in Revit. Now it's time to add some elements to the outside part that we have. For example, let's add these stairs in here and in here. And also, yeah, we have some stairs in the outside, and also we can add some tree and a car in here to have better placements. And also then we will furnish the plans, and at the end we will create the outputs, and we are at the end stages. Okay, let's go in here and let's see. For example, in the north elevation we have a stair in here. Let's go to our Revit file in here, and in here let's create a stair. To do that, let's go to level 1, and in here let's create 3 or 4 stairs in this part. And I want to create my stairs in this part. You can see the floor in here. And also I want to create them in here. I don't want to create them as arc that they seem to be in the plan. So let's go to the stair. I want to create a monolithic stair. So let's go to the monolithic, and let's say that we want to go from level 1 or maybe ground to level 1, and I just want to create 4 stair in here, maybe something like this, and that's enough. Let's make the width bigger. Let's dimension in here, it is about 1.8, so let's select these and put the actual run width on 1.8. Now let's move it from here to here, and also from this side. Okay, that's okay. Click on finish. I'm good with it, and let's go to 3D and let's see the results in here. Let me delete it. You can see it is here. My stairs are in here. Let me delete the rails. I don't want to see my rails right now, and I want to delete them. Now I will go to elevation. I will move them up. Let me go to the wireframe and let's move them. And first of all, let's uncheck the end with riser. I don't want a riser at the end, and I want to end my stair with thread. Let's click on finish, and now let's select these and let's click on move. Make sure to uncheck the constraint, and let's bring it up to here. Now that's great. Let's go to the shaded mode again. Now we are good to go, and you can see there are a little problem in here. If you want to have 3 stair, you need 4 stair, you need to bring your topography a little bit lower. Let's go to the edit surface, and let's go to the left view and let's select these points that I have, and let's bring them down to here, and let's see the result. It is better now, and we need to do some modification to our ramp that we have. Let's click on modify, and let's bring it lower to here. That's great. Now we have our stair in here. Also, let's change the material. Let me see the material that we have in here, and let's copy it. And I want to use the exact material in the thread part of this project too. Let's go to the run type, and in here let's go to the thread material, and also I want the riser material to be same as my thread, and they are great. Now we have another stair. I think it is in here. Let's go to the cat file, and you can see we have another stair, and this is for a stair in here. Let's create that too, and let's go to the level 1, and you can see the stair file in here. It is not correct. I want to create my stair in here. Let's click on a stair again, and let's go from ground to level 1, and let's create 4 stair or 5 stair in here. Let's create 5. This is 5, and now let me move it from there. Let me bring it outside first, and then let's move it from here to here, and I want the actual width to be about 1.2. Also, let's uncheck the end with riser, and also let's move it again to here. Let me move it from here to here. Elements will be deleted. That's not a problem. Click on finish. Let's go to 3D again and see the result. There is a result. Let's go to the left part, and let's move it from here. Make sure to turn off the constraint, and let's move it to here. Also, you can see we need to bring down our topo surface because they are too high right now. Let's select these points that I have. Also, I need some points in here. Let's select one of these, or maybe these points. Hold control, and let's bring some points in here. Let's go to the left part, and now let's bring those down in here. Now I have this topography that I need in here. Also, these parts should be a little bit higher, so let's create some other points in here, and let's bring them up. Maybe this part, and a little bit higher, especially this one. That's great, I think. Yeah, that's okay, and this is okay too. Let's click on finish, and now let's see if we have any other stair in here. You can see we have 2 other stair, and we have some other stairs in here too. Let's go to level 1, and let's create 1 stair in here. But you can see we created the whole part as a floor. I will let it to be something like this. I like it more. Let's create another stair in here. I can copy this one to there. Let's copy this one, and let's bring it in here. And we need to rotate it. Let's rotate it 180 degree, and I think I've created a copy. Let's move it to here, and let's see it in action. That's a stair that we want, but it is flipped. So let's go to the edit stair, and let's flip it. Now this is the thing we are looking for. Now that's great. You can change the height of the topography in here too. You need to go to the edit surface, and let's bring these parts, or we can create some points in this part too, and then we can bring down this point alone to make sure that we have our parts. Okay, let me bring it up a little bit. It is too high, guys. So yeah, it is too high. Let me bring it down to here, and that's great. Also, you can bring your stair a little bit this side to prevent any problem for walking, because we have some other floors. Let me move it a little bit. Maybe that would be okay. And now these are the stairs that we have outside. Let's create some railing for it. I'm not going to spend so much time on railings because it's time consuming. Let's just select one of these, and let's create some of them in our project. Let's see what would be suitable for our project. I think maybe this one or this one, they are same. Maybe would be a good choice for our project. Let's Control C in here and let's go to our project, and let's Control V in here to have our railing in here, and then we can just delete it. Let's go to 3D, we just can delete it, and then we can go to the railing in here and click on railing, and then select this one. Yeah, let's click on thread and let's select this one. Now we have our railing that they are great. You can create some railings in here if you want, but I don't want to do that right here. For that you need to select the sketch railing. Let's create some we don't want any railing in here. Let's create some railing in here too. Let's go to the architecture railing again and select these two, and we want to have some railings for here, and also I want some railings for this part, also for one for this part, and we have two small parts in here. Okay, let's go to the railing and let's sketch them, sketch path, and now let's put it on level 1 and let's put it on peak line, and in here let me sure to have offset maybe 1 meter, 0.10 or 10 centimeter would be great, and make sure to put it on inside part. I want another railing in here, and let's make it shorter to this side to here, and also let's see what is happening in here. I want to finish it right there. Let's click on finish to see the results, and you can see we don't have any balusters in here. I want to add some balusters. If you would remember from the railing video, you would know that you need to select this one. Let's go to the edit type, and you need to split anywhere that you want to have balusters. Let's split one in here, another one in here, another one in here, and also another one in here. Let's click on finish. We don't have any baluster because we need to go to the edit type, and let's go to the baluster placement and make sure to place balusters in corners. So you can see in corners we don't have any baluster. Let's Control C, Control V, this one in here. Let's click on finish, and now we will have the balusters that we are looking for. And let's create some balusters for the upper floor. Let's click on railing, sketch path, and make sure to put the base floor on level 2, and let's go to the peak line and make sure to have an offset about 10 centimeter, and let's create our rail in here. It's picking them on level 1, or that's okay, that's not a problem. Let's click on finish. Now we have our railing in here. We need to make it a little bit shorter from each side to have our balusters outside, or you can turn on the preview to see it in real time. We need to make it shorter from here, maybe 178 or maybe 170. Okay, that's okay. I think I don't care about this parts right now. Let's click on finish, and they are great, and you can change the materials too. And let's create the in here too. Let's click on railing again. Let's turn on the preview, but it is on level 1. Let's put it on level 2. Now we are good to go, but you can see we have some collision between our column and our railing. So let's bring the railing outside the columns part here. Yeah, they are okay, and now let's correct it from this side too. Okay, that's okay. And now we have our elements. Let's add some balusters in here, and also in here. Also, you can easily change the materials. Let's click on finish. if you want. And I will change the materials later. You know that how you can change it. That's really easy, and that's the way you can create your stairs, and you can create your rails for outside parts. Now it's time to do our works for furnishing the inside part. Okay, you can see it is a little bit heavy because our railings are heavy and we have a short distance between them. If you would like, you can hide them or turn off the visibility of them. Let's go to the railing. Let's turn off them, and now you can see we can work much more smoothly, and it is better to work. And now let's start furnishing our plan. To make the tutorial shorter, I will furnish one floor, and I also will share all of the families that I will use for furnishing. Then you can furnish the second floor too to have better plans. And this is the folder that I will place for you for our families that we will use for our project, and I'm going to use these families to furnish our project. The first family that I want to use is our flower, that we have some flowers. Let's bring this one and let's select this one. We want another flower pot, and also these two, and let's bring them in. And to place our families, you can go to the component and let's select them. Let's place one in here. Let's place another one in here. And let's see our plan. Let's select the other one that we had. And let's select one in here. And let's see. We have another one in this part. Let's change it to the previous one. And let's place another one in here. It's not for rendering, guys, because for rendering you need to pay much attention to the families that you are placing. But right now I'm just going to place some of them. And also we have to create our interior stair too, so make sure to remember that to create that too. Okay, that's great. We don't want any other flower pot. Let's go and let's bring our kitchen. I don't want to place my kitchen objects one by one. I have a kitchen set that I will place it for you. We have two kitchen set in here. Let's bring them in. I will put them for you. They are nested families. They are combined with different families, and it will be so easy to create your kitchens with this. But it's not that great for any situation because you need to design it. But for furnishing fast your design, it will be a good choice. Let me bring this one. Let's play this one now and the other one, and then I will decide which one is better. Yeah, this one is better because it has one additional unit in here. Let's bring it and let's have a rotate in here. I don't want to copy, and let's move this from here to here. Okay, that's great. And we want to bring it from here to here. Okay, that's great. And let's go in 3D and let's see the result. We can select it and let's activate the section box. You can see it is great, guys. It is a great set. You have all of the necessary elements that you need. We have dishwasher, we have sink, we have the fridge, and we have the other parameters that we need, other objects that we need. Okay, that's great. Let's bring another table that we have for here. This is the one. Let's bring it here. And let's place it in here. And it has two different types. Let's place it. The second one, it has 6 seats, and we have a piano in here. Let's bring the piano. Okay, that's great. Let's bring this one in here. And let's place it in here. And one tip about family placement. For example, in here we want to have it in a specific angle. You don't need to place it and then rotate it. Just go in here and press space once or multiple times to have it at the right direction and the right angle, and then you can move it from here to here. Now we have our piano. Let's place some sofa in here. Let's bring some sofa. Okay, let's bring this sofa that we have in here. Let's see if this is the one that we want. Yeah, it is the one. Let's place one in here and let's press space, and let's place another one, maybe in this side in here. Okay, that's great. And I want my TV to be here. I have a TV set in here. Let's bring the TV set. This is the TV set that I want to use. In this side, this is the one. Let's bring it in and press space. Some of them doesn't work with the space, just place them, and let's go to 3D. Or before that, let's select these and let's go to 3D and 3D section, and let's rotate these. We need to rotate it by this side. Let's rotate it 90 degree. We want to create any copy. Let's rotate it again, and also you need to make sure that this joint is active, and make sure to uncheck the copy and make sure that this joint is active. Let's rotate it 90 degree. It is not behaving the way that we want. Let's set our work plan. Okay, that's great. And let's use space. This time space worked. And now let's bring it here to maybe here, a little bit lower, and let's see the results in 3D. You can see it has all of the objects, and you don't need to bother to place all of those objects one by one, especially for furnishing. Now you can place some table in here. Let's bring some table. I want to use this one in here, and I want to place one flower at the top of it. Let's place it, and then we can use space to rotate it. Let's bring it in here. I want to create a mirror copy from it. Let's mirror it and make sure to check the copy, and then let's place one flower at the top of it to know how we can place our objects at the top of the other objects. Let's extend this one. Also, let's bring our flowers again, component, and let's bring our flower pot. I want to select the smaller one, this one. Let's bring it in, and you can see it is face-based family, so you can place it really easily at the top of it. If it wasn't a face-based family, you would need to assign offsets to it. If you want to make sure that your families are face-based, let's go to the edit family and make sure that this option is here, which is work plane base, is checked on. Let's load it and let's close. And now let's load it again and let's close it. Now we have our family in here. Let's go to the level 1, and I will place some of the other objects that we have for our bathroom and the bed that we have in here. I will place all of them in family folder. Also, we have a car in here too. Let's bring the car, and there is a tip about the cars that I need to tell you. When you bring the cars, especially when they are imported from 3ds Max and some other mesh programs, it is better to turn off the edge in your view to have more smooth way to work, and it is much better, and it will be much lighter to work when you hide the edges. I will place other families that we have in the first floor, in the ground floor, and also in the first floor, and then we will continue with creating our outputs. Now this is the enjoyable part, and all of our hard work will pay off. And now we want to create our plans, and we want to make them beautiful and do some dimensioning to make them ready for our project and for our client. For example, this is the 3D view. You can see we can place it on constant colors, or we can put it on shaded and unshaded. This is the advantage that it has, that you can turn off the edges and it will be much smoother to work. For example, I have this view, and let's create a image from this view that we need from this without doing any sheet creation. Go to the file menu, and in here go to the export, and let's go, and in here click on image and annotation, click on image, and in here I want to have the visible portion of this view, so make sure to check this one, and I want to zoom it to 100 in here, and then you can specify the format in here. Let's put it on PNG maybe, or PNG, it is better, and also let's put it on PNG 2, and this is the quality, it is 72, it is too low, put it on 300 or 600, but in the other hand it will take more time to create that. For example, let's put it on 300, and let's go and place it on desktop, and let's call it 1, and let's see the results. You can see the result. You can see, guys, it is really amazing with the amount of hours that we spent for this model. We could spend more time for more detail, but it was a tutorial. But you can see I'm really satisfied with the result. And you can place some, for example, let's go to the masking and side. You can place some, maybe let's put it on a tree. You can place some tree in here. Let's put it on tree, and you can populate your scene to have a better image too. For example, you can place a car, you can create roads and those kind of things. But I want this as simple as possible because I'm not going to create a render. And now it's the time to create some 3D views too. For example, we've created our kitchen. Let's go to level 1 and let's create a great picture from our kitchen too. For example, let's select these. Let's go to the section box in this part, and let's bring the section box back. You can bring it back by VG. Let's bring this down maybe in here, and let's bring it up to here. Now let's turn off the section box. Now let's put it on this corner. You can see we have a great view in here. Let's put it on constant colors. I think it is a little bit better. Now sometimes that image creation doesn't work for these small areas, but you can create a screenshot really easily. For example, let's create a screenshot from here, and let's save it, and let's see the results. You can see it is not bad, and it is great, and also you can test this way too, but I think for a smaller parts it doesn't work that awesome. And this is the creation that you can create for 3D. Let's create another. You can save this view too. For example, let's create a duplicate from this view, duplicate with detailing, and let's call the previous one to kitchen 3D, and let's call the new one living room 3D, and let's go in the living room, and let's go to the level 1, and in here let's select these parts, and let's bring them in section box. You can see it brought them in 3D, but to prevent from that, you need to select those elements, for example, in here, and go to the living room, and in here click on section box, and now you can have the exact thing that you want. Let's bring back the section box, and let's bring it up to here, and let's bring it down to the roof. Now, for example, we can bring it to here. I don't want to see these parts. And now let's bring it on this side. And now we can create another great 3D for yourself. And also make sure to mention me on your socials, and I will share the better works. Make sure to share it on LinkedIn, on Instagram, to help this video and course to reach more people. Okay, that's great. And now let's create some sheets for ourselves. For example, let's go and let's create a sheet. I want to create a really big sheet, maybe all 0 in here, and let's bring a 3D view. Let's go to 3D, and let's turn off the section box. And because we can scale the 3D, it is better to place cameras. For example, let's go to level 1, and in here let's place a camera. In here, click on this drop down, and let's place a camera in here, and let's go to the camera view, and in here do the exact settings that you want to have. For example, let's put it on constant colors, and make sure to turn on the shadows. I want the cast shadows, but the shadows are going to be too light. I want them to be light. Let's click on finish and let's wait a little bit. It is a little bit heavy, but don't worry. Let's turn around and let's make this crop a little bit bigger. You can put it on shaded and turn off the edges. It will be much smoother. If you have problem with performance, it will be much better. This is the 3D view that I'm looking for, maybe this side. And you can change the background too. For example, you can go to the view in here and let's go and put a gradient at the background. Maybe this is not that great. Maybe you can bring it in here and you can make this bigger, and I'm okay with it. Let's go to the sheet that we've created in this part. Let's bring the 3D view one. That was the camera. And you can see, as I said, if it was a 3D view, you couldn't select it and size crop it and also especially scale it in here. But if it was, when it is camera, you can scale it. Let's put on a scale and let's double the size of it, maybe 300. Let's click on OK. And now it is much bigger. Let's place it in here. And I want to bring the view title in here. And the view title is great. And let's bring the level 1, 2 in this part. And I want level 1 to be first. Let's select all of these and let's hide them by EH. And let's double click in here. And also let's turn off the CAD file. And now let's place it somewhere around maybe here. That's great. I don't want any view title, so let's put it on no title. And there is a time that we want to make this plan more beautiful, to have a better plan. Let's go in it and let's put it on hidden line and let's go to VG and let's do some magic. Let's go to the walls in here and let's assign a solid cut pattern to it. Maybe in here, let's put it on solid, and I want a really dark gray, not black but dark gray. Click on OK, and now it is much better. You can go to the view and you can turn off the edges. As you can see, you can turn off the edges in hidden line, so make sure to smooth it but anti-aliasing. Let's click on OK and let's hide this car in here. Also, I want to turn on the shadows, but I want them to be bright. So let's go to the shadows and let's turn on both of them, and let's go to the lighting and make sure that the shadows are really light. Let's click on OK, and you can see we have a great part of work in here. You can bring some side component too to have better plan too, to maybe a beautiful plan. Also, you can place dimensions if you want. Let me bring them a little bit inner in this part. Now I want to place some rooms to have our area. Let's go to the architecture tab and let's place our rooms in here. This place, you can do some room separation in here too, but I'm not going to put a lot of time there. Let's place it in here, in here, in here, in here, and the only part that I want to have a room separation is this part, that I want to separate my kitchen from the other parts that we have. Let's bring this room separation to this wall, and now that's great. And now let's place another room in this part, which is our kitchen. Now let's go to the color schema, or we can go to the annotation tab. In here, click on colorful legend. Let's place a colorful legend in here and make sure it is according to the rooms. I want them categorized by name, and wait a little bit, and now all of them are same. Let's go to the edit tab in here, and I don't want the title, so make sure to turn off the visibility. And in here, let's name these, and we will be right back. And this is the view that we have, guys. For example, let me bring it in here, and I want to do this trick in here, and on them, let's make them smaller, something like this. To have it horizontally, I want to have them horizontally. I think it is a little bit better, maybe. Let's bring it in from here too, and now we can have 2 rows too, and let's place it in here. That's great, guys. You can do the exact thing for other plan too and put it in here, but let's create a section too. Let's go to the level 1 and let's create a section around maybe this side, from this side to this side, and let's put the scope of the view of our section to here. Let's go to our section and let's do some work for our section 2. But before that, let's bring it in our sheet. Let's bring the section in our sheet. Let's bring the section in this part. Okay, now let's make it a little bit more beautiful. We can change the scale of it too. For example, I think it is on 1 to 100. Let's put it 150. I think it will be much bigger. Let's put it on custom and let's put it on 175. I think it will be fit, and it is a little bit bigger. That's the thing that I want. Let's bring it in here and let's put the view title on no title. I don't want any view title right here. Let's go in it and make sure to turn off the crop region, and here let's do some things in VG. But before that, let's put it on, let's go in here, let's put it on fine. Okay, let's check that it is on hidden line. Yeah, that's great. Let's go to the display setting, and in here let's put the anti-aliasing on, and let's go to the shadows. I want the shadows, but again I want them to be bright, so bring it down to the thing that you have. Also, if you have a depth skewing in sections, and it will fade the elements that are in different depths from the point of view that you are seeing. For example, you saw that. Let's go to the VG and let's go to our walls, and for the cut pattern let's assign a black cut pattern, and also let's do the same thing for our floors and our roofs. Now you can see it is much better. And also the other thing that I want is to have more colorful legend in section 2. To do that, you need to go to the view in here. Let's go to the color scheme and make sure to turn it on. Let's put it on color scheme and let's put it on name. But before that, you need to place it on rooms in here, and let's put it on name. Click on OK. And you can see we have some colors. If you would copy them in the other view, you would have them in there too. And now it's the time to create our PDF. Let's go to the file menu. To create a PDF, as you know, go to the export and in here click on PDF, or you can go to the print part. Let's click on print, and in here I want this current window as my part that I want to print. And or you can select your sheets in here, it depends on you. Let's select our sheets in here. Let's click on select, and I want them to be as PDF. You can select any PDF engine that you want. I want to use a ballsy PDF printer, it is better. Let's go to the setup in here and let's do our setups. I want it to be 0 because it doesn't have it has 0. Let's put it on 0. And I want it to be center, and I want it to be fit to page. And for the quality, make sure to put it, I want it to be on presentation, and I want them in colors and landscape. That's great, and all of these things are great. Click on OK, and let's specify the place that we want to create our PDF, and let's click on OK. Yes, and let's wait, and we will have our PDF soon. And now guys, this is our PDF, and this is the final project that we've created. You can create more sheets. You can see the details because we put it on presentation. I love the colors, and I love them to be fade, and I don't want them be too saturated. And that was the end of this project. Make sure to like and subscribe this channel, and mention me in your socials. I will mention the best works, and feel free to ask any question that you have in the comment section. Also, if you are a student for our Revit architecture course, and this was the 22nd session of that, and if you want to know what will happen to the certificate, I will put the certificate link in a few days in the description, so make sure to check that. and answer the question, and then you can get your certificate too, and then you can share it on your social